Allrounders Ch 55-101 Chapter 55. I want the white liquid coming out of that. In the next town we visited, I got shocked by something I spotted. I rubbed my eyes and took another look. Sword looked at me with a puzzled expression. Hey, what's wrong? That's. I pointed ahead of me with a trembling finger. At the milk over there. Ah, the milk. When Sword asked as if it was nothing, I snapped. Why you knew about it, and yet didn't tell me? Why? I grabbed his collar and violently shook him back and forth. Wait. I give up. Stop it. I'm gonna die. Do you know just how much I wanted to get my hands on milk? Sure, it's not indispensable since I can somehow work around it with soybeans. But you see, if I got milk, the taste is totally different. Especially for butter. The taste. If it drops with plop due to its flavor, the taste really comes out. Also, sometimes I do have a craving for using fresh cream and similar. Well, I knew about it, but it would have been pointless to tell you. I mean, it's a local specialty which you can't get anywhere else. There has to be animals who produce it, right? Get those. Now is the perfect time for you to flaunt the power of an S-rank adventurer. Show me that you aren't just a self-alleged big shot. How terrible of you. When are you going to use it if not now? Haven't you been using that authority even at times when you didn't have to? I sighed deeply and walked onwards, now with a dry throat. You getting so agitated means you can make something delicious out of it. I've drank it in the past, and well, it's decent. But for you to desire it to such an extent, right now I'm substituting milk with soybeans, but the taste differs. For starters, I'll sample it. After all, it's unlikely that it's actually cow milk. Asterisk. I went to a milk stall with Sword, bought it, and gave it a try. I see. Is it good? It's a tiny bit different from the taste I know, but this is great in its own way. Alright, we'll get our hands on this. Come on. Hurry, put that S-rank of yours to work. Sword scratched his head. The Merchant Guild then, huh? But they're definitely gonna take advantage of this. That'll suck badly. The stall boy, who had been watching with an astonished face, called out to us, are you possibly Sir Thunderclap Whitefang, huh? The one reacting to that was me, whereas Sword instantly turned his face away. Sorry, but I sometimes fail to hear certain words. What did you say just now? I mean, he's Sir Thunderclap Whitefang, isn't he? Feeling dumbfounded, I looked at Sword. What's that? This super embarrassing name? What? Thunderclap Whitefang? I totally don't get the meaning. The name Bloody Witch is way cooler than that, isn't it? Rather, it's so grating on the ears that I'm tearing up. It hurts. Having you say all that makes me tear up as well. Both of us became teary-eyed. You've adopted such an embarrassing nickname. Oh my god, drop it right away. Otherwise I won't be able to walk through town with you anymore. Ain't like I chose it myself. What are you telling me to do about it? No way, this guy isn't going to go. My right eye throbs. It throbs so much. On me, is he? Let me just make sure. But you're not going to start muttering that some part of your body throbs or that you can hear things no one else can hear, right? What's with that lunatic treatment all of a sudden? It sounds like he won't do any of that. Phi, that's good to hear. It'd just be a typical symptom. People with such names usually mutter things like the evil eye that has been sealed in my right eye is throbbing. No, even if you seal things, you wouldn't use your own body for that. That'd be like carrying around a magic tool that could explode at any moment. It'd be far too dangerous. Oh, so sealing in itself is actually being carried out? Just what you'd expect from a fantasy world. Ah, just now my opinion of you improved a bit. Like how? You see, sealing was a hype term in the other world. Give it a rest already. I don't even understand what you're talking about anymore. Sword averted his face in a bad mood. A short moment later, he proudly said to the stall boy, it's just, I formed a party. So remember the name Allrounders from now on. Oh okay. That means, is the boy over there possibly? Sword broke out into laughter. Then he introduced me while roughly stroking my head round. Right, this boy here is my partner. Just as the party name suggests, this guy is likewise an Allrounder. And the Gillums, 2. Nice to meet you. I am Yoku. Nice to meet you. I am Mr. Sword's personal Yoku. Each time I hear this greeting, it ticks me off. Just why doesn't Sword's Yoku use the standard greeting? Asterisk. Should I explain it to you, just in case? What precisely? The origin of my nickname. For better or worse, I had confidence in my speed, and used to be the fastest in the world. But, once you showed up, I gave up on that title. Anyway, the meaning of thunderclap lies in being as fast as lightning. Also, because I mainly use lightning magic. Lightning magic basically works on everything. Then, the remaining white fang. The white probably comes from my white hair, and I think the fang indicates my attack's been as sharp as a fang since I usually take down my enemies in one blow. What's with that explanation? It totally sounds like an exposition about the theory behind a math formula. Okay, I got it. Your nickname has a meaning. My brain rejected translating it whenever I heard it, but now that I've heard the explanation, I can somewhat understand where it's coming from. And I've also decided to remain a nameless adventurer for eternity. Sword revealed an evil grin. You think you'll be able to escape having a nickname stuck on you while adventuring with me? I'm pretty sure folks will give you an awfully embarrassing nickname, so I'm going to look forward to that. I plugged my ears. I cannot hear anything. La. Asterisk. The stall boy seemed to be Sword's fan. My little brother is a much bigger fan of yours. He's aiming to become an adventurer to follow in your footsteps, the boy said, but, when I looked at Sword's face, he grabbed my face. I can't talk. It might be because you don't know the rumors about me, but don't look at me like that. Like how? The boy abandoned his stall, and ran off to call his brother. Isn't that wonderful? You're quite popular, aren't you? So wouldn't it be alright for you to get along with your fans? I was able to talk again since he finally stopped grabbing my face. No, that's a bit I don't even know what being my fan is about. Isn't it alright to get along with your fans even without being an idol? The other party apparently idolizes him like a god, but if he crushes that deluded idea, I'm sure they'll be able to become friends. Asterisk. The stall boy brought his brother along. But, I gotta say, that kid's outfit totally screams adventurer cosplayer. Going by his appearance, he's quite the adventurer. At least when compared to you. Sword retorted. Wasn't it you who said that armor would be meaningless in my case? Normal enemies wouldn't be even able to scratch you and me, even if we were stark naked. And in case of an enemy who can injure us, armor won't be of much use either. In such case, I think it's more feasible to aim for clothes that allow easy movement over heavy armor restricting it. Even this here is sturdy in its own right. It's a suit and mantle made out of some random leather, isn't it? Moreover, the maids went over the top with the ornaments while claiming, it's such a rare opportunity, so let's make something decent. In the end, I'm not looking like an adventurer in the least. Whoa. It's the real Thunderclap White Fang. Awesome. Hey, watch your language and be more polite. The boy hit the top of his excited brother's head with a knuckle. Nah, it's cool. No need to be formal round me. Sword became somewhat apathetic. It looked like he didn't like being in this situation. Hey, cheer up, will you? In the eyes of this boy, you're a hero, right? So act like one, for heaven's sake. Now listen, if he carelessly aims to become an adventurer because of that, blunders, and dies, he glared at me. That would be the boy's way of life then. You wouldn't be responsible for it. How often do I need to tell you until you get it? On the other hand, he could also follow in your footsteps as an adventurer out of adoration, and achieve great things. Consider that possibility as well. Also, it's not like I'm telling you to deceive him with some pretense. Just treat him kindly, will you? Gotcha. Now then, leaving the little brother to Sword, I talked to the big brother. It's just perfect to have you here. There's something I'd like you to tell me if possible. Eh? Me? I nodded. And then I explained to him that I wanted milk, if possible a regular supply of milk for myself, and asked him whether anything could be done about it as it was apparently only being sold in this town. The boy pondered. You see, milk can be procured from monsters called charge cow. Charge cow? In other words, normal cows. It's a very cowardly monster that lives deep in the mountains. In addition, They're somewhat ferocious. If you irk them the wrong way, they'll charge at you and you'll get killed. But they're slaves to their appetite. If you give them fodder, they become completely engrossed with eating. At that time, they'll release milk. We fill that milk into tanks, refill it into bottles after coming out of the mountains, and sell it. If I remember correctly, the milk doesn't last long, and I don't know how far it is to the mountains, but you might spoil your tummy if you drink it after around 1 day has passed. Figures. But I got it. Contrary to my idea that they might be raising them, they were actually wild monsters. Would it cause any issues if I caught those monsters and took them with me? I wonder. So far as it goes, they're monsters famous for only living in this area, and you don't get into any trouble even if you accidentally kill them after getting attacked. But neither the adventurer nor the merchant guild would ever buy them off you, you know. Alright, let's take back around 2 or 3 while pretending I accidentally killed them. Sword. Our next steps are decided. Hold back on it for a bit. Don't make any moves on your own since I'm going to pass it through the adventurer and merchant guild first. I was stopped by Sword. Oh well, no choice then. I've also experienced adult society in the other world, so I know you've got to lay the groundwork for a smooth exchange. Though, a part of me thinks that it might be totally fine for me to take back a few for raising since this world doesn't have any animal protection laws. Anyway. Chapter 56. When we went to the guild for making our request, it developed into a drinking bout. For starters, I head to the guild together with Sword. The little brother of the stall boy followed us as well. But why is he glaring at me? Boy. Is something wrong? Shut up, aren't you a boy yourself? What is he saying while having such a beautiful girl in front of him? Or is he possibly embarrassed? Boy, I can fully understand you being embarrassed when having such a beautiful girl in front of your eyes, but at this point even I've had enough of being ridiculed as a boy. Can't you use another way to address me? Huh? Are you a nutcase or something? For some reason, I was treated like a lunatic. Sword laughed at that. No, I'm very normal. Now, there's no need for you to be so bashful. Listen, I'm not bashful. Why would I be in the first place? Pubescent boys sure are moody. Sword simply ignored the exchange between me and the boy, entering the guild. Then, he showed his card. I'm Sword of Allrounders. I'd like to speak with the guild master. And thus he was led inside the guild. I tried to go after him, but got held back by the receptionist. Huh? Why? The receptionist smiled sweetly. I'm really sorry. I get it that you adore Sir Thunderclap Whitefang, but he's currently busy and needs to talk with our guild master. Since you'd only get in the way, could you go back for now? Is she saying this to me? Sword looked back and sighed. Indra, show her your card. I rummaged through my bag in a hurry while answering. Oh okay. Once I took my card out and showed it to the receptionist, she froze. I'm Indra. I've formed a party with Sword. Given that it's me who has business with the guild to begin with, I don't think it'd be a good to leave everything to Sword, so I want to go with him. Excuse me. Please, come this way. And thus I was led through. But true, it's wrong for me to keep leaving everything to you, Sword. I'll keep in mind to properly show my card from now on. You were just unlucky this time. You can let me handle this kind of stuff. Hey. You don't belong to us, so get lost. The boy has followed us. The receptionist stopped him in a hurry. I'm terribly sorry for all the troubles. Hey, Serge, you hanging around like this made even his partner think that you're one of us, didn't it? Go back home at once. Serge scowled at me with a face, clearly telling anyone that he'd pick a fight with me if I rubbed him the wrong way. And while at it, he seemed to be on the verge of tears. I'm sorry, but I plan to stay single, and thus I don't plan to have any lovers. Boy, take a look around you, and you'll easily find other girls to offer your love. No, that's a misunderstanding based on your conceit. Ain't like that boy fell in love with you or anything. Sword retorted calmly. With that said, wanna catch no. I guess that's 2 little 2 or 3 of them for research purposes. Sword introduced me as a skilled mage and sorcerer, and while at it, also as a researcher on a quest to improve the cooking of this world. When he requested to catch the monsters for research since I had taken interest in the milk of this city, the guild master pulled a troubled face. No, the adventurer guild, You see, isn't that fussy over those monsters, so it'd be alright with me. Butteldorf, you could call it a special local product. It's not like it's possible to export it. We don't have any visitors coming to this city just for the milk, and even if you buy it, it doesn't last long. However, since many people are making a living by selling milk, I'd like you to take their circumstances into account as well. Don't worry, I have no plans to popularize milk, and even if it did spread, there are measures you could take, so I'll inform you about those as well. I asserted powerfully, but the guildmaster's face remained as troubled as before. Really? I couldn't get him to believe me. No choice. First I'll let you see some of my research results. I'd like you to consider my request after tasting them. I took out my wine, and he immediately bit. This wine? Huh? You're making wine? I grinned broadly. In reality no one besides me can make it since it requires you to have a good command of magic. Sword is regularly drinking it as well, you know. Won't you give it a little test? While at it, I also took out a side dish, an open sandwich with pseudo butter and ham made out of monster meat, using thin slices of bread as base. Please gimme some too? Yep, I had expected you to say that. Sword, a drink tasting meat. This is great. It seriously rocks. I've never eaten and drunk anything like that. It's way too good. I see. These are results of my research, but I haven't publicized them. After all, I'm the only one who can make them. Well, it's possible that the sale has started at our base. It's very likely sold out by now. Eh? The guildmaster looked devastated. I took out a bottle and offered it to him. I'll give you one as a present. I assume I can get you to agree with that, guildmaster, but the problem lies with the merchant guild. You see, I'm not sure whether we can get them to go along with this, so could you somehow put in a good word for us? The guildmaster energetically nodded his head. Please leave it to me. He stood up, called the receptionist and spoke about something with her. Please wait a moment. 10 minutes after she said so. In the meantime I had provided some more wine and side dishes, making this whole thing look like a party. But is that okay with his work? The door was opened after knocking. Hey, you had me called over because you supposedly had something to talk about, and yet what's with the drinking bout here? He's got a point. Anyone would be upset if they ran into a drinking party after having been summoned for business, right? What is it? Hurry up and tell me. Oh, he's not angry, rather, he looks happy. While completely ignoring what he said, the Adventurers Guildmaster introduced Sword. Oh, there you are. Over here we have the famous Thunderclap. It's the S-ranked party Allrounders. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Sword butted in, introducing us. I already heard the rumors in the town. You're that famous Thunder. It's Allrounders. Sword smiled, his ears gradually turning red was apparent proof of himself feeling embarrassed about his pitiful nickname. The guildmaster then pointed at me, and gave an introduction, and this is his partner, Lady Indra. Ah, now I'm a lady, huh? I dare say I leveled up in esteem thanks to the wine. Hello, I'm Indra. As a matter of fact, I was just in the middle of consulting with the guildmaster as I had a request. Then Sword gave the merchant guildmaster the same rundown as he did for the adventurer guildmaster before. The merchant guildmaster listened while pulling a face as if asking, "Eh? I don't get any wine?" After he finished listening, his face screwed up into a grimace. Yeah, well, if it's that, it's difficult to object. But I worry that there might be a drawback in the worst case. If we had some kind of gain out of it, it'd be easy to persuade people if something happens. He croaked with his arms folded. But, it doesn't look like he's that much against it either. So you're saying, as long as there's a gain, it'll be okay? Yeah, but what could you offer? For starters, have a taste of some of my research results. Yes, please let me try them by all means. The merchant guildmaster jumped at it as if he had only waited for this. He drank a glass of wine, just to cry out, "What the hell is this?" "It's a wine brewed by me." The guildmaster's eyes flew wide open. Why you made this?" "It was brewed by you, Lady Indra." The merchant guildmaster also started to address me as Lady. 1. Correct. I'd like to research milk in a similar way. Going by my intuition, it should be quite possible to make something wonderful out of the milker. It won't be any liquor, though. I'll hand over the results of that research to you. I think it'd be a great idea to use that as a local specialty. As milk doesn't last long, it'll be impossible to reproduce it elsewhere unless you can freely use high-ranking magic to increase the durability of milk and its products. In other words, it'll be impossible for anyone other than me, but instead you'll be able to drink it just like that, and if you process it into exceptional foodstuff, that in itself will become a boost for the development of this town. Don't you think? After all, it'll be dishes that can only be enjoyed over here. The Merchant Guild Master audibly gulped down his spit. The cream on the bread is something I created to substitute a certain foodstuff that's made out of milk. Well, this is also great, of course, but I'd also like to eat the one made with milk. Therefore, please give me permission to catch some charge cows for taking them back with me. The Merchant Guild Master bit into the bread, and after chewing on it, he looked at me and nodded. Very well, you'll get your permission. I'll suppress anyone speaking against it. Yahoo! With this, I'll be able to get my hands on milk. Chapter 57, Time to unveil the milk-based cooking. Actually it is processing milk rather than cooking. T/N. This is a shortened version, as I kept out the whole stew-making business. I kept everything related to milk processing since it's interesting as a read. The guild master had put up a big notice at a conspicuous place in the Merchant Guild, announcing, Indra, member of the S-rank adventurer party Allrounders, a great mage, and a grand sorcerer, is researching groundbreaking dishes that use milk as main ingredient. I had stored the milk at the guild, filled it into a huge bottle, and was now observing the progress inside the bottle. The Adventurer Guildmaster was present as well, and so were interested merchants, restaurant aunties, and even the stall boy. As you can see, the upper part has hardened into a more solid body while the lower part has remained fluent, right? This is a sign that water and oil within the milk have separated. They were amazed, but did they actually understand what I said? Well, even if they don't get it, it might be fine as long as they get the desired results. So, now it's divided into 3 sections, a clear top layer, a middle layer, and a bottom layer. You could watch the progress of separation in the milk as I filled it into a bottle for easier observation. But usually you'd put it into a barrel, which makes it easier to scoop it out later, so use that method. Also, the barrel you use for this has to be washed out with boiling hot water. That's absolutely necessary. Doing or not doing it has a big impact on the durability of the milk. They were amazed, but did they actually understand what I said? Second time? The top layer is rich in fat. As such, it already has a wide range of utility even in this state. But what I'd like you to make out of it by all means is, I filled the top layer into another bottle, and shook it at high speed. It was done in no time. Somehow it is separated. Yes, that. If you shake it, the water and fat will separate even further, resulting in a solid oil. This has a great taste, and if you store it in a cool place, it'll last longer than milk. Though I can't tell you how long since I haven't actually tried it out myself yet. I smeared the solid oil on a slice of bread, and bit into it. At once I was on the verge of crying. Great. Opening bracket butter closing bracket is just a dream. The people around me swarmed towards the bread and butter, sampling it. Oh, amazing. This is superb. It has a milky aroma, but it's really dense. Yeah, this is definitely great stuff. It's a tad different from your opening bracket pseudo butter closing bracket, isn't it? Sword remarked while eating. Yep. That one contains various ingredients. This one here can be eaten just like that, and if you add it to fried food, it'll give the stir-fry an aroma that makes it taste like high-class food. Also, since I'm going to use this for the creation of your local specialty, make sure that you're able to make this while blindfolded. By the way, use the creamy part of the top layer. You can also use the liquid, but it'll increase the time needed for shaking. Okay, I need less than 10 seconds, but any ordinary person is going to need around 10 to 30 minutes, so resolve yourself and keep shaking. Everyone froze. Asterisk. Now then, as for the remaining liquid, the middle layer can be drunk just like that. It's lost its thickness, but in reverse, it's become possible to drink it easily. As for the bottom layer, I'll experiment on changing it into another foodstuff next. I poured it into a pot, and heated it up over a low flame. At that point, I got praised. It's magic. Nothing less of a great mage. I see. I used it very naturally, but for them it's not that common a sight. When steam starts to rise, stop it before bubbles appear on the surface. At this point, you enter plenty of sour fruit juice. And then I stirred the mass around. When it cools down, heat it up once more. I think it should be fine like this. I divided it, put it into a cloth, and filtered the water out. Usually it'd be better to filter it after around a day. I'll leave it to rest like this, but feel free to sample this version which is somewhat watery. Before straining, I prepare two versions, one dressed with sweet fruits and another dressed with salty meat, and sampled them. It's opening bracket cheese closing bracket. I was deeply moved. It's slightly sour, but still sweet. What a funny taste. The evaluation was somewhat lacking in comparison to the butter. It tastes like it'd go well with wine, was Sword's assessment. This is something you'd usually use for making sweets. But if you sprinkle it over fruits or grilled veggies, the dish will look high class. I see. Everyone agreed. The remaining juice over here has a high nutritional content even if you drink it just like that, but if you add salt to it and thoroughly pickle veggies in it, they'll become long-lasting and sour. Since it's also good for your body, I think it'd be a great idea to sell it as food pickled in milk acid. Especially during winter when green veggies are scarce, you can eat those as a substitute since the pickled veggies become very long-lasting if you keep them stored in the coolest place available to you. Now then, the next part is going to take some time, but it's totally worth it. It'd be best to use this as your restaurant's special local dish. I call it stew with white sauce. The room fell silent. The boy raised his hand. What is it, boy? Milk stew already exists, you know. I grinned broadly. It's probably different from what you know. You'll understand once you try it. Afterwards, I meticulously explained how to make white stew and which parts of the milk layers to use while cooking it live in front of them. This here is stew with white sauce. White sauce has extremely many uses for cooking. You can also roast meat, finely cut up veggies and fry them, and finish it up by pouring the white sauce over the meat and veggies. In such a case it'll look high class. Also, if you fry the veggies in the pot where you roasted the meat without washing it first, and add the white sauce to it, the taste will improve even further. I'm calling each and every single dish high class. But since those are supposed to become their local specialties, I want them to regard the dishes as important. They swarmed towards the table with the food samples like starving wolves, and after eating, they were extremely pleased with the stew. I've never eaten anything so delicious. Even nobility doesn't get to eat something so great. This is going to sell. I'm absolutely sure. Oh, it does resemble the usual soy milk stew you make, but it's got its differences. Sword commented. That one is fine in its own right, and I'll keep making it in the future. But, sometimes I crave to eat something richer like this. Above all, I can't obtain milk as easily as soybeans, and since there's plenty of other dishes made out of butter, I plan to keep using soy milk for stew. Now then, there's still plenty of other recipes left. I haven't used the fresh cream yet, but even if I taught them any more recipes, their memorization capacity should have reached its limit around now. So I'd like them to individually research the rest after seeing the dishes. I taught them basic variations, so it's up to them to come up with ideas how to put them to use. Given that everyone in the town willingly agreed with me catching a few charge cows, I wanted to go catch them right away, but before that I had to prepare a bit. I produced fodder resembling silage, at least I think it's called that. Now it's time to depart. Sword smiled wryly at me, who was super motivated, but as he apparently understood the greatness of milk-based dishes, he readily got on board with this endeavor. Since he said that it might be dangerous, Sword got the guild to put up a notification telling everyone to fetch the milk until noon and stay away from the mountains afterwards since we'd go there in the afternoon. Because of that, the people had already descended the mountains and started their businesses. Everyone was amiably waving their hands at me as I headed out in high spirits. Please do your best at capturing them. Okay? If you make some new, delicious dishes, teach us as well. Sure. I'll make sure to properly choose the cows agreeing to accompany me. You make sure to develop milk dishes yourself. Milk is a great ingredient with an infinite amount of possibilities. When I waved back while replying this, everyone suddenly broke out into laughter. Why? Sword was also laughing. Why? It's just that bottomless cheerful adventurers are too radiant. What are you talking about? You're the same, aren't you? After all, we're a party. Ha ha. Come to think of it, you've got a point there. That means they're thinking the same of me as well, huh? Once I nodded, Sword laughed once more while caressing my head. Chapter 58. I hate just about everything about him. Serge's point of view. Serge. I didn't like him from the very start. That guy who was sticking to the famous thunderclap Whitefang like it was his God-given right. He looks a lot frailer and weaker than me. In fact, so much that I suspect he'd break down crying if I just nudged him a bit. And yet, of all things, that guy is supposed to be the partner of Thunderclap Whitefang. That's why I thought I could be his partner as well, and approached Thunderclap Whitefang about it. Please. Me too. Please let me become a member of your party. When I begged him, he blinked 3 times, before answering, looks like you're kinda misunderstanding something. Folk doesn't become my partner so easily, especially when it comes to guys who can't discern their own strength and don't have a clue of what it means to be an adventurer. I was shocked when I was told so. He sighed deeply. Listen boy, did you really think that a brat, who was about to bawl over something like this, would be able to kill brutal monsters with me? Don't get deceived by Indra's appearance. You're probably thinking that you can become like her. But give up on it. With her barren, she's got more guts than adults, and on top of that, she's as strong as I am. To be honest, it often happens that I'm been soothed by her. Adventurer, you see, is an occupation where you kill monsters with your life on the line. You gotta be responsible for your own life. Other folks don't matter. Your family got its own business. No? Then you gotta succeed that place by all means. It's profitable, safe, and suited for you. Just go ahead and succeed the business. He told me and then left. I suffered another shock. After a while, rumors of that guy became a hot topic. Currently he's more popular than Thunderclap Whitefang. People are even respecting him by adding honorary titles. Mom also sings the highest praises. I gotta say, it's just what you'd expect of Thunderclap Whitefang's partner. That kid is amazing. A great mage, a grand sorcerer, and on top of that, a genius at cooking. What else would you call this, if not amazing? That kid not only paid attention to the development of this town that hasn't anything but its milk speaking for it, but also made so many different, delicious dishes for us, and moreover, for free. What a wonderful person. And then I was told that it was my job to shake a bottle with milk. I didn't get the meaning behind this, but I shook as I was told. I kept shaking it like forever, but I wasn't allowed to stop. I still need to shake it. My arms are already numb. When I objected, not only Mum, but even Bro said with disappointed faces, yes, just as I thought. Indra is on a different level. And yet that kid produced milk grease in the blink of an eye despite being the same age as you. I got pissed off when I shouted back, what do you mean by that? I was told that he separated the solid mass and the water by shaking a bottle like this at a super fast speed. Afterwards, Bro and Mum also shook it, resulting in the oil and water being separated properly. In short, it means my shaking was too weak. Either way, it's Indra this, Indra that. So annoying. Isn't he just some crazy freak who's as frail as a girl? When I heard that he wanted some charged cows and went out to catch some with Thunderclap Whitefang in tow, I thought that this would be my chance. If I show my true might here and rescue him on the fly while he's shitting his pants, Thunderclap Whitefang might see me in a new light. Chapter 59. I scouted them. Climbing the mountains, we searched for charge cows, but we couldn't find any. Yep, I knew it. I'm a woman feared by monsters. Swoord. The charge cows might hate me. Ah, you're talking about the monsters can tell strong foes apart thing? Shit, that immediately puts us in a bind. Okay, no choice, you get off the mountain. I'll catch some myself. No, I don't wanna. I wanna catch some with my own hands. You are As soon as I started to whimper with tears in my eyes, Sword tried to calm me by gently caressing my head. No help in it, I think. Or rather, it's damn incredible that we haven't run into a single monster so far. Why? Am I possibly emitting some smell that repels monsters? Question mark. Asterisk. Just around the time when I was about to start thinking that I might as well leave the mountains after getting calmed by Sword. 8 tilde arg, no tilde. Oh, screams echoed across the mountain. Ah, come on. I told them to stay away since it'd be dangerous. And yet there's still folk left up here? Or rather, doesn't it point towards them having been ambushed? The voice just now sounded like that of a boy. It was a child's voice, but since it wasn't as high-pitched as a girl's voice, I think it came from a boy. Once we rushed over, a monster was in the middle of attacking the boy called Surge. Probably because he had stumbled, he fell on the ground, resulting in him evading the monster's charge by luck. But he doesn't seem to be skilled enough to defeat the monster himself. This monster is that possibly? It doesn't look like a cow. Booties that a charge cow? It's black and is equipped with magnificent horns. If I had to describe it one way or another, I'd say it resembles a deer in some ways. Its face leans somewhat closer to that of a cow, I think. Hey, are you a charge cow? Addressed by me, the monster looked my way. Oh, it seems to be intelligent. Oh, good boy, good boy. Should I give you something to eat right now? It's special fodder made by me. Since it looked like it understood what I was saying, I took out the feed as a test. The boy was taken aback. Ah, does it look like you'll be able to capture it? Wait, this monster seems to understand me. I'll try feeding it, and if it likes the fodder, I'll give persuasion a go. Talk? You're going to talk with it? Well, okay, why not? Suit yourself. Once you've got your fill, I'll capture it. Sword said something disturbing. Meanwhile the boy booted back up. This thing tried to kill me. So, what about it? Don't be such a pain in the ass and shut up. Loud shouting might startle the charge cow. It's your fault for surprising it despite being such a weakling. If you don't want to get killed, behave yourself. Good boy, calm down, I'll protect you, okay? The boy became astonished again. Meanwhile the charge cow had apparently taken a liking to the fodder, and began to greedily stuff itself after lowing. Moo, delicious. And since it immediately started to release milk, I took out a container in a hurry, and fetched the milk. I gently brushed it while it was eating. You like the food? Sword, it seems like it's taken a liking to me. Once it finishes eating, I'll try scouting it. Yeah, sure, whatever floats your boat. Why is he so apathetic about it? While I was frolicking around with the cow, the boy apparently recovered, immediately turned bright red, and shouted, "Why you calling me a weakling?" Okay, I got it. I'll prove to you how strong I am by defeating that charge cow. Hey, brat, why are you here? Sword interrupted him coldly. The boy jumped with a start, and looked at Sword. I got the guild to put up a notification, stating, "Please stay away from the mountains in order to avoid any danger while we're capturing charge cows." Didn't I? Indra taught you people new milk dishes, which she could have used as a source of income for herself, for free, and treated the guild masters to expensive wine, and this is the result. Ignoring the warning put out by us is your own decision. But, then you've got no right to bitch about get killed. You're just a damn nuisance for us. The boy started to cry. I ignored the whole matter altogether, and focused on playing with the cow. Hey, how about coming with me? Wouldn't you want to live on a farm prepared by me? I get it that you like the mountain. You're going to come with me? Great. So you're going to accompany me? Moo. I got it. I tightly hugged the cow. Bah. And just as I'm having a serious talk over here, our crazy genius is pulling some silly stunts. Hey, everything okay with your head? Ignore. I'm going to ignore the peanut gallery. Say, I'd like a few more of your friends to come with me. Any ideas for potential candidates? You'd feel lonely all by yourself, right? I won't be at our base all the time either. Could you get some friends to come with you? Moo. It replied, and trotted away. Oi, it's running away. you know? As if I've explained the circumstances and we've agreed on it, persuading its friends. What agreement are you talking about? All I've heard was that cow moon round. How rude. We properly understood each other. For the time being, I'm going to put the milk in vacuum packs. This will lengthen its durability. I decanted the milk and sealed the packs. Asterisk. 1 hour of waiting later. Sword preached to me, give it to rest and give up already, will you? Take the brat and get off the mountain. I'll catch you some charge cows. But, just as I pretended to be deaf, I could hear a rustling, and that charge cow showed up. It has come back with friends. Sword and the boy were dumbstruck. Ugh, you're back. So you got 2 friends to come with you, huh? Moo, moo, boo, nice. Nice. You're good cows. I'm looking forward to working with you from now on. Want to eat some more? Moo. I see. Wait a second. I'll take the fodder out right away. Okay. In a hurry I took out the feed and fed it to them. And as they started to release milk, I fetched it with containers in a hurry. Holy shit, I feel like my common sense croaked just now. Yep, I'll admit it, I'm still lacking experience on all accounts. Sword grinned while watching this whole scene. If you get surprised by something of this level, you're still lacking experience for sure. But, I still have a long way to go as well. I look forward to our future adventures. Sword laughed out loud, and ruffled my hair. I see, you're completely right. I still haven't adventured enough, or rather, this is quite a decent adventurer tale. You know, something like talking with monsters and befriending them. Even at aim I wouldn't be able to pull that off. And so, these guys are most likely unique monsters, I suspect. Look at their color. Color? The first child is black. Its friends are white. Aren't those their usual colors? Ordinarily it'd be light brown. Certainly, that color would be possible, too. When I lifted my face, black glowed. Moo. I see. Moo. Oh, okay. Moo. I understand. When I talked with Black, the back of my head got slapped. What kind of sketch are you pulling while looking all serious? I rubbed the back of my head. It's no sketch. I talked with him. According to Black, he was born with this color, and it made him stand out. It caused him to get often attacked by other monsters and humans. He didn't get fed like the other charge cows, and since I scouted him just as he was about to starve, he brought friends with similar circumstances over. Sword looked at me dumbfounded, his mouth gaping open. What? Such magic exists, doesn't it? What kind of magic? Ain't no friggin' way for that magic, whatever it might be, to exist, is there? He thundered at me while sending his saliva flying. But it does. You see, you transmit your will by including it in magic elements and sound. At the same time, you read the other party's will that got transmitted through their magic elements and sounds. It's kinda similar to sound waves and light waves. It didn't work like that in the other world, but as might be expected of this world, it's really anything goes with magic. Sword placed a hand on his forehead and groaned. You're about the only one in this world for whom this anything goes of yours applies. Just what the hell is that magic? Magic tools exist, don't they? This spell is similar to the tool used by the guild, you know? Sword blinked his eyes in confusion. However, this magic has the downside that you won't be able to talk with the other party if they can't read your intent in the same way. They'll know what you want to say, but they won't be able to answer you in kind. Of course there are also creatures on whom this doesn't work at all. Prime examples would be skeletons or ghouls. But I see, that means Black is smart. I gently caressed him. Eh? Then what about me who can't do it? You're dumber than Black. Or to be more precise, you're on the level of ghouls and skeletons. Sword froze on the spot, his shock almost audible. Then, in the next moment, he clung to me. Teach me a bit. I feel like it'd be better for me to be capable of it, so please, teach me. Sure, even if you ask me to teach you. Besides, aren't you already able to use it to some degree? Huh? Aren't you awfully sensitive to other people's bad intentions? Isn't that coming from you picking up their will, albeit only the bad one? To me it seems like you're constantly picking up all the ill will contained in other people's words. On top of having a tendency to be unfortunate, he possesses magic that allows him to perceive just the bad intents. He sure is a pitiful guy, isn't he? There, I stroked his head. You just need to train that magic to read the waves of ill intent. Then again, I feel like you'd break if you seriously kept training that, but maybe that's just my imagination. I also think so. I'll stay away from it since it's scary. For you it'd be better to study the magic I use to shut out sound instead. Since you're insensible anyway, go ahead and learn that. Aren't you casually dissing me there? He objected in a bad mood. I feigned ignorance. Once I did. He pressed his hands against the sides of my head, and turned it around. Ouch, ouch, oh ouch, asterisk. With this and that happening, the feeding and scouting of the charge cows came to an end. Since we won't be able to enter town with these guys, let's camp out. I'm going to wash them, okay? I'm sure their fur will become wonderfully nice and shiny once it gets cleaned up, you know? Yeah, do as you see fit. Anyway, how long are you planning to stay around? Hurry up and go back home. The boy, whose existence I had completely erased from my mind, was still present. While sitting on the ground grasping his knees with tears in his eyes, he glared at me. You're still bawling? You're a real crybaby for a guy, aren't you? I admonished him. Shut up. I hate you. Don't talk to me. He roared at me while crying. I see, we share that sentiment. It's very unlikely for me to ever get to like you. Now that we've established our mutual loathing, you can freely hate me as much as you like. When I told him so with a smile, he got lost for words, and then cried even more. Geez, you're really awful. Eh? Wow. Now it's my fault. Chapter 60, Leeching is a no-no. I don't quite get him, so I left the crying boy to his own devices and washed the charge cows. Yes, this is the very reason why I bought a brush. And I also splurged on the soap. After covering their whole bodies with bubbles, I carefully and thoroughly rubbed them clean with the brush, just to wash down the soapy foam with hot water and dry them with warm air. When I loudly exclaimed, "You guys became so amazingly pretty," while throwing my hands in the air, I got rebuked with, "Stop being so noisy. You're gonna scare the monsters with your shouting." I cleared my throat. Sorry. I got slightly too excited. But still, you guys have become sparky clean. Black now has a glossy jet black fur while White and B are sparkling pure white. Even though he said this and that, Sword still helped out, so I suspect he thinks the same, but he's simply too shy to admit it. Sword is a bit of a tsndeer, isn't he? Even though he constantly pesters me, I'm sure he actually likes the charge cows. I wouldn't be too surprised if he starts doting on them anytime soon. When I cast a broad grin at him, he grabbed my lips. MMHPF, MPF, MMMHHPH. Don't look my way with such a gross face. Hey, that's totally mean. Asterisk. I've been preparing to camp out, but, boy, do you plan to leech off us? The bawling boy tried to enter the camp we were setting up as if it was his natural right. What was that? Why are you so surprised? We're asking whether you plan to selfishly stay here, and on top of that, shamelessly enter our camp. Or rather, you've got nothing with you, do you? Why didn't you go back home? The boy immediately became speechless when confronted by Sword and me. Just go home, will you? Both Sword and I were fed up with him. You're the prime example of a pampered, little boy, aren't you? I wonder, do commoners usually pamper their children? Why do you shamelessly join the camp of complete strangers? I mean, I wouldn't think of doing something like that, you know? Just as you say, he's been pampered to no end, I'm sure. Or rather, he's probably never left the side of the town's residents. He must think that the adults will take care of everything for him, including preparing our camp, as long as the children play around while staying nearby. Huh? Didn't he mention something about wanting to become an adventurer? And yet, he's allowed to act like that? So he was just cosplaying after all? Once I looked at him in disgust. He cried once again. You're truly a spoiled crybaby, aren't you? Go and call your parents. I feel like they need a proper scolding. Since I was treated terribly by my parents, I get an urge to vent my anger at spoiled children who've been pampered like him. Sword looked at his watch and sighed. Shit, we were too late. The gate's already closed. You are art. I get a bad feeling about this, but has this guy properly told his parents where he's going to be today? You think a child, who believes that setting up camp is an adult's duty, would inform his parents that he might be going camping today. I asked Sword while looking down at the boy. You're asking me? It'd be better to ask him. But well, doesn't look like he'll answer since he's busy crying. Then let me answer in his stead. There's likely no way he told the man anything about this. Maybe he's even hidden that he came here. Otherwise, it'd be impossible for him to be here after I had a notification put up. Pretty sure the town is in an uproar right now. The adults are going to look for him in town all night long. First thing in the morning, a search party selected by the guild is going to head for the mountains as soon as the gate opens. The boy became pale. What should I do? Like I care. Sword spat out. That's why I told you that you ain't suited for being an adventurer. You can't assess your own situation. So what kind of adventurer are you supposed to be anyway? What are you going to do if you can't even predict what's going to happen and act on that? Don't ever blather about becoming an adventurer again. Obviously, I agreed with Sword. This kid resembles the debt slave guy, who was the reason for Sword's heavy drinking, doesn't he? I'm pretty sure that guy had been pampered by his parents as well. Afterwards, he kept bawling all the time. Your crying grates my nerves. So could you go somewhere where I can't see you? I told him, but he seemed adamant about not moving from his spot. Oh well, whatever. I'll ignore him. Sword set up the camp facilities, tent, shower place, toilet enclosure, deployed a barrier around the camp, and then gave the charge cows their fodder and water. Yep, just as I thought, he started to like them, and now he's doting on them. The yokers were patrolling, and later, parallelized with each other. After I installed the toilet with magic, I set up the kitchen kit, and started to cook. Since I finally got my hands on milk, I'm going to make all kinds of stuff with it. I've already made lots before coming here though. I got various dishes ready, including a grounded potato, milk soup. I usually ate my soup first while Sword ate his last. This goes well with wine. But wait, this has a distinct taste. So I think distilled liquor would be great as well, I said while roasting the bread. Sword nodded happily while sitting down on a folding chair. Now then, me too. Just when I thought so, I heard a very loud stomach rumbling from the direction of the crybaby. In reflex, I exchanged a look with Sword, and then gazed at the boy. The crybaby had stopped crying, and was staring this way while looking like a starved wolf. Sword sighed. What are we going to do? I'm fine either way, though I've got some conditions. Crybaby, if you want to eat, come here. The crybaby was about to open his mouth, but closed it again, and came close. No helping it. Since I won't be able to enjoy my food in peace while being watched by a starving wolf, I'll share some with you. However, if you say that it tastes bad, or leave anything behind, I'll get very angry. Should you do anything like that, I'll chop you up, dismantle you, and feed you to Sword for breakfast tomorrow. Got it? Wait a second. Stop. Why are you going to feed him to me? Humans have few edible parts. Moreover, no matter how skilled at cooking I might be, I don't know whether I'd be able to make anything delicious out of human flesh. It'd be way too pitiful to spoil the cows' stomachs by feeding him to them, wouldn't it? Hey, wouldn't I be pitiful either? He ground my temples. But even while having that done to me, I said with a serious face, listen, I'm not joking. If you plan to trash talk my food, then don't eat it. If you're going to leave some of it, tell me ahead of time so that I lower the portion. Apparently it got through to him that I wasn't kidding, seeing how he furiously nodded his head while trembling all over. Alright. In that case, I'll give you some. Sword warned the boy with a serious look. Hey. Make sure to never ever say that it's bad, got it? Don't underestimate Indra, K. She's a woman who's mistaken for a guy but follows up on her words. Since she'll definitely make her words come true, watch your mouth. Both of us want to greet tomorrow's morning sun, right? He's using some weird persuasion method. But he apparently succeeded. The meal I handed him was greedily wolfed down without a crumb left. We'll finish breakfast before dawn, and leave the mountains as soon as the sun's up. I nodded at Sword's words. That meant, we'd arrive before the gate opened. Given that the crybaby started to nod off, I rolled him on top of the cloth I had spread out as bed for the charge cows. Sword and I took a shower, and went to bed in our tent. Good night. Chapter 61. Thunderclap Whitefang and his partner. Surge's point of view. Surge. Just as I was sleeping, I got suddenly kicked. Thinking it was bro. I was about to complain. Hey, I told you yesterday we're going before dawn, so how long do you plan to stay asleep? Just to spot Thunderclap Whitefang looking down at me. Where am I? Alright. Yesterday I cried out of frustration. Thunderclap Whitefang and that guy were so mean to me, but I felt scared about going down the mountains by myself. Then I was told that it'd surely cause a huge uproar in town. Thunderclap Whitefang sighed deeply. In my eyes, you're nothing but a spoilt crybaby. It's nothing unusual for folks to try leeching off me, but you're looking down on Indra, aren't you? Moreover, you're obviously regarding her as your rival for some odd reason. But I got a big problem with you treating my precious partner as equal or below a little shit like you. Come, I'll show you the difference between you and her. He urged me along. By the way, she's already gotten up several hours ago. Since I said we'd leave before dawn, she woke up early and finished all breakfast preparations. What did you actually do ever since coming here? Indra is round your age, you know. And yet Indra had prepared various things round the camp yesterday and today, but you haven't lifted a single finger to help, have you? How about realizing that difference between you two for starters? In the first place, something like chowing down some food and then going sleep is usually impossible for adventurers. Setting up night watches in shifts in light of possible monster attacks is common sense. On top of that, it's usually the young, inexperienced rookies who take the initiative in handling such tasks. And yet you've been sleeping in without a care, snoring as loudly as a boar grunts. On the way, he continuously showered me with sermons. Thunderclap Whitefang was super pissed and scary. After walking for a while, I could hear a sound. Just when I wondered what it might be, I spotted that guy swinging a wooden sword at a terrifying speed. She's been doing this kind of training before breakfast ever since she was 5. Even after she partnered up with me, she's been continuing it all the time. Did you do any practice swings yesterday? That or muscle training? Did you do any of it? She might have a knack for it, but her strength being equal to mine comes mostly from her hard training. I don't want her to be lumped together with some ordinary bum like you. After all, she's the partner I approve of, Thunderclap Whitefang declared powerfully. When I timidly looked at his face, he wasn't angry nor did he look at me. He was staring at that guy. I followed his line of sight. Somehow he looks incredibly cool. He's brandishing his sword as if performing a dance. After we watched for a while, he apparently finished his training, and came over. You're stopping already? Let's have breakfast now that you're awake, he said over his shoulder and started to walk off. Despite having moved around so much just moments ago, not a single drop of sweat could be seen on him. His breathing was calm and orderly, too. This guy is truly strong. At last I had also understood. Thunderclap Whitefang walked up next to him with a puzzled expression. What? Was it wrong of me to have shown him? It distracted me, and my training is unique anyway. If you wanted to show him something, your training would be much more of a reference, wouldn't it? No, that wasn't my intent here. Thunderclap Whitefang scratched his head. Sorry for disturbing you. I was startled for him to apologize to someone my age. Don't mind it. You followed your own way of thinking, right? Just at that point, he grinned broadly. Don't you think this could become an exhibition? If he were to memorize and imitate it, it'd lower one of our sources of income. Wow, you're quite the cheapskate, aren't you? Then both laughed. Watching from behind, I finally realized that these two were partners in the truest sense. Chapter 62, It's Educational Guidance. While having the charge cows wait together with the yokers in the meadows, filled with grass they'd likely eat, we entered the town at the same time as the gate opened up. What greeted us on the other side were bleary-eyed adults who had been waiting for the gate's opening. As we entered, they all immediately looked our way. Yep, just as expected. Sword sighed and headed over to the guild master. He's probably going to explain the situation. The crybaby huddled up behind me. Surge, the stall boy and a woman, who seemed to be their mother, rushed over. "Just where have you been? Do you know how much I worried when you didn't return last night?" I'm sure it's been just as she said. Going by Serge's behavior, it was plain obvious that he had hid in the mountains, in spite of it having been prohibited, with the single-minded intent of wanting to join us. Among the men who had gathered up first thing in the morning, many looked rather annoyed by all the trouble than relieved over the boy's safety. "Well, that only makes sense." The stall boy hit Serge's head with a fist after getting close. "Ouch! You've given the esteemed S-rank adventurers so much trouble, and not just that, you caused a lot of trouble for everyone. It's about time you stopped this make-believe adventure game." The crybaby put on the expression of a child who didn't want to listen while throwing a tantrum. "He's right. You are almost the same age as Indra, so why can't you get your act together? Take an example of Indra and be more like an adult." Yeah, that'd be the typical sermon in this situation, but the boy won't listen to this kind of sermon, you know. When I muttered, they all looked at me simultaneously, especially the crybaby glared my way with tears in his eyes. There wasn't a shred of remorse to be found on his face. Look, that's a face that shows how he has no intention of reflecting on his wrongdoings whatsoever. It's the face of someone crying around while throwing a tantrum. Well, whatever. The boy's failures are to be blamed on his parents. In other words, your way of bringing him up is the problem here. As I looked straight at the mother, she became confused. "It's your fault. You pampered him. You forgave his every whim as long as he cried and acted up a bit. You didn't even teach him that he ought to help out. Instead you taught him that it was only natural for him to let the adults do everything for him, and you didn't teach him that he should consider what kind of troubles he causes to others when willfully doing as he pleases without listening to anything, including rules. All of this stems from his wrong upbringing. So, how do you plan to settle this uproar as his parent?" The mother became white like a sheet. "I'm terribly sorry." She bowed her head. The stall boy as well. "But is this how you apologize to others? Do you think that this brat is going to fully understand how wrong he was after seeing you apologize so half-heartedly? Is that an attitude everyone, whom he kept up all night long with his shenanigans, would be able to accept?" As soon as I finished speaking, they fell prostrate in front of me. "So Dojeza does exist in this world as well, huh?" Hey! Sword ran up to us, but I stopped him with a wind blow from my palm. "Stay away. This is part of his education." "Education? Also, since I'm the type of woman who can't forgive pampered kids and the parents who spoil them, feel free to take it as envy." Now then, I turned back to the other two. "Please find it in yourself to forgive my son for his misconduct on this occasion. As his mother, I beg your pardon while feeling deeply ashamed. My younger brother has caused you a lot of trouble. Please allow me to apologize on his behalf." As I towered over them tauntingly. "Oyster Pit." "Hey, why are you acting so bossy? Mom and bro haven't done anything wrong, have they?" the crybaby screamed in rage. I stared at him coldly. "You're right, it's all your fault. But they're to blame for having raised you to be such a brat. That's why I'm having them apologize for their failure." "So, are you going to just throw tantrums? I haven't heard a single apology or thanks from you since yesterday." The crybaby started to tremble furiously, and then dashed away. "Okay, this guy's a lost cause." Pretty obviously. I brought the little play to an end, allowing his mother and brother to stand up again. "Oh well, whatever." Unfortunately, the boy ran off after throwing a tantrum. "With this it's over, eh?" The mother and her older son exchanged a look. "Don't worry, I was talking to myself. After giving up, I'll go around to apologize to the town's residents." "Well, I don't know whether it'll be over with that, though." "Goodbye. We'll never meet again." When I turned on my heels, I was baffled as Sword was nowhere to be seen. And here I've pulled this whole thing off so stylishly. Chapter 63. Apologize. Sword's point of view. Sword. I ran after the brat who had dashed away. It ain't anything I wanted to do, but she seemed seriously pissed off, and thus thoroughly trashed the brat. I got to make him apologize one way or another, as I don't know what she'll do if she gets really angry. All the time bawling like a baby. Is this brat really a boy? He's crying round as much as a woman. Just as much as Indra. No, Considering her circumstances, she ain't crying much at all. I almost burst into a short laughter when remembering how she started crying while bitching about the room been dirty. The crybaby had holed himself up in a house, probably his home, bawling in some corner. I slapped the back of his head. Apparently surprised, he finally stopped crying. For heaven's sake, you really a boy? To me you totally sound like a sissy, seeing how you keep bawling all the time, freezing while heaving with sobs. He looked my way. So you ran away and now? What's the plan? You haven't resolved a single thing. Though I guess your mom won't blame you even for running away. You're lucky to have such a kind mom. That means even you're still getting pampered despite being old enough to take care of your own shit. The corners of his mouth curved down. I guess he's going to start crying any moment again. I scratched my head. You really don't get just how blessed you are. Let me tell you a bit about Indra. She was born a noble, the result of a political marriage, as it often happens among nobility. Her father frequently stayed over at his lover, and her mother blamed her daughter for her husband not coming home, always disciplining and chastising her. Thanks to that, she had perfectly mastered noble etiquette and language at an age of 5. Anyway, when she was 5, her mother died, and immediately following, her father came back, his lover's daughter in tow. Her father dotted on his lover's daughter like your mother been dotting on you, but treated Indra like shit. Whatever happened, Indra was blamed for all of it. You know, it was Indra's fault that the lover's daughter didn't know a thing about noble etiquette. It was Indra's fault that the maid's training was lacking, and it was Indra's fault for it training outside. According to her father, at least. So, she fell ill, wandering between life and death. She managed to somehow survive, but in exchange, she's given up on all humans, saying that all the humans in this world are selfish and cruel, not been worth the air they breathe. The brat was listening while dumbstruck. He stopped crying, but is he going to reflect on what he did? Well, to be honest, I don't give a fuck if she's given up on you. I just don't want her hate of humans to become any worse. You're a rotten piece of shit, who got saved, fed, and helped by her, and yet didn't even say a single word of thanks or apology. You're scum who doesn't think that it's his fault after seeing your family apologize, but instead blames the person having them apologize. That's how Indra regards you. Are you really okay with her juggling you to be like that? Don't you feel anything when watching your mother apologize and getting criticized for having failed with your upbringing since you're such a fucked up lil asshole? And he cried again. Just as I thought that this guy is a lost cause, scratching my head. I don't wanna, he shouted, throwing a tantrum while screaming don't wanna only works on your parents. Apologize and then thank her properly, otherwise, she'll keep that image of you for the rest of her life. At that point, it looked like he finally felt like apologizing. But, it was already too late. Ooh, I wondered where you went. Thinking that you might have left the city, I headed back to where we left the yokas and charge cows. You know, Indra had apparently searched for me. She was currently standing at the gate. Spotting me, she faced me with a smile. When I cast a fleeting glance at the brat, he was pulling a scowling face, displeasure obviously written on it. But it was my bad. Sorry. He apologized in a way sounding more like shouting at her. Feeling relieved, I looked at Indra, but she didn't spare the brat a single glance. Huh? The brat was also looking disappointed, like he'd suffered a heavy blow. Indra's eyes were focused on me alone as she cheerfully chatted me up. Come on, it's time to go back. I'm really sorry for doing this while we're in the middle of adventuring, but we won't be able to go to the capital since I've got to take the cute charge cows with me. In the end, it'll result in us heading back to our base, but you're okay with that, right? I see. This is the same pattern she used back when she ignored me. It looks like she's already added the brat to the list of humans to be ignored. Don't worry, I'm cool with that. Rather, our liquor stock has also dwindled drastically. You gotta restock him once we get back, I said while stroking her head. Well, it's the brat's fault anyway. Time and matters with things like this. He missed his and now it's too late. His mother, big brother, and Indra dealt with the town's residents. I didn't feel like getting blamed for anything, so I told them the truth. And since I can't put up any requests, I can't file any protest with the guild about this outcome either. That's why things were finished after I explained the events to the guild. But the town's residents are probably pissed off that they had to gather first thing in the morning due to an uproar solely triggered by the selfishness of the brat. Above all, it'd definitely have an impact on their sales for today. I've got no clue about how kind the people of this town are, but after watching the scene with Indra, the town's residents looked like they calmed down a bit. But at the last moment, this idiot ran away. Hey, is something wrong? Suddenly Indra peered at me with a worried face. No, it's nothing. Let me ask you a little something. Can you take a look around you and tell me the situation? After becoming puzzled, Indra looked all round herself, but her eyes never registered the brat. And it seems the brat also understood as much. Hey, what is it? I apologized. Didn't I? I told you I'm sorry. Don't ignore me. The brat roared while on the verge of crying, and tried to grab Indra, but I stopped his hand and shook my head. You are too late. You don't count as human to her anymore. Huh? What's up, Sword? Indra tugged on my sleeve. There's nothing here that would require special attention, is there? This town is a bad place. It's also got things I don't want to ever see again. Since I'm likely never coming back here again, let's hurry up and join up with the Ryokers and cows. I'm worried about leaving everything to the Ryokers. I see. The verdict is bad town. Huh? Gotcha. If you say so, it must be right. Let's go. Sure. I urged on Indra. Wait. Sorry. I'm apologizing, so please forgive me. I'm telling you I'm sorry. Don't ignore me. Oi, wait. The brat tried to chase after us, but I shook my head a second time at him. It's too late. You better go apologize to each and every resident here rather than bothering with us any longer. That is, if you don't want to be treated by him in the same way as Indra treats you now. Once I told him that, he stopped. Maybe I should have intervened on behalf of this brat. But I didn't ask Indra to forgive him. I'm well aware that Indra has experienced terrible cruelty by her family. If she put him on her list of humans to be ignored after running out of patience with his continuous, awful attitude on top of being regarded as a rival by a brat who was pampered and loved by his family, I've got no right to remonstrate her for that. Not respecting the feelings of my cherished partner is unthinkable for me. After all, the brat got a family who's going to cherish him no matter what happens. Even if no one else does it, at least I should treat Indra as the most important person in my life. We left through the gate, leaving behind the brat who was sobbing while rooted to the spot. Chapter 64, Wise. I'm back. I was excessively and thoroughly stroked by Sword, just to get tightly hugged in the middle of it all. Hey, what's wrong? You're acting weird, you know. The weird one's you. I haven't said anything since it'd have been useless anyway, but you haven't forgiven the brat from before, have you? What is he talking about? What did I not forgive? That's what I mean. He didn't want to apologize to the last, right? But back then he apologized. No? I tilted my head to the side in confusion. And how does that have anything to do with forgiveness? It's also different from the story with you. I just don't feel like ever seeing him again since I hate that childish, dependent personality of his, and I also hate his family who's been pampering him. It makes me feel bad as it reminds me of the past. That's all there is to it. It doesn't really have anything to do with forgiving or not, okay? Sword was lost for words. As for the past matter with you, I misunderstood you having dragged me along without thinking anything, just to dump me right at our destination. But that was wrong, as you had prepared all kinds of things while considering my well-being. Since I understood that, I reassessed you to be a human I can trust. I hate the pampered brat because he's been pampered so much, so it didn't really matter whether he apologizes to me or not. Watching him and his mother simply upsets me as they remind me of that man and his dumb daughter. Gotcha. He profusely stroked me. It's nothing you need to worry about, really, or rather, you should seriously learn a spell to shut out sound. I'll be troubled if you get anxious each and every single time something like this happens. I don't care about such people and their shenanigans at all, just so you know. The more you don't care, the more I do. What the hell? I'd like him to give it a rest. Seriously, to put it into a single word, Annoying. Arg. How dare you sling mud at my kindness. My temples were ground. Ouch. How unreasonable. Asterisk. After we returned to our base in Wise as fast as physically possible, I had soared by us a farm. Or to be precise, we extended the mansion's grounds. I celebrated my reunion with the homestaying Ryoku by hugging him tightly, introduced the charge cows to the mansion's residents, and asked them to take care of the cows. With this, it's about high time to pay them wages. Therefore, we'll bring up the liquor brewing to speed. We'll commercialize the wheat honey. We'll open a restaurant. Thus, it's time to establish a company. Everyone froze. A moment later, Sword raised a hand. What is it, Cadet Sword? Captain Indra, I don't get what you mean by company. Ah, this world doesn't have a corresponding term for it. Huh? The closest to it would be a merchant business, but a company procures and sells goods, I'd say. No, maybe it'd be better to describe a company as a distributor. You mean like stores? Leaving aside restaurants, companies usually don't sell directly. They do consignment sales. We'll start by finding trustworthy merchants. Do you have an idea? Sword groaned. It's not that I don't, but I think you understand yourself. But we're going to sell quite expensive stuff. And if transport becomes an issue with such things, you'll need S-rank adventurers to handle it. That's just perfect then. I'll build a transport vehicle. Hey, just a second. What kind of magic insect do you intend to build this time? Magic insect? What's up with that? No, this time I'll stick to a plain, old transport vehicle. Anyway, I just need to build one, right? Let me consider it for a bit. K? Consider what? The cook raised a hand. The opening of a restaurant is a dream come true for me. But, are you going to cater it towards commoners? It's pointless to run a restaurant that targets people with no money, right? Of course you could also doubt whether nobles really have money at hand, but for now we'll target wealthy people. I've still got plenty of the pocket money I obtained from that man, even if I pay you guys a salary. So we might as well build a gorgeous restaurant. It'll be fine if we basically use a membership system. Since nobles are a pain, I don't want to deal with them, even if they're rich. Rather than that, the restaurant might be better received by wealthy people who want to experience the splendor of nobility. What about the detergent? Wouldn't that be quite popular as well? I was asked by Sword. But, shaking my head, I answered, producing the chemicals, which form the base of the detergent, would be next to impossible. I suspect that no one besides me can produce it with the current technological stage of this world. Should I meet an exceptionally skilled engineer by chance, I'd like to join hands with them and try to build magic tools for producing distilled liquor. I see. An engineer, huh? Sword brooded. Let's shelve that for the moment. For now the amount I can produce myself should be enough. Sword, I'm sorry, but our adventuring will need to wait. Sword laughed. Oh well, this is kinda like an adventure as well. Making liquor is fine with me since I enjoy it, to be honest. Anyway, let's do our best at it. Okay. Everyone answered energetically. Chapter 65, Let's build a farm. First up is the farm. I spread out pea and true grass plants the charge cows should lick in the ground, and added a corn-like field on top of that. I also created a magic silo. Let's stock up plenty before the winter or our departures. The farm was on a plain. When I asked the cows whether they'd be alright with a plain, seeing how they grew up in the mountains, they answered me that it'd be okay, but that they couldn't settle down. Also, they looked fatter now. Moo. Ah, I see. Yeah, figures. As I folded my arms while talking with Black Fatty, I heard someone asking, "Hey, what you up to?" When I looked back, I spotted the guildmaster. You can tell by looking, can't you? I'm talking with the charge cows. Say, how should I respond to that? The guildmaster looked back, asking Sword. Listen and be surprised. This girl, you see, can talk to monsters through magic. You? For real? Even Tamers can't use such magic. According to her, folk unable of using it are on the level of skeletons and ghouls. The guildmaster suffered a visible shock. By the way, what about you? Me? I can use it round half. Half? Like how is half supposed to work? Only ill will has been passed on. She told me to stop since she doesn't know what had happened to me if I study it any further. Ha 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 ha. Yep, It's really better you stop that. I stared at the guildmaster. Did he come here to take a look at the cows? So you haven't put a collar of insubordination around them because you can talk with them? But even so, they're still monsters, so use the collar. Collar? Oh, I got it. You're right. I totally forgot about the stereotype here. Sword looked at my face with a quite bad expression as my tension built up. Bah, it looks like she came up with something completely retarded again. You know? It's not retarded. There, I'll give you guys awesome collars as present. Okay? The cows resembling you in my previous world always wore those. They're super cute, you know? I'm sure they'll fit you wonderfully. Sword and Guildmaster looked at each other. I talked about a collar of insubordination. Didn't I? Give up, as long as it's a similar collar. The annoying folks are going to shut up about it. I immediately created it as planned, like taking something out of a 4-dimensional pocket. Yay, cowbells tilde! I shouted, and earned myself 2 icy stares by Sword and the Guildmaster, although they don't even know the story behind it. Say, Black Fatty, what color would you like the belt to be? Moo. Oh, you good with that color? You've got great sense. Blue-green is a color I also love. Immediately after painting the collar's belt, I put it around Black Fatty's neck. Oh Black Fatty, you look so stylish. How cool. Moo. It seems like Black Fatty likes it as well. Whitey and white. Which do you like? Red and cyan? Either color is nice. It's going to totally suit your white body color. Oh, how cute. You guys are so lovely. Sword thrust fingers into his ears. The Guildmaster stared at me, flabbergasted with his mouth gaping open. Should I also register her as Tamar? Please do. The Guildmaster and Sword had such a dampened conversation after some time. Granting the cow's wish, I afforested some of the farm. While at it, I also added a hilly sham obstacle course. However, the charge cows happily hopped around it. That's not what cows do, is it? Are those guys actually deer or something? Chapter 66, Let's build a restaurant. Next up was a restaurant. What about the liquor, you ask? I've already brewed it in great quantities a long time ago. To return to the topic, the restaurant is located in the most thriving shopping district of Wise. At the deepest part of it, I rebuilt it, referencing a fancy restaurant I know of. Given that a regular building with walls using an earth wall spell would be way too dull, I built the walls with bricks. The pillars use ionic order as architectural design. The windows are arched, and as for the floor, I went totally out of my way to go through the trouble of staining stones and laying them out. The tables are rare gems of beauty which I ornamented myself, with their legs being made out of iron. The chairs are ordinary, though. The indirect lighting through light magic is spot on. The toilets use a cutting-edge flushing system. I also decorated the interior with decorative plants. Those didn't exist as a concept, so I had to create them. All in all, I feel like it's become quite cozy and pretty, if I may say so myself. Hey, this place looks like it wouldn't be weird for royalty to visit. You know? How about restraining yourself a tad? In the middle of my reconstruction work, Sword came over, just to ground my temples. You're exaggerating. A noble's room is a lot gaudier, okay? Wasn't that church with its gilded splendor a lot flashier as well? Even if I decorate the tables and shelves a bit, it still doesn't hold a candle to noble mansions. Sword sighed deeply. That's not what I meant. How to describe it? This place is packed with arts that don't exist in this world. Ah, I get it. Somewhat. It doesn't have the pointlessness of eating at a super long table during meals, but the dining room over there had no decorative plants. It didn't have any indirect lighting either. The illumination came from a huge amount of candles, and those candles stank. You've got a point, but still, any noble would be displeased with this little amount of decorations, right? The maids and servants nodded. They would at least desire some paintings on the walls. If we are seriously going at it, we would also need a stage for performances. No need. I don't mind the place being only reasonably good. The concept is a service as you'd experience it in a noble house. It'd be meaningless if this restaurant were to be used as a social gathering place by upper nobility. But well, let's hang up any paintings you find and like. Requests for musical performances might come in as well, so we should consider preparing a space for that. I leave the rest to you. I have my knowledge of the other world, but my knowledge about nobility is somewhat lacking, I think. Asterisk. I entrusted the details of the interior design to the staff that would work here. Given that we were recruiting new staff, the maids, servants, and cook apparently called out to their acquaintances. What should we do about the restaurant's name, my lady? I was asked. Restaurant that will kick out any customers the prideful owner dislikes. Upon my reply, everyone froze. Sword slapped his forehead. You're serious? Around half, I'd say. I'm not particular about the name, so feel free to use any name you like if you have any alternatives that don't include your own names. But, because I'll likely carry out what I said moments ago, it's easier to include it in the name than having to explain it to every customer, right? You don't really feel like inviting customers over, do you? I shrugged off Sword's remark. Well, we'll turn down any chance customers. It won't be an issue even if only one group of customers visits every 2 or 3 days. In other words, this is just a fun sideshow for me. After all, I'm an adventurer. Asterisk. When I tried to pay the maids their wages with gold coins, I got scolded that they didn't work so much that they deserve to receive such a big amount of money. Under these circumstances, I'll be able to pay their wages out of my pocket money for more than 10 years. In an instant, our company has taken on the form of being a hobby project. I mean, I'm an adventurer. The accessory we got in the undead dungeon the other day also sold for big money. But the cook, maids, and servants want to have a go at brewing liquor or running a restaurant, so isn't it fine to give them a chance since it doesn't really matter if they fail anyway? At least that's the general idea behind the restaurant. The cook, maids, and servants might be able to cope with unreasonable nobles, but I can't. Therefore, they should stay away before I kick them out once they start acting bossy. Asterisk. Oh, right. I was taught by Sword that you can basically say copper coins for commoners, gold coins for nobles, and silver coins for somewhat successful adventurers. Copper, silver, and gold coins aren't compatible because they have different values. For example, a low-ranking healing potion costs 5 silver and you can't buy it with copper, but there seems to exist a fluctuating exchange rate. Generally it is as follows. 500 copper 1 silver, 100 silver 1 gold, 201,000 gold 1 platinum. The huge fluctuation for platinum coins stems from it being a big amount of money, and thus being greatly impacted by the shifting market prices. Apparently platinum coins had been used as currency in ancient times, and because the excavated coins are made out of a very rare metal and use elaborate imprinting that cannot be reproduced with this era's technology, pure and pretty platinum coins will definitely go up to 1,000 gold in price, while damaged or impure platinum coins are much cheaper, though I feel like Sword is possessing plenty of those. Chapter 67, A Merchant Showed Up. Chapter 67, A Merchant Showed Up. T/N. 2 things. 1. The Japanese language often uses gender-neutral pronouns, and even throughout this novel, Sword has always been talking about Indra in a way allowing space for interpretation. On the other hand, English is pretty bad at neutral pronouns, and writing every sentence Indra, Indras, or they, their, would make this whole work sound super awkward. As such, I've been using the female pronoun for her when Sword talks about her, when it's clear the people know about her gender, or when it doesn't really matter. But in reality, you can assume that everyone besides those knowing about her gender assume that she's a boy. 2. Benny Boy is a typical Yankee, playboy type of character. The style you'll find in many anime as hoodlums, troublemakers, or womanizers etc. I opted against adding a heavy slur or such. I'll try to make his tone sound as casual and slangy as possible, but my skills in that region are limited. XD. Leaving aside the restaurant, the liquor sale was the tiger in the room. According to Sword, it should apparently result in a sum where we'd be able to swim in gold coins. He insisted that our liquor surpasses the quality of liquor drunk by nobles by leaps and bounds. Using the nobles' liquor as standard, Sword explained, pretty sure the regular liquor would cost at the very least 1 gold per bottle, while the liquor that rested for a while would go beyond 5 gold. as a wholesale price. As for the distilled liquor, you're the only one who can produce it, so the cheapest price would start at 10 gold. Hearing that, everyone involved in the brewing trembled furiously. We have been drinking something so expensive without a care. Don't worry, it's okay for the brewers. We're the ones investing the time, labor, and production expenses. The techniques and knowledge might have been provided by Indra, but you geese studied all of it diligently, right? I'll provide the funding, so don't pay it any attention and drink as much as you like for free. He's come up with some suitable theory, solely because he wants to drink himself. But, I also waved it off with a hand. All of this only matters if Sword converts its value into money. It's not like we have to sell the liquor just because we're producing something with rarity value. I don't mind if we only use it for ourselves either. I mean, it's not like we're using any valuable ingredients on this. Don't fret and just think of it as us palming off what we can't drink up ourselves for big cash, I said, while once again reaffirming how much of a hobby-like view I had taken on this. At last, the liquor had filled up a third of our storage space. We had also brewed cheap liquor, namely, cider and ale. I really wanted to brew unrefined sake, but without yeast cells it's probably a lost cause without researching yeast first. In the first place, I haven't found any rice so far. But, seeing how milk exists, maybe rice is growing somewhere as well? One day, as I had been pondering such things, we had a visitor. He apparently had come for Sword, but I was called over as well. Yo, man, long time no see. A playboy. When I looked at Sword, hey, long time no see. Sorry for cutting you over on short term. They seem to be old friends. This here is my partner, Indra. She's making some incredible stuff, and we wanna sell some of it. But I don't know any merchants besides you. Won't you act as middleman for us? What a super abbreviated explanation. Eh? For real? Sure, why not? And that was the end of it. It sounds like the discussion is over, so I'll leave you two to catch up, okay? As I turned on my heels, I was grabbed by Sword. Wait, come on, don't be so hasty. We going to need you here for what's to follow. He said his name was Benjamin. Ben for you. So, let me see the stuff that's up for sale, huh? Is it really okay for a merchant to be so casual about business? Here, once I took out a bottle, the playboy, now Benny boy, froze on the spot. Huh? Wait, isn't this booze? Yep, the liquor I consider the most delicious in this world. Sword nodded. Benny boy looked back and forth between the liquor and me. Anyway, first have a taste of it. Sword has mostly decided on the price. For merchandise, you have to add your profit on top of that, right? On top of that, you see, this liquor is extremely difficult in its handling. If the temperature becomes too high, it'll become unsellable. We'll prepare some countermeasures from our side, but please decide whether you're going to sell it or not. While taking these circumstances into account, a maid immediately poured some of the liquor into a glass for testing. Somehow, as might be expected, Sword was positively surprised by her conduct. Just as I thought, the servants of nobles play in a different league, don't they? Ah, man, no wonder, this is a noble's place. And here I was feeling all jittery ever since entering this place. So how come you're living at a noble's place, Mr. Sword? It ain't no noble's mansion. I've just become the landlord of a former noble and her former servants. That's all. Ha ha ha. Ranks are totally different from us ordinary folk. Yeah, he said otherwise, but I don't feel a shred of tension or admiration from his frivolous rambling. Then allow me to test it. Way awesome shit. The hell's this stuff, right? We wanna sell this. But, according to Indra, liquor is alive, making quality control essential. She mentioned doing consignment sales, but the liquor will spoil in no time without a proper place to store it. Well, Indra said she'd lend you a magic tool for that, but the issue is this. Sword made a money sign with his fingers. What price would you put on this, assuming you wouldn't need to worry about transportation and all the other stuff? Benny boy folded his arms. Not beneath a gold coin. How about pawning it off at an auction? It'd be better to sell it after seeing the initial response. Now I folded my arms. I don't want to go too public with this. Our production capacities are limited. Oh, all the more an argument for an auction. If you got only a small amount on hand, you'd be in a bind if orders flooded in. Cause of that, it'd give you less trouble if you sell it off at an auction. Besides, if we don't do that, I'd need to take it off you and go round selling it, or similar, right? If you say storage is a problem, it'd be much easier to store it here and just transport it over to the auction house when needed. Makes sense. Let's go with that. In the end, I'm fine with anything as long as we sell it suitably, even if you put together the costs for the raw materials, facilities, etc. It's far away from one gold coin. Hence, most of it will be profit. I guess I'll splurge on transportation then. I've been thinking about the means of transport. It won't be as simple to operate as a carriage, but I'll teach you how to drive it, so make sure to learn it. It's gonna be a rock lizard or some such? Rock lizard? You can use the thing I killed the other day as a substitute for a horse. Number. To put it simply, it's going to be a magic tool, golem or whatever you name it. Just so you know, I can't use any magic, Question mark. Even if you can't use magic, you can still use magic tools, can't you? Or maybe not. I did it unconsciously, and everyone living in this mansion can use magic. Normally you move these things with your own mana. I've never seen magic tools that operate through magic elements like the ones you make. Is that so? Okay, well, it'll require magic stones then. I'll change the propulsion system to be based on those. Leaving aside the quality, we've got plenty of them. Oh, that'll be cool. I see. I'm glad to hear. Alright, I'll build it then. Sword pulled a super unhappy face. Even without you looking at me like that, I'll build a very normal, ordinary transport vehicle. Chapter 68, I made a transport golem. Once upon a time I also believed I'd build a very normal, ordinary transport vehicle. So it's ended up being a magic bug anyway. I quietly averted my face. It's not that bad, is it? I had considered various things. I mean, wouldn't it be smarter to go with something like a tank in a world as dangerous as this? Assuming I had rocket launchers in the front and rear, and movable Gatling guns on the sides, how am I going to defend against all enemy attacks? Going with just 4 tires would be scary as well. No, the yokers have 6 legs, excluding the 2 front legs. But since the torso part of the transport vehicle is going to be longer, I must increase the number of legs. If I make it rectangular like a truck, it'd be easier to hit it with direct attacks and the frame would be more fragile. So wouldn't it be better to go with the curvy design? I pondered about all this and much more, just to suddenly remember pill bugs. So I made one just a tad more mechanical. Okay, this time I had choose some light metal, and although it's hidden by the legs, it also possesses a crawler track. If you open the round windows, you can shoot Gatling guns from there. Thanks to a shutter, it looks like the back's rear would split into upper and lower parts whenever it's opened. By the way, the driver's seat also uses a shutter function. You enter it by moving the front glass part up. In the unlikely event of the crawler track getting destroyed, the vehicle can still be supported by its multiple legs, and should the legs get destroyed, the crawler track can cover as a driving force. The vehicle itself can automatically judge whether to use track or legs depending on the terrain. Only Benny Boy, who built it together with me, was pleased by all of this. Awesome. It's a dream come true, seriously. I'd love to give it a test drive, though. Thanks, Benny Boy. I've been encouraged by your kind words, leading me to get carried away a bit too much. Since I'd hate for it to be mistaken as a magic bug, I recorded, even though I might look like this, I am a golem. I am helping out with carrying things as a voice track, and made sure that it could be played through a megaphone. As far as my opinion goes, I actually feel like this thing is going to draw attacks for the sake of obtaining it, you know? Sword grumbled. Who cares anyway? It can deal with most stuff thrown at it. Now then, time to give this baby a ride. Happy and antsy, Benny Boy got into the driver's seat. I climbed in as well. And you? Sword also got on. What are you doing in here? Weren't you uninterested in this? I never said that I'm not interested. You're going to build several more anyway, aren't you? I'll also give my advice, so come on, move a bit. will you? The heck, just a while ago he was ridiculing it as a magic bug. Rather than a bug, it's become a colony now, too. By the way, what's this thing called? Multi-legged transport golem, but feel free to name it as you like. You were so picky about Ryoku, and now you're readily delegating it to an idiot? I built Ryoku while having a clear image in mind. This is the result of me getting carried away as I came up with ideas. Just as I expected. Also, when it comes to me naming it, I can't come up with any names other than those which mustn't be used at all costs. Cool, UK with me calling him Cha then? Ben's naming sense was unexpectedly decent. Asterisk. The driver's seat is quite mechanical. It's crowded with measuring instruments and panels. Of course you can drive Cha without looking at all those, and you can also operate it by voice. Or rather, since I set the default driving mode to be auto, things will be fine just like this. But, as someone who loves operating robots, I believe custom voice recognition to be the death of any manual PC settings, and instead wish to fiddle with the detailed settings myself. Therefore I set the driver's cockpit up like that. Sword got startled when he saw it, and started to suddenly fidget around. I'm pretty sure he's super curious. Benny Boy said, whoa. But, do I have to memorize all of this? With a slightly dejected undertone. No, not really. It's basically set on automatic. Or maybe I should say, it all runs automatically. You might get an urge to fiddle around with it if you learn how. But just ignore it for now. Instead I'll have you master the necessary driving skill. He openly felt relieved when hearing me. Asterisk. Time to set out. Benny Boy slowly stepped on the accelerator. In response, Cha quietly started to move. Wow, it's not shaking whatsoever. Well, yeah. I added something like a shock absorber. As standard it uses the crawler track, but if the ground gets too rugged, it'll walk on its multi-legs. All for the sake of a relaxed traveling. Yep. Somehow 'tis a really comfortable drive. Oh, you can tell? I became happy since Sword noticed it, and ended up explaining. It's fully equipped with air conditioning. The set temperature is opening bracket 22 degrees Celsius closing bracket. Please think of it as the current temperature. If you want it to be a bit hotter in here, touch the up arrow over here, and if you want it to be cooler, touch the down arrow. In case you want to save fuel, you just need to stop it with the turn off next to it. In addition, it's also equipped with an emission of opening bracket negative ions closing bracket, or what you'd call a forest therapy effect. If you're in a forest, the air is much cleaner than in town. Right? That's what I mean. Furthermore, opening bracket humidification closing bracket, moisture is important as well, hence the steam is being released outside to some extent. Sword was dumbstruck. Benny Boy answered, incredible, though I didn't get about half the stuff you said just now. Always driving during long journeys is tough, isn't it? Falling asleep at the wheel is terrifying. Thus, I've tried to create an atmosphere which is as comfortable as possible, but has a slightly lower temperature to prevent sleepiness. I don't know about carriages, but this kind of golem is prone to make one drowsy. If you get assaulted by a spell of sleepiness, you have to stop driving, park on the roadside, and sleep. Thanks to the automatic brake system, Cha won't crash into obstacles, but that's no reason to drive while sleepy. Playboy, do you really get it? Chapter 69. Driving with a temporary license. The townsfolk are waving their hands, aren't they? Moreover, their greetings are directed upwards. Hey, by pressing these, you can boot up the cameras. You can continuously check the rear and sides, but these are responsible for the wide range and upper cameras. It allows you to have an overview in all directions. I point at the touch panel and monitors at the lower part. Mr. Sword, why are you pressing them? Sword ended up tampering with the panels. Not like just starting them up matters anyway. He just wanted to fiddle around with it. I'm sure, absolutely sure. When I reflexively smirked at him, he pulled on my cheeks. Nah, tampering with it is fine, isn't it? I haven't said anything. Asterisk. Thanks to that, the feeler-shaped, omnidirectional, mobile cameras sprouted upwards as they reflected the upper part of Cha, The reason for the waving immediately became clear. Ryoku has climbed atop Cha. Tilda, you found me already, huh Hilda? He's laughing bashfully while sticking out his tongue. How adorable. You're way too cute. This is the mansion's Ryoku, isn't he? Shit. Why can't the child that has been accompanying me talk in the same way? Benny Boy sighed deeply. That Gillum is really a piece of work. But I'll content myself with this guy here. Time to pick up speed. He apparently stepped down on the accelerator. Cha became faster in a whiz. Sword was acting indifferent, but he's obviously restless. I guess he probably wants to drive himself. Looking at Benny Boy from the side, he seems to be enjoying himself rather. Even without looking, it's clear that he's having a blast. Looks like he's the type of guy who loves driving cars. Asterisk. We exited onto a plane. I used this opportunity to explain the normal mode. Given that Cha can also drive backwards, I got Ryoku to help out with the training on how to park. In addition, I also had Benny Boy take hard corners and S-curves. You're quite good at this, Benny Boy. No, that much is nothing. You know, Benny Boy doesn't know modesty. No wonder he's Sword's friend. He's kinda an oddball. Alright. Seeing how Ryoku is with us, I suppose we should also test out the interception mode. Let me explain. In case of an attack by monsters or bandits, the shutter will be lowered on the front glass in addition to a release of the limiter, a cancellation of the speed limitation, and an unlocking of the magic cannons. You'll be able to observe the situation outside through the videos shown by the cameras. If you're being chased, you might be able to get away by raising the speed, but if you accept the fight, you might be hard-pressed by yourself. The aiming is done automatically and you just need to fire by hitting the switch, but it'd probably be tough to deal with a great number of enemies with just Cha. I've always made sure to ask my old adventurer buddies to guard me. So he used to be an adventurer, huh? I see. But Cha isn't built to carry many people. Okay, it depends on their build, but 6 grown men is the limit, I think. 1 on the driver's seat, 1 on the passenger's seat, and 4 on the 2 back seats would be the maximum. Man, what a luxury. I gotta say, I'll be okay with 6 people. Well, it's got no impact on the driver's seat, but assuming that the journeys would take many days, I made the interior as comfortable as possible. Oh, right. If you enter interception mode, you need to be careful about your driving. I don't know about carriages, but if you suddenly stop a vehicle like this here, the people inside are going to crash against the walls. If you don't want people to die, stay clear from sudden stops and order the passengers to properly hold onto something. Is it really going to be okay? He's not taking all of this easy, is he? In the worst case, people could die, you know? Asterisk. I ordered Ryoku to attack Cha. Benny Boy was driving in high spirits, looking very happy. Next to me, Sword has been fidgeting around way too much. So annoying. Sword, you might as well test the gunning. Since you look awfully eager to do it, go for it. At Ryoku, I nodded, as if anything could happen to one of my Ryokus. With this fire output, I've built him to withstand such a level of attacks. Ryoku was enthusiastically attacking us from his side as well. However, his attacks caused no damage to us either. I've built Cha to withstand such a level of attacks. Cha's eyes contain cameras and lighting, but if you shift the hatch, a Gatling gun will be exposed. Unless the enemy isn't quite the tough nut to crack, they'll be in for a world of pain. Sword stood up. Oh, that's quite the neat outlook. He was greeting Ryoku. Moreover, you got a counterattack in response. Whoa. You little shit, I'll give you shooting at me. He rapidly fires the gun at Ryoku, but Ryoku swiftly switches to evasion. Mr. Sword sure is all gung-ho about this. I've got no doubt that he wants to drive himself. He's been looking awfully envious of you. When I whispered to Benny Boy, I got kicked. How unreasonable. Chapter 70, I love music. Apparently having had his fill after a while, Sword closed the hatch and came back. Ain't that just fine? It might be more suited towards archers and mages, but even if you just point the thing in the general direction, the gun will selfishly correct the aim in the worst case, even some amateur could use it. No? Well, if it's someone at Ryoku's level, they'll evade the shooting. But under normal circumstances, it'll hit, I think. Man, That's plenty awesome then. It looks like going on a trip with this baby is going to be a blast. True, if only it played music, it'd be perfect, but, an RV as it's usually installed in a car is probably heresy for people who like traveling, but music would definitely be a win, right? I mean, the Otherworld me totally followed the motto, no music, no life. Thus I'd love to have some music, then sing. I was told. A cappella? Sure, why not? Booty really would like to at least have a opening bracket Cajun closing bracket. Of course, opening bracket guitar closing bracket would be ideal. Sword looked surprised. You've also got talent in music. It's nothing I learned in this world. But I can play a stringed instrument, you know. However, it's one with 6 strings. The Otherworld me was raised by parents who followed the principle of learn everything you can. Moreover, since she was encouraged by the accomplishments of Name 45 Degrees, she took lessons in classical guitar. She also dabbled with the Cajun, but never took it to a professional level. Still, since the hollow sound is pretty nice if you beat it, I like it. I do like singing, for real. Beauty cappella? Seriously? Okay. Then I'll go with a song I heard when riding a opening bracket car closing bracket in my childhood, and thus I sang Love in You. My audience was frozen in shock. The two staring at me flabbergasted because they don't understand the language of the lyrics, right? Never heard that one. You even sang it with a decent rhythm. As it's been a long time since I heard the lyrics, I felt shaky about them. But, then again, if they listened to any further relaxed songs, they might fall asleep. How about this song? I sang Requiem of Nausicaa's soundtrack. Since it's all la 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 la, it's got no lyrics to speak of. Is nobility actually singing in such a manner? Benny Boy asked with a serious expression. I'm a former noble. Also, I might have been nobility. But I was only taught manners and refinement. This is self-taught. Self-taught. What about it? Got a problem with it, dude? As soon as I became extremely sulky, Sword soothed me in panic. No, I like it, Kay. Rather, ain't you quite used to singing? I often sang in the past. At karaoke. My Otherworld self also went to live concerts, and it's not like she was tone deaf or had no sense of rhythm either. Of course, I don't know about this body. But since I don't feel like I've missed any tones, I think it should be alright. Asterisk. Do you have, like, any lyrics I understand up your sleeves? Benny Boy, I don't know any of the songs of this world. Don't ask for the impossible. Translate on the fly. You asked if things were so easy. Wait, that one might actually work. While dancing I sang No No Alien. 2. Causing a roar of laughter. Asterisk. I must say you are quite the all-round talent, Indra. Benny Boy told me after we got back from the test drive. But more importantly, Benny Boy has become all formal with me. I'm just a plain commoner like you, so no need to treat me so politely, okay? Benny Boy waved it off. No way, that'd be absurd to think. You have that aura going for you. What aura? Just when I wondered about that, Sword cut in. Hey, you never treat me with proper respect. So why does Indra get a different treatment anyway? Come on, tell me, while strangling Benny Boy's neck. Asterisk. Come to think of it, what kind of singing does this world have? You guys, sing something for me. As soon as the words left my mouth, the two froze while staring at me. Then they looked at each other. Sword, Benny Boy, you went traveling, didn't you? Feeling uncomfortable about my songs means that you should have heard quite a few songs on your trips. Give them songs a go. I'm out. In the first place, I don't really have all that much spare time to listen to music. Rather than me feeling uncomfortable, you could say I don't get in touch with music, so I was simply stunned when you casually started to sing all of a sudden. When I shifted my eyes to Sword, he became flustered. Me too. It was Sword who felt uncomfortable to begin with. No, you got it all wrong. At times I got invited to noble parties or exhibits of music for example, and that's about the only times I've heard anything in that direction. Aren't the minstrels or such around? The two exchanged a look. For the second time. Those are storytellers who occasionally accompany their words with lutes, you know, like priests with a biwa. 3 sounds like they'd say,
All worldly things have sounds. I cocked my head to the side. Indra, you were trying to imitate a minstrel with your no. Asterisk. What songs do you sing when you do? The two exchanged a look. For the third time. Typically it's hymns, I'd guess. I've also heard bout nobles having musical performances for fun. When I expected you to hum something, you started to sing for real, so I was really surprised. Now I got it. Well, as for me, that's just normal. Or rather, this world has so few fun things to do, so at least singing some songs would seem like a good idea. Wandering lute players coming to a random bar and playing a few pieces for some tips doesn't happen. That's the definition of a minstrel. But, if they went to a bar, no one would listen to them. Ordinary folk who love their drinks don't have such refined hobbies. It's the women who are thirsting for entertainment, I think. Men go to bars and grumble to others about their wives. Women swarm good-looking minstrels and ecstatically listen to their tales. That makes sense. Asterisk. Afterwards I was pestered by the maids to sing No Alien for them. They forced me to perform a mini-live in our dining hall. I went around to track down their source of information. Well, you were lovely. Once I bragged about it to the maids, I got scolded. He kept running away while giving me some silly excuses. Asterisk. And after that, I was given a lute as a present. This thing is different in shape from the instrument I can play. I don't know how to play it. To be honest, I don't feel like seriously learning it. It's my sales point to have multivaried interests, but musical instruments are something for nobles to learn. I mean, usually you'd need to diligently practice them every day, and I simply don't have the time for that. When I casually looked at the lute at a later time, it suddenly had 6 strings. Whoa. Once more the leak of this information has to be when I cast an intense glare at Sword. He averted his eyes. I sighed, and asked, has it been tuned? Of course. No helping it. I'll play it for you, damn it. But first I got to build a tuner. Asterisk. And because of that, I'm going to give a concert. What? Everyone is thirsting for entertainment? Then, sing and dance. It's been a while, yeah, should I say. I don't know whether I'll be able to play well since it's going to be the first time in my current body. When I tried to plunk the strings a bit, the sound was quite soft and dull. Oh well, whatever. For now I'll try to give it a go. With Lagrima. 4. Unexpectedly, I could actually play it. And to be honest, this body is quite high spec. I could play the piece a lot smoother compared to back when my otherworld self learned it. When I breathed out deeply, I received a fervent applause. When I looked up in surprise, everyone was eagerly clapping their hands, and not just that, some of them were even crying. Scary. The maids are somehow crying for real there. I have never heard anyone play such beautiful music. It is really regrettable. Normally you would have been able to make your debut at a salon. I am sure a wonderful gentleman or two would have fallen in love with you on first sight, and you might have had a marriage with a man of such a pedigree that you could easily disregard the Earl Sprinkett house. And yet, how vexing. If you had performed this musical piece during your birthday party, Lady Indra, all of us could have been very proud of you. There were some among my maids who were frustrated and deeply touched in some incomprehensible way. Please stop. I don't plan on marrying anyone, so it's actually better for me to have stopped being a noble. Moreover, I'm very satisfied with my current life. My noble lifestyle was full of unhappiness. Being able to do as I please, not having to lower my head for anyone, and being able to beat up and kill anyone I dislike, my current life is a dream. Hey, just a seconds, don't kill anyone, K? Sword immediately retorted. Chapter 71, Yuchi. Sword and Bennyboy seem to have taken a liking to Cha. Both are driving Cha around every day under the pretext of doing test runs. Of course, I don't have any problem with Bennyboy. I mean, it'd be bad if he didn't learn to drive Cha well. But, Sword, you got your own Yoku, don't you? What's the point in you becoming good at driving Cha? After all, Yoku runs autonomously. Asterisk. Yuchita. Sword blinked at me in surprise when I screamed in his direction. But, after apparently comprehending what I meant, his face screwed up into a very awkward expression with him becoming uneasy. It ain't like I've got any issues with my Yoku. He's riding with me when we drive Cha, isn't he? But this and that are different. Cha ain't like Ryoku. Ryoku is a Gillam who approaches humans and talks with them, while Cha is a Gillam you ride. Rather, you're simply building too many Gillams that tickle a man's heart. Isn't it then only natural for me to want to have one of my own? So he wants one for himself, huh? I sighed. I've planned to build another one as a spare. But since that one's going to be for transporting stuff as well, I don't plan to give it to you. Upon my answer, shock dyed his face. As long as it's no smaller transport vehicle, I'll build one for you. We aren't hard-pressed for transport anyway since we've got our yokas. Sword seemed overjoyed. I'm really too soft on him, am I not? Asterisk. And then I got carried away once again. It's properly following Cha's shape. Okay, a tiny Cha version. Given that the yokas can cover the transport of our luggage, I went with a camping car that would allow the yokas to board on top. Plus, still, only that much would be boring, right? I mean, we've got the yokas, don't we? Thus, if it doesn't have a few more gimmicks, it'd make the yokas obsolete, no? Therefore I added wings, enabling it to fly. Kinda like adding antlion wings to a pill bug. Plus, suddenly I recalled something. My other world self rode bikes. She actually favored motorbikes over cars. And so, I was like, I might as well build a futuristic bike if I'm at it anyway. I'd really love to ride a bike after such a long time. My other world self rode off-road, but she actually yearned for a sport bike. Didn't she? One of those completely cowled ones as they'd appear in manga and anime. Therefore, I built one. Asterisk. Arg, you friggin' did it again and used a shell for the exterior. That was Sword's first comment. It's just the weight is completely different. It's got functions that only work with a shell. So, what kind of outrageous functions are we talking about, huh? I was sure he'd be happier about this. It flies, I said with upturned eyes. In response, Sword froze. For real? I nodded. But you see, it doesn't fly all the time. Its appearance is somewhat more insect-like than the one Benny Boy is riding, but everyone has grown accustomed to the yokas, right? That's why I believe it'll be alright. If you like, I can paint pink heart marks all over its frame to make it look lovelier. I'll go ahead and just do that. Okay? I made a heart mark with my hands. Give it a rest. It'd totally ruin my reputation. Yeah, okay. It makes sense that a guy would hate having their car plastered with heart marks. It'd turn it into a painful car. I see. So it flies, huh? I nodded. The other one is definitely going to be to your liking, you know? If not, I'll use it myself, though. Huh? There's still more of him? I nodded. Since he's become a bit gentler, it seems like doesn't dislike the flying part all that much. In the other world existed a Gillam that would automatically run on 2 tires called opening bracket motorbike closing bracket. I rode one of those back in that world. I remembered it, became nostalgic, and built one that's more futuristic than the one I rode there. In a certain sense it's rather original. It feels like riding a horse, but it can drive across mountain roads. And I made sure that it's able to go at a fairly high speed. Though it needs fuel. Also, you need to be quite good at driving, and your life might be in danger in the unlikely event of you crashing. But, it's fun and I like it. Apparently that fully drew his interest. Both. Please. I got a please from him. Asterisk. Once I showed him the completed versions, he was thrilled. So far as it goes, I added offensive abilities to the small transport vehicle, but it's limited to lightning magic cannons at the front and rear. If the yokas get on, they can intercept. As for your exclusive one, it's the easiest for you to let it run on auto and attack with magic. So it can even run by itself, huh? As long as it's just plain, old, driving. It's that. An insect version of Not's Height Rider. I think that's why I also added a talking function to it. Aren't the buttons somehow different from the ones in Ben's? This one doesn't have any modes. Those are safety measures I added because it's a transport Gillam and Benny Boy is a normal human. Hey, just a second. Could you not speak of me as if I don't enter the range of normal humans? Well, you aren't if you're together with me. The interior has gravity control magic applied to it, making things lighter, but weight matters on the exterior. Please think of it as being able to fly if you have one yoku on top. but being unable to do so if you carry 2 or more yokers. If you press this button here, the wings will come out. They're quite insectoid, but oh well, I think it'll be okay. If it causes an uproar, play back the recording. By the way, if the frame leaves the ground for more than 5 seconds, the wings will come automatically as well. Sword pulled a face that made it difficult to tell whether he was happy or not. Why, I'm happy, I realized this will cause a huge outcry if the Royal Army finds out about it. I'm sorry to say that it's not suited for military deployment. Given that it has virtually no speed while in flight, it'd be shot down easily, I suspect. Even its driving speed loses out to you and me running seriously, you know. Now listen closely, K. Your and my speed are anything but normal. It's only natural for humans to not be faster than horses, he said with both his arms placed on my shoulders, as if giving me a sermon. Chapter 72, Jumping and Flying. We had a test run. Benny Boy also came along in his Ch, apparently being curious. I watched the whole show from atop my Roku, thinking it'd distract the driver if someone watched and talked to them from the side. I added a talking Ch function to the navigational system, so the explanation of the functions should pose no problems. Asterisk. Sword, as might be expected from him being an all-rounder, managed to drive the camping car without a hitch. That one goes like lightning, doesn't it? Benny Boy, yours is for transporting goods, so the freight would be shaken around if you went too fast. Also, if a huge bug went on long trips at high speed, people would fall into panic, right? Sword's car is a toy. Since it's intended for him to have some fun around here, I fiddled with it to my liking. I suppose that makes sense. After driving normally for some time, Sword's car jumped. Whoa, I mean, it's a knots height rider, so a jumping function is a must. Didn't it fly just now? That's why I told you that it's Sword's personal toy. It's completely removed from the idea of transport. Also, it's jumping. Huh? After having jumped several times, its wings came out as the flight time had apparently become too long. Wah! Sword's car flew off with a buzz. Gradually the inertial flight time stopped and the speed dropped, resulting in a relaxed flight. Benny Boy stared with his mouth agape, completely dumbfounded. Don't fly up too high, tilde. You'll draw too much attention, tilde. I informed Sword while empowering my voice with a booster spell. After flying around for a while, he apparently had his fill, and landed on the ground again. Then he drove his car over to us, and stopped. I got off Ch with my Roku. How was it? I haven't heard anything about it going to jump, he thundered. Contrary to my expectation of him enjoying himself, he was startled, it seems. Should I remove the function then? Nah, just leave it there. So he did have a blast after all. Also, you mentioned the opening bracket by closing bracket or something like that? Yep. In the language of this world you describe it as two-wheeled golem, I guess. Let's see, I think I'll name it opening bracket bronco closing bracket. It means vaulting horse. Benny Boy was shocked. Just a second, Indra. Aren't you pampering Mr. Sword way too much? Building something that's far more amazing than ancient golems and readily giving it to him just like that in the first place. Mr. Sword doesn't even need it, does he? He can run much faster than a golem, right? Apparently well aware of it himself, Sword quietly averted his face as he was unable to refute. Now, he's taking care of me in various ways, and I like building stuff. It's not like he forced me into it. I made it and gave it to him on my own accord, so don't be so bitter about it. Benny Boy sighed deeply. Somehow, you're totally like an adult. Men, you see, never stop being little boys, but you don't follow that rule at all. That's because I'm a woman. Asterisk. Next, the bike test run. Seeing Bronco after it was unloaded by Roku, the two men howled. The frame imitated that of a fully cowled Ch bike, just with a conspicuously futuristic style. I colored it piano white, Sword's personal color, and accentuated it with black, Sword's eye color. For the frame I properly used metal, and even coated it. However, since it's not like it's powered by an engine and gasoline, half of it is hollow. Awesome. It's so friggin' cool. The hell's this? I can't believe my own eyes. You can build such stuff as well? Leaving aside Benny Boy's exuberant praise,
Sword's comment is rather rude, isn't it? Actually, I'm surprised that you guys consider it cool. I thought you wouldn't understand the artistic appeal behind this. I don't wanna be told that by someone who builds insectoid golems, they retorted in sync. Asterisk. Shaking their comment off, I explained, it uses biometric authentication. It'll start up if you touch the handle. Sword straddled it, grabbed the handle, and turned the switch on. Whoa! It's glowing. Lamps went on all over the frame. Wow, this is amazing. I'm getting totally hyped here. Glad to hear. It doesn't matter which side, but if you twist the grip towards yourself, it'll speed up, and if you twist it the other way, it'll slow down. If you let go of it, the speed will be locked, but continue to drop over time. You'll find a lever close to the right hand grip. That one's the brake. Don't grab and screw it around with a jerk, okay? You'd experience an impact that would be far worse than a horse suddenly stopping mid-gallop. Since it's dangerous, it's set to limit the speed at first. I gave him a rundown on the operation. You can release the speed limit with the left foot peg. It has 3 stages: normal, speedy, ultimate. For each stage you have to lift the foot peg while pinning down the level at the left-hand grip. Once the bike stops, it returns to normal. Otherwise it'd leap up when departing, etc., etc. Moreover, it's a hidden function, but this bike can jump as well. If you reach under the right-hand grip with your thumb, you'll find a button. Press it while keeping the timing in mind. Depending on how strongly you press it, the jump power will change. When you dismount the bike, press this stop panel over here. Stands will come out. Also, it's wrong to merely sit on the bike and steer it with the handle. The trick is to tightly keep the bike's seat between your thighs and bend the bike to the sides by shifting your center of gravity. Gotcha. I'll practice. Sword immediately got started. Asterisk. OF. Nothing less of an S-rank adventurer. He's already driving it quite proficiently despite being a beginner at it. It makes me slightly envious. I want to ride it as well. But since I made it for Sword, my feet won't reach the pegs thanks to my lily body. And here I had thought that I might be able to rebuild it for my own use if he'd said that he doesn't want it. How nice. So damn nice. Always pampering only Mr. Sword tilde. Benny Boy looked super jelly. I don't really mind building one for you as well, but that thing is really dangerous, you know? Sword might survive a fall, but any ordinary human would definitely suffer heavy injuries, and if unlucky, die on the spot. I can't ride such a fearsome magic horse. Or rather, is the danger of being thrown off smaller, the less ferocious it is in comparison to a magic horse? Is it? I can't tell. Oh well, whatever. I'll build you one. Yahoo! Benny Boy danced in joy. But, since it's going to be dangerous, I want you to wear boots, knee and elbow protectors, and a shock-reducing helmet. Whoa, I'll be just like an adventurer. But, who cares? It'll be cool as long as I think of it as a magic horse. I'll ride it while wearing powerful shock-absorbing armor. In the background, Sword had probably shifted the mode after completely mastering the driving. Letting the bike race across the plain with a loud vrooming, he casually pulled off a slalom track, and occasionally let the bike leap and jump. Don't tell me that having built a Ch for him had been completely for naught. Asterisk. Later on I also finished Benny Boy's bike. It's a version with the same shape but grey on piano black coloring. Wow, so flashy, because it seems like it'd fit a Playboy. I'd planned to use the reverse color scheme of Sword's bike, but since that'd have become way too garish, I toned it down. Of course I planned to make mine blue-green, but currently I've got no time to play around with bikes. Next I must turn my attention back to the restaurant again. Chapter 73, Accounting. What's that? Restaurants apparently achieved a highly appraised ambience through paintings and performers. As I couldn't evade this custom, I created gorgeous covers and flower pots that gave the decorative plants an additional artistic touch, resulting in everyone becoming extremely delighted. Now then, leaving the interior design at that, I started to work on the management. I thought I had hired people capable of accounting to let them handle it, but people capable of accounting actually couldn't process the accounting. Benny Boy hasn't only played around by driving Bronco together with Sword, but he's also gone along with my consultations. I've heard that he's capable of accounting to a reasonable degree as a merchant, but I quickly realized that accounting on a level of the other world would be impossible. You are truly a box full of surprises when it comes to versatility, Indra. What's the deal with you being better at accounting than me? Benny Boy said in astonishment. I'm not an all-rounder for show, but I'm in a bind. Is it something that can somehow be handled through education? Even in the other world, the number of people capable of properly noting down the figures in accordance to the set rules were limited. I wonder whether this world has any of them. Asterisk. At that point, an employee's child raised its hand. I'm good at writing, so I'll memorize it, even if it costs me my life. You don't have to go that far, seriously. There's other people who are good at it as well, so would it be alright for them to learn it as well? I was asked. If they're motivated, I'll teach them, but their employment will depend on whether they're good enough at it afterwards, I warned in advance. Benny Boy was apparently going to join in as well, stating that now wasn't the time to play around. Asterisk. I held a bookkeeping course for several children and adults. Somehow they increased in number, who had become my pupils. I'll be troubled if I can't get them to master a receipt journal at the very least as absolute basics. Using a presentation with holographic panels, I explained what the course would be about and what a receipt journal was used for. It's a method to note down figures, eventually allowing anyone to easily tell how much profit has been made, how many goods are still left on stock, and whether it matches with the account book, if you aim for perfection. But this world doesn't require all that. For starters, it'll be for simply tracing the money flow. Given that this world had only simple paper, I created paper bundles with grids similar to registers at high speed with my magic. Because the currencies were divided in this kingdom, it made things slightly annoying. And then I gave a lecture on how to write a cash book. For the calculations I built a magic calculator. I also used an abacus, so I gave them a lecture on how to use abacuses. I strictly instructed them to use the magic calculator for the final verification of accounts and to always check back 3 times if they found any errors. When I told them that they could do mental arithmetics if they felt confident in that, all of them shook their heads. Benny Boy raised his hand. It might be no more than an absurd idea, but don't tell me, can you actually calculate these figures in your head, Indra? Obviously. Everyone stared at me with their mouths agape. Asterisk. Not just Benny Boy, but even other merchants came to me in order to receive my lessons on accounting for some reason. It was plain as day that Benny Boy was the criminal behind spreading the information. It's impossible for me to teach them free of charge. Benny Boy, your sword's friend, and we plan to have you help out without profit now and in the future. So it's an investment into the future. You said exploit right there. I totally heard it. Benny Boy became naggy. It suddenly struck me, but Benny Boy, aren't you too loose-tongued? Huh? You haven't heard? Heard what? Asterisk. It seems like Benny Boy's loose tongue was the trigger for him to get acquainted with Sword in the first place. Back when Sword tried to sell treasures he had obtained in a dungeon to the Merchant Guild, Benny Boy apparently went against the rules by interfering with the trade and calling the price in question. For Sword it was a welcome meddling, but it was still taboo to do so in the Merchant Guild. Apparently they follow the guideline that the one getting cheated is at fault and should take it as a lesson. Under normal circumstances Benny Boy should have had his Merchant Guild's license revoked as he broke that taboo, and moreover smack down in the middle of the Merchant Guild. But the one getting cheated was Sword. Sword got really pissed. It seems, I should take it as a lesson, eh? Then let me give the Merchant Guild a lesson as well, especially, you little bastard. From now on I'll never accept a request of the Merchant Guild. Even if you get attacked by a dragon, as long as the Merchant Guild is affected, I won't move a single finger. Even if I'm gonna lose my license over it. I'll publicly announce that I was about to get mugged by this guild and that the guild revoked the license of the sole merchant who tried to prevent it. Oh well, I suppose that something like this is just a normal practice for you people. But, if you believe that such shit flies outside this guild, I'll give you a proper lesson about the value of such a thinking. You better be ready for it, fuckers. As might be expected, even the guild considered this a very bad deal, and immediately apologized while reissuing Benny Boy's license, but ever since then Sword never did any business with the Merchant Guild, always selling stuff directly to Benny Boy. Later, when the Adventurer Guild started to purchase his dungeon treasures at a fair price. This story spread like the wind, resulting in the guildmaster and his staff of the merchant guild in question being sacked. The end. Asterisk. Sword sure is a patient man. I'd have taught the merchant guild what happens if you cheat people by blowing the whole building to smithereens right then and there. Whoa, nothing less of a former noble. You definitely don't shy away from drastic measures, he told me in admiration. Well, if that were to help Sword, it'd be fine, but I'd hate it if it caused trouble for him. In short, there are good and bad times to speak up, you know, Benny boy. I guess it means I can't tell you anything I want to keep secret. You've got so little trust in me. I mean, even I wouldn't blather about something that's supposed to stay confidential. Can he be trusted? Right now, in this situation. But the merchants attending the lesson through Benny boy were young and modest. They were also paying for the lessons. Therefore, I taught them how to keep an account book, how to extract lists out of the account book, and how to draft documents based on analysis of the account book. Using a merchant who had been keeping book relatively decently as an example, we did his accounting once more with what we'd learned so far, fixed it, did assorted journalizing, classified the accounts, and created lists. If you do it like this, it's easy to tell what the money has been spent on, right? You're also able to say how much profit you made with this paper here. Even the entries written down here are easier to understand if you keep a book. If you continue filling out these papers regularly, you'll become able to grasp the money flow over time. Until now you might have done it by feeling, but numbers are precise and don't lie. I think you'll reach a point where you'll be able to analyze the fluctuations in the amount of money of stocked goods. It made me feel slightly good how the merchants were full of admiration. Benny boy praised me highly as well. Ma, don't you think it'd have been better to not have quit being a noble after all? I mean, you'd be able to develop your fief at an incredible rate if you used your awesome abilities to manage your territory, he told me. But all of this is at the level of managing a household's account book in the other world, you know. Chapter 74, I'm so nervous. I ended up making a nice profit with the short courses. Since I also sold the account books, I raked in quite a bit of money. After being troubled about what to do with all the cash, I decided to give that income back to my mansion and its residents. First I expanded the brewing area. Moreover, I created a storage magic tool with a function to adjust the temperature, for the sake of making the workplace as comfortable as possible. In addition, I added a room where sterilization, laundry, and drying could be done in one swoop. Asterisk. Deciding to leave the brewing area at that, I extended the mansion itself. Thus we bought new land. Accompanying that, I increased the number of yokers. Since it'd be difficult to move around now that the grounds has become fairly large, I told the yokers to allow a ride if requested. The spare chart would be available for a ride as well, as long as it wasn't rented out by anyone else. But the only ones allowed to ride chart were registered drivers who had passed the driving exam by instructor Sword. Moreover, I made sure to add a slow speed mode, and set it up so that it'd be impossible to change modes without permission. A huge number of people applied to become drivers. Almost everyone, even the women, attended the driving lectures, and everyone passed the exams. Still, what's up with that? Won't it be just fine to use the yokers to move around? Asterisk. Next is. Sword rolled his eyes at me as I brooded. There's still more? Rather. Isn't it about time to open the remodeled restaurant? True. Maybe that's the reason why I feel an urge to do other stuff. I mean, such things happen, don't they? Once the deadline for stressful work or studies draws close, you're drawn towards distracting yourself with other things. After staring at Sword, I leapt at him. Whoa. It's just that I'm slightly nervous. I'm constantly worrying that something might happen during the opening. Well, it might be fun if something does happen, but I don't really feel too thrilled about it. Sword hugged me while gently stroking my head. That's just normal for Nyon. It's actually weird to feel thrilled when it comes to organizing big events. You might have a point, But I'm sure it's simply that my senses got messed up thanks to all that's been going on during my childhood. I'm not easily perturbed by things, but somehow I can't quite get a read on what's going to happen this time. My otherworldly knowledge is more of a hindrance here, as I don't know what kind of people the rich of this world are. Well, I doubt Nyeon would be as crazy to pull shit at a restaurant with a name haughty restaurant that's been run by me, an S-rank adventurer, and you, a former young lady of an Earl family. But it's certainly true that things always escalate way beyond my expectations. I'll come with you on the day of the opening, so don't kill anyone in a fit of short temper, K? I laughed. Basically, it's a restaurant we started based on the idea of wanting to showcase the skills we've nurtured so far and to allow other people to eat our food, and not for the sake of earning lots of money. Given that I've set up the restaurant because the master cook and those below him bitterly complained, we have become able to make such wonderful dishes, and yet we can only feed it to a very limited number of people. I've been thinking that it'd be no problem to let them do as they please. It won't matter even if it goes bankrupt, and I won't mind it being in the red either. After all, it's not like I'm looking for profit here. I voiced those thoughts to the master cook and his staff, but since they enthusiastically reassured me that they wouldn't allow that to happen, I ended up getting infected by their tension as well. On the nervously awaited day of the opening, I was forced to wear a dress and even had a wig planted on my head. This hair is completely identical to my natural hair. Where did you obtain it? We took custody of the hair my lady had Lady Primrose cut off, and processed it into a wig. Scary. That's a story from like eons ago. It's already been more than 5 years, no? Still, it seems to come in handy now. Seeing me with my hair up, Sword got so startled that he jumped. Whoa. Hey, why are you cross-dressing as a woman? What's wrong with him to blurt out something like that despite me constantly telling him that I'm a woman? Moreover, Benny Boy isn't any better either. Indra, why are you dressing like a woman? Are you cosplaying? No matter how you look at it, playing a female noble is too much of a stretch. Wait, I mean, you've always been thinking that I'm a noble, haven't you? I kicked the two at full force, and headed back to the maids. The maids and servants. Lady Indra, you are so beautiful. It reminds me of your childhood. You are very lovely. Finally we could dress up Lady Indra properly. I have always longed for this day. You are truly beautiful and it suits you exceedingly well, you know, praised me to no end. I returned to the two groaning dudes. Sword, you can escort nobles to some extent, can't you? I asked. In response, he stopped groaning and became confused. Instead, I can, but I'm not good at it. I mean I unwillingly memorized only what I needed to know when I got invited by royalty or nobility. That's plenty. As you might expect, it'd be silly to walk around like an adventurer without any escort while wearing this dress. Everyone would feel dejected if I did that. After glancing at the maids, Sword scratched his head. You got a point. They went this far to doll you up, so yeah, okay, gotcha. I'll escort you. He stood up. Nothing less of Mr. Sword. Despite knowing a term like escort, he doesn't even know what it entails. Benny Boy, that's no praise, nor is it the time for that. You'll be stuck learning it yourself soon enough. If you start selling booze, you'll get your own invitations. You might be going through brokers, but even so, low-ranking, rich nobles work quickly. I believe they'll invite you personally in no time. You know? Benny Boy became as white as a sheet. But it makes sense. I mean he's a playboy, so he's obviously going to have problems learning all the etiquette. Do your best. We got the Yokas and Chas, but we headed over in a carriage. It's a custom of nobility, that's why. Maybe I should build a limousine next them. Even though it was a short trip, it was uncomfortable, and my butt hurt. Sword seemed to think the same. Yo, how about you build us an exclusive, decent ride for the next time? He asked. I got out of the carriage while being escorted by him. The doorman, who threw a quick scrutinizing glance at me, bowed deeply and opened the door for us. By the way, Sword was in full dress, too. He apparently owned several outfits for hours of need, but the maids pestered him. Please get a suit that matches Lady Indra, resulting in him having a new one made. It looks just like the outfit of some high-ranking noble. The suit was exquisite enough to make Sword scream. Then again, my dress didn't lose out in that respect either. Chapter 75. It's the pre-open reception. When I stepped inside the restaurant, today's invitees had their breath taken away while straightening their backs. On this fine day we were holding the pre-open reception. On the first day, the owners, Sword and me, would personally greet the guests. Well, I'm going to be the only one doing the greeting, though. Sword has completely refused it, hands down. Dear ladies and gentlemen, you have my deepest gratitude for having followed our invitation to attend our humble feast today despite your busy schedule. My name is Indra, and I am the owner of the haughty restaurant. I am delighted and pleased to make your acquaintance. After the customary greeting, I explained all the key points of this restaurant such as the store's concept, the methods of ordering, the means to reserve a table, the requirements for companions, what to do if they'd like to introduce acquaintances to this place, and so on. Since we will accept requests to take out the leftover food, feel free to ask at any moment. However, the food will not last long, so please make sure to eat it up on the same day. I can already foresee that the ladies and gentlemen, who are fond of drinks, or maybe I should say, liquor, will be very eager to purchase the liquor that is going to be served today. But, at present, we do not have any plans to sell it. The venue became noisy. Some of the guests even looked shocked. Huh? Were they hoping to buy a stock here or something like that? The reason is grounded in my personally producing only small amounts. Unfortunately, the supply would not be able to keep up with the demand. I believe currently the only places for you to buy the liquor will be this restaurant and an auction where Sword's friend, a merchant, is going to sell some of the liquor. Also, since it is a product that is difficult to store, sales to individuals will have to wait for the time being. To make up for this, the first cup will be free of charge for you. We have a drink menu, and you can pick any of the drinks listed there for free. However, starting with the second cup, we will need to charge you the price as it is listed on the menu. Cheers welled up. Sword cast a glance at me. But, don't worry, rather than them tenaciously pestering us about selling the liquor to them, it's better to run a first cup free campaign. Now then, as you can see, I am former nobility, but nowadays I am a commoner and adventurer. That said, I might know noble etiquette, but I don't plan on bothering you with it. This restaurant is intended for commoners as a place to visit when they feel like enjoying some extravagance. I stopped talking for the moment, and took a look around me, shrugging my shoulders. That's why, no need to act all stiff and formal. Although it's bound to the condition of not causing any trouble to others, you can enjoy the liquor and food to your heart's content. Oh, before I forget, no matter how much money you might have, don't overdo it with the drinking. If you go on a rampage or act inappropriately, you'll be kicked out and won't be allowed to drink any liquor in this restaurant anymore. Well then, please enjoy yourself to the fullest. Laughter suddenly broke out. Sword smiled wryly, too. For the time being, I had Sword escort me to the waiting room. Now then, I think we'll help out when needed while keeping an eye on things. Yeah, heaven if you say that. All I can do is carry the luggage, you know. That's plenty. How about you go entertain the guild master for a bit? He came since we sent him an invitation, but he looked somewhat overwhelmed by all of this. Sure, why not? I'm gonna call out to all the folk thinking they came to the wrong place. Sword disappeared towards the floor. As I was looking around, the first thing I noticed were the people who couldn't decide on their first drink. Since I suspected that some people would fill their cups to the brim if left to their own devices, I had the staff walk around with trays that were loaded with pre-filled cups of different drinks. People were looking at the selection while groaning. A normal drink would be filled to the brim together with ice. The cups with cider and ale were filled by 70% without any ice. The smaller, ornamented glasses with wine were likewise filled by 70%. Brandy and whiskey could contain ice, but they were usually one-shots and the glasses were half full. We also mixed brandy and whiskey with carbonated drinks, turning them into highballs. I had hired staff for the sake of only working the drinks, and had thoroughly taught them all I know about it. To be honest, I had expected that some of them might steal liquor, but not a single one has done so. On the contrary, they were holding the bottles and glasses with trembling hands while looking scared, because all of it was expensive stuff. When I rudely asked some of them, "Don't you sometimes feel like stealing and selling the liquor, seeing how you'd be able to earn manifold your wages?" They shook their heads furiously. "I'd definitely get exposed. This is the only place selling these, so I'd be caught in no time. I don't have the balls to steal and sell something belonging to an S-rank adventurer. If I did anything like that, my life would be forfeit." They answered, "Ah, I guess it's what Sword talked about a while ago. No one would sneak into the house of an S-rank adventurer." Seeing how it apparently happened quite a few times in reality, I can't describe you as anything but naive and too good-hearted. Don't become too complacent just because you're an S-rank adventurer, is what I thought, but it looks like normally people don't steal and sell your stuff. Asterisk. Once everyone had finally chosen a drink, people toasted all over the place. Even the guild master, who had been acting meek and frightful so far, seemed to have relaxed a bit after chatting with Sword, and cheerfully clinked glasses with him. The guild master went with a highball, I think. Sword chose ale. How unusual for Sword to pick ale. Oh, I got it. It's because he alone can drink as much as he likes. Well, I think he'd drink as much as he wants even without the permission to do so, but I wonder whether he understands that it's a bad idea. Can he actually read the mood? I told the waiter to not give Sword any refills, even if he asked. As soon as I also added a message for Sword, telling him that he should read the atmosphere as we couldn't have him being the only one in the room getting as many refills as he wanted. The waiter headed over to inform Sword. The guild master, who watched and listened from the side, broke out into roaring laughter at Sword's completely flabbergasted face. Sword immediately blew a fuse, and rushed over to me. "I'm one of the owners, so what's the issue?" "Then you should read the situation all the more. The guests around you can't drink as much as they like, can they? If only you were to down one drink after the other, you'd draw extremely envious and reproachful looks on yourself, wouldn't you?" After being at a loss for a moment, he headed back on the floor once more. There he went on the stage I had used for my greetings earlier, and gave a rather messy speech himself. "I'm the owner, Sword. Thanks for coming to our restaurant today. Today it'll be my treat. Drink as much as you like." Well, if I said that, Indra would get pissed and beat me black and blue. So 3 cups. Up to 3 cups is free of charge for everyone. The hall burst into loud cheers. Still, he wanted to drink his liquor so much that he went even as far as doing something he's bad at, like giving a speech. Asterisk. The full course menu is as follows: amuse-bouche and gougier. As hors d'oeuvre, a 3-layer terrine, monster meat in a chilled, fermented orange mint sauce, and 1 item from the assorted platter of appetizers. As supper, a potage made out of potatoes and fermented apples. As main, monster meat sauté and a portion of wine-based stew. As dessert, cheesecake with fermented berry sauce. Lastly, the guests could choose between cold water with a shot of orange mint and regular, hot water. 1 cup was free of charge here. Black tea cost extra. So did the bean tea I had developed. This was the menu the master chef and I came up with after pooling our ideas. Given that we could use as much milk as we wanted nowadays, we adopted it in many dishes. I mean, we made mountains of gougier. Eggs? You're asking where I found eggs in this world? Hi. That's something I caught as well. No, I scouted it. A cockatrice. Moreover, a unique kind. It was tiny. On top of that, its plume had an eye-popping blue color. Since it told me, I was shunned by my brethren for being small, and thus I've been living in hiding since I'm weak, with its body trembling all over. I answered, "Then, how about I provide you with a safe place to live in exchange for you giving me eggs?" And thus the scouting was complete. Of course I also had it invite its friends. They were red and yellow, resulting in me having various thoughts on the matter, but I didn't mention a single of them. After explaining the situation to the charge cows, I got both to live together. Since the cockatrices said, "Our cockspurs and the fangs of our snake part have poison glands, but no poison will come out unless we will it," I prepared a magic antidote tool and an antidote that could be drunk at any moment as a precautionary measure. But they lived so peacefully together that it didn't look like it had been needed, and the cockatrices produced masses of eggs for us as well. Still, that was really a big help. Until now I had diligently walked around and picked up eggs whenever I found some, but with this I'd finally be able to have a stable supply. Their fodder was very cheap too, since they had apparently taken an extreme liking to the leftovers from our liquor brewing. The charge cows liked those leftovers as well, so they heartily feasted on it together. In addition, they picked at more torpy plants, and their snake part apparently ate the smaller monsters that showed up every once in a while. They sure are peaceful. Their colors are super close to being a traffic light though. Oops, I spilled the beans. The eggs produced by those colorful cockatrices had colorful shells, but their content was ordinary. The colorful shells made it seem like we were having Easter every day, but they were a lot more delicious than the ones I had gathered so far. The flavor was deep. By the way, the milk from my charge cows was also more delicious than the one I drank at the milk stand a while back. That's a unique species for you. As I blankly thought about the events around the cockatrice, the menu had progressed all the way to dessert. Around a third of the people wanted to take out some food. The guildmaster was among them, too. The dessert was especially a dish all of them wanted to take out. It looks like they're going to share it with their wives and children. How very kind. I'm sure most of the family-oriented people opted for takeout. The drinkers turned down a digestive for the reason of having to sober up. Quite amazing, that. Chapter 76. Hero, you say? Apparently the opening reception was a full success on the whole. The event itself was quite some work, but there was no real chaos, and the master chef and his staff were overflowing with a sense of accomplishment. The guests seemed nervous at first, but after Sword went around, calling out to several people, and when they drank some liquor, people started to relax a bit. Also, Sword probably drank way more than 3 cups. Each time he went to a new person, he was holding a new glass. Oh well, all's fine as long as it's not been exposed. When the guests headed back home, Sword and I bid them farewell at the door while personally handing each a small souvenir, and that was the end of the whole event. We'll have a review meeting tomorrow. For today, let's celebrate the successful opening. After a short cleaning, we should enjoy some liquor and eat the leftover appetizers. If that's not enough, I'll make some more. Everyone broke out in loud cheering upon my words. After putting the first part of my words into practice by giving the venue rough tidying, we lined up the leftovers. In addition, I made some pasta, and then all of us toasted. Man tilde, we somehow managed to get through this. In the end it became a lot busier than expected, but I think we can still call it a success. The cooks chatted cheerfully. The part-timers seem happy as well. I hear all of them are going to become official staff, but they'll have to run through the staff training courses, starting from the lowest position. Either way, I'll leave that stuff to my servants. Sword, you were a big help. Thanks to you making the rounds, things went down smoothly for the most part. Well, it's just what you'd expect from carefully chosen guests. All of them were gentle, well-mannered rich folk. So even someone like me could handle it one way or another. As we were talking, the master chef drew close. Your ladyship Indra, please allow me to congratulate you on your success. Master cook, you also performed your duties exceptionally well. The cook smiled wryly after we exchanged courtesies. Your dress suits you perfectly. You have also become a master at giving greeting speeches, and yet you are not going to return to being a noble? Of course not. It's too stiff and cramped for me. The commoner's dislike and insults are similar to a faint, gentle breeze when compared to noble abuse, malicious harassment, and extreme bullying. You know, it's pretty obvious that I wouldn't be able to put up with that. And the best job where you don't have to put up with anything is being an adventurer. Look at Sword. He lives as he pleases, earns tons of money, and if things go south, even royalty lowers their head in front of him. Probably. Hey, could you stop phrasing the last part like a question? Doesn't that make me look like a wannabe? The cook laughed. I guess you have a point there, but true. As long as you stay at Sir Hero's side, you will be safe. What was that?
After cocking my head in confusion, I shifted my eyes to Sword, and then looked back at the cook. "You're saying he also has such an alias?" "Alias? No, Sir. Sword is a patriotic hero of this kingdom." "You did not know?" "What was that?" I shifted my eyes to Sword once more. "What does that mean?" Sword scratched his cheek with a troubled expression. "I was designated as S-rank adventurer because I repelled the dragon and demon who had attacked the kingdom. The ones fighting at my side back then were the guy with the alias Peerless Strength, and Bloody Witch whom you met the other day. However, the one fighting to the bitter end, carrying away heavy injuries, and ultimately making the enemies flee was the hero Thunderclap Whitefang." I didn't know. Among the nobles, some dislike this fact while others are thankful. But, I have heard that the royal family had been deeply grateful, and for the common people, he is a hero. For there to exist such a deep meaning behind Sword being an S-rank. So he wasn't a self-proclaimed big shot. "I see." Sword looked at me like a beaten dog, completely disappointed. "That's all you got to say about this?" "I suppose in the end you weren't a self-proclaimed big shot." He grabbed my face. "MMPFF. I gotta take my hat off in light of your admirable calmness." "Okay, but why are you grabbing my face then?" Chapter 77, B-rank adventurers have shown up. Some adventurers came around to visit Bennyboy. It looked like he was going to depart at long last. Nowadays he had completely settled down in our mansion as one of its residents by shrewdly securing himself a room. On top of that, he was earning some pocket money after having opened up a street stall for our eggs, milk, and processed goods. But the adventurer's visit reminded me that he was actually a peddler. Lady Indra, let me introduce you. This is the party I belonged to back when I was an adventurer myself. Pale Moon of Dawn. Totally sounds like a bad omen. Or did they choose that name because of their exceedingly weak presence? Somehow I managed to nod at the inconspicuous quadruplet of small people. "Ah, you must be thinking something rude. Am I right?" "Don't be deceived by their appearance. They're excellent B-rank adventurers." I widened my eyes in slight surprise. It seems like there's almost no A-rank adventurers around these days. Well, Sword and Peerless Strength used to be two A-rankers, but both became S-rank. There was another party, but they were missing ever since the dragon attack. So you could rightfully claim that B-rank was essentially the highest rank among adventurers. Pale Moon of Dawn consisted of 2 men and 2 women. Both of the women held wands, but also shouldered bows. One man was equipped with a short spear and daggers while the other had a club and bow. "We mostly do escort requests, as a party that focuses on ranged attacks," a woman said after noticing my stare. "I'm the leader of Pale Moon of Dawn, Shine. It's an honor to meet you, the partner of Thunderclap Whitefang." She held out a hand. "I'm Indra, Sword's partner. Nowadays we go under the name Allrounders. We plan to have Bennyboy sell our liquor in the near future. Please take care of him and the goods as his escort." When I clasped her hand, she had quite the grip, as might be expected of an archer. Probably. All I can sense is her probably trying to apply pressure. "Maybe." "Hey, what you doing there?" Sword turned up. As you can see, we're exchanging greetings. Just as I answered, my hand was suddenly released. "MMH? Is something the matter?" No, nothing at all." She cracked a smile at me while seeming flustered, so I replied with a smile of my own. "You have quite the grip." "I guess that's only to be expected of an archer." "It's proof of your diligent training, I'd say." "Then again, it makes sense for the training regime to be different when it comes to B-rankers." The other party members looked back and forth between their leader and me, grinning broadly. "Is it alright for me to greet you as well?" "Ah, we've got another playboy over here, too." "I'm Tran." I shook his hand. "Could I have my hand back anytime soon now?" He let go of my hand while looking crestfallen. "What's going on? Is it something like a handshake event because I'm such a beautiful girl? I wonder whether I should sing and dance a song." All of them requested a handshake from me. Am I kinda popular? Am I in the period where I draw the most romantic interests? When I looked back at Sword, he was watching with narrowed eyes, and yet a fed-up expression. Am I possibly popular? Did they want to shake my hand because I'm such a beauty? Bennyboy immediately burst into laughter. PFFT. He went PFFT on me.
That's Lady Indra for you. I must lower my head at your calmness of handling everything at your own pace. Seriously. Then lower it. I grabbed his head and pushed it downwards. Ouch. I give up. Once I let go, Sword stroked me. Yep, you're a bundle of conceit while being quite strong. It ain't because you're popular, just so you know. Also, your looks aren't bad, sure. But, no one would ever think of you as a beautiful girl, you know. What was that? That's not true. The maids and servants keep telling me that I am. Them. Huh? They're special. They blindly worship you, no matter what you might do. In reality, it's already weird to consider you as a woman. How terrible. Sword looked at the other adventurers. So, you with your prided grip? What did you think of my partner's hand grip? Or rather, you're aware that my partner grabbed your hand as carefully and kindly to not crush it like a ripe tomato, are you? All while misunderstanding it as her being popular. That stung. Nothing would be weird about a beauty like me holding a handshake event. It isn't odd in any way if everyone crowds towards me while wishing to touch my hand. I snarled loudly in anger, but Sword didn't listen. You had luck that it was someone like her. My partner is a dud. I mean, she's really so silly to misunderstand something like folk lunging at her as being popular. Otherwise you'd be stuck gulping down healing potions round now. Dud? What's with him calling me a dud? I'm no disappointing beauty. Now, calm down. It's just their usual way of greeting people. Please don't get so pissed at them, okay? Benny Boy went between the two parties. A handshake event is a greeting? No, shaking hands is normal, isn't it? Sure, I won't deny being a clean freak, but just because the other party's hands are dirty, I wouldn't do something as rude as shaking their hand with a glove on. Yeah, okay, that comment just now went out of bound in rudeness. The adventurers all stared at their hands. Meanwhile Sword sighed very deeply. Afterwards, the adventurers apologized to me. They explained that they always compared grip strength in the name of performing a greeting with people who ridiculed them for being small and powerless. Wait, I didn't ridicule you in any way, though. Did I? I just thought that you were unfortunate to have a thin presence just like your party name suggests. Whoa. That's even worse. All of them felt dejected. Aren't you glad? This girl here doesn't shy away from calling other folks' party names as pathetic into their face. Yours is still better as an evaluation, isn't it? Sword's nickname is so bad that my brain refuses to translate it. It's so painful on the ears that it almost drives tears into my eyes. Immediately following I was grabbed by an iron claw. I'll make you forget by squeezing it out to you just like that. Don't worry, I've already forgotten. It was a prickling pain. As I stroked the place he'd grabbed, the adventurers looked at us, dumbfounded. No doubt, Allrounders is a nice party name. It fits you two to a T, Benny Boy commented. This girl, too? Their leader asked. Lady Indra is incredible. She can use magic arts and build magic tools. I've also seen her train the sword. It was friggin' awesome. He said friggin' awesome just now, didn't he? One that doesn't really sound strong. She's capable of cutting a big rock apart with a sword at her waist. Sword pointed at my wooden sword. The adventurers were lost for words. At some point I've simply become able to do so. Very likely. The only thing I can't cut with this is opening bracket conjack closing bracket. 2. Huh? Never mind, just ignore it. This world has no conjack, so yeah. Anyway, it's time to unveil the transport golem Lady Indra built and lent to me. Benny Boy is super excited. He totally looks like he wants to brag. Previously we'd have gone to the barn with everyone, but now the golems are stored away in a golem parking lot. Eek. The two women shrieked. Ain't hos monsters? They don't look anything like monsters, do they? You'd think so, I guess. But Lady Indra is a genius. If she makes up her mind to build something, she simply goes ahead and finishes it in a whiff. Though, for some reason she's obsessed with bugs. But, despite that, their performance is marvelous. Once Benny Boy passed through the infrared sensor, accompanied by a peep, the windscreen slid down with a whoosh. What was that just now? Awesome, isn't it? It moves independently, you know. Now, come on and hop in. Hurry.
Hurry! Benny Boy beckoned them over. It totally feels like willfully entering the mouth of a crazy-ass demonic bug just to be eaten. How awful. But it looks like they got startled when they took a look at the interior. Wow! The inside is as incredible as an ancient city. Ben, can you control all of this? Yeah, around half of it, I think. Basically it's fine as long as you don't start fiddling around with it. But Mr. Sword loves to play around by tampering with this and that, so I learned some from that, I guess. When I directed a powerful glare at Sword, he quietly averted his face. Contrary to its exterior appearance, its insides are the height of comfort, aren't they? What the hell? The seats are all fluffy and soft, you know? Oh my, this seems like the ideal place for sleeping. Benny Boy was beaming with pride. I've been practicing driving this baby every day, so I think I've got the basics completely down. Anyway, let me give you a little ride around here, he said, and then they soon drove off. Chapter 78. Despite this one being okay, that one is out. After they came back, the adventurers prostrated themselves before me. Your Grace, please give us your permission for a rental registration. We beg you. Yo, that's quite a change in attitude, isn't it? Didn't you people look down on Indra? Sword asked. Once again this guy has perceived malicious intent, hasn't he? We will earnestly and humbly apologize for any rudeness and impolite behavior. Please forgive us. They apologized, but I shook my head. I don't really remember you having been rude to me, nor do I feel like you changed your attitude. Sword, I don't want you to listen to my talks with other people any longer. I've been telling you over and over again to shut out the ill will of others, haven't I? Sword ducked his head. I know that. If you insist on believing that others desire a handshake with you because you're a beautiful girl, I'll just go along with that dream of yours, no matter how disappointing it might be. It's not disappointing, for heaven's sake. It's reality. The maids confirmed it as well when I asked them. There is no mistake. Sir Sword is the odd one out here. Anyone would feel a desire to shake hands with a beauty as lovely as you, Your Grace. That's what they told me. You are Tilda. I got it. It's just as you say. You and your maids are completely right. So stop looking at me with teary eyes. When I groaned in frustration, Sword soothed me by stroking my head. God damn it, the maids are a lost cause as well, aren't they? Because of their pampering, you're completely on the way of becoming a dud who immediately starts crying round out of conceit and misunderstanding. Did you say something? No, nothing. I felt like he said something terrible about me, though. Well, whatever. Benny Boy, what's your take on this? Benny Boy got startled when I suddenly brought him into play and pointed a finger at himself. Why, you mean me? Registering them for rental would be proof of our trust in them. You should be quite aware what kind of item that thing is, right? You were brought along by Sword, and because you're trusted by Sword, I trust you as well, which is the reason why I allowed you to get registered for rental. Sword has declined their registration since he doesn't believe them, and I can't really make a call since I haven't known them for long. Benny Boy, what do you think? You had to do with them the most among us three, and you're going to remain connected to them in the future as well, aren't you? If we increase the number of registered rental users, the number of potential traitors grows in proportion. That's directly linked to the possibility of your own death and a theft of Cha. So, what would you like to do? When I asked Benny Boy, Sword sighed and scratched his head. You're asking all that now and here. No, it's something I should ask now and here, isn't it? Benny Boy is the merchant we contracted to sell our liquor, and he's the one in charge of the transport with Cha. And they're adventurers who have been merely hired as guards. Their positions are completely different. No, that's why, if Benny Boy says that he can trust them while considering the future and the harshness of the current situation, where only he can drive, if disaster strikes, I might be willing to register them for rental after adding some limitations. However, if Benny Boy says that it's too dangerous for his life and that it'd be possible for Cha and the liquor to be stolen, I won't register them. After all, it's likely nothing Benny Boy could ever reimburse. Leaving aside the liquor, Cha's value is priceless. The adventurers all let their heads hang all at once. You should give it a rest if you just wanna drive the thing round because it looks fun. Sure, it's a blast to do so,
But look, this is a battle golem for supply transport to begin with. If you attack with that thing, no one will be able to handle it unless it's me, her, or the golems she built. In reality it ain't anything that should be driven around without the necessary precaution. Sword, you were the one who coaxed me into making it. Once I stared at him, he grabbed my face once again. MMPF. As I struggled, Benny Boy replied, "No, I'm totally cool with it. These guys are my friends. You can trust them as much as you trust me. Hence, please register them for rental." Without any hesitation, Sword stopped arresting my face, and I stopped wriggling. "I see, I'll register them for rental then. You might want to take a break because of exhaustion after driving Cha for a long time, so you'd need someone to switch with you, I guess. However, they won't be allowed to change the modes. They'll be allowed to drive Cha for 1 hour per day on normal mode. With all 4 of them, that'll be 4 hours per day. I think that should be enough time for you to take a rest. Don't you think?" "You're right. Please do it like that." Things were quickly settled in such a manner. Ben, you. The adventurers were touched by Benny Boy's chivalrous spirit. "Alright, it's not really a replacement, but I can register you guys for renting out Bronco. You know, that's a golem I built with the sole intent for being a toy. It's something similar to a horse. Moreover, it's a dangerous vehicle. It requires proper driving skills, and it's not easy to handle. But if any of you..." "No, that one's out." I got interrupted. That one's a no. I borrowed it. Didn't I tell you to paint it with me in mind?" "That's certainly true, but..." Cha is okay, but Bronco is out." "Just why?" "Bronco doesn't have any particular attack magic, and it's something like a horse that's running on magic stones. In the first place, motorbikes are hobby items." The adventurers all zoomed in on Benny Boy in the next moment. "Somehow I get what you're planning. You're thinking that you'll drive around that golem while letting us run the transport one, don't you?" Benny Boy's body shook as he gulped. And then he started to fidget around. "No, I mean, of course I like Cha, okay? But, there are times when I wanna feel the wind. Bronco, you see, kinda allows me to become one with the wind, unlike a horse." "Oh, yeah, I can totally relate to that." Cha's automatic driving and comfort that protects you from any weather is great, but Bronco allows you to directly feel the weather while giving you a feedback when moving it with your whole body. Driving Bronco and going back to a relaxed drive with Cha when tired is the best combo. Absolutely. After getting all riled up like that by themselves, the two suddenly withered away. Probably because the adventurers and I were staring at them super coldly. I wonder, should I add a usage limit for Benny Boy's Bronco? When I mumbled that, he started to bawl while clinging to me. When told to show his Bronco, Benny Boy, and Sword as well for some reason, triumphantly showed their bikes off. A little while later, 4 people were lying in the dust in front of me once again. "Your Majesty, please grant us your permission to borrow a Bronco." Ben has grumbled that he definitely wouldn't lend out his Bronco, so please take some pity with us. If you tell me to lick your feet, I shall immediately get to it. Please call me slave from now on. So please, lend it to me. Your Majesty, I shall become your faithful manservant who will never betray you, no matter what happens. So please lend a Bronco to me. It looks like I obtained a manservant, and also a slave. I got it. You're really hopeless. I'll build a new one since Benny Boy would cry otherwise. But, you have to properly do your work, okay? Don't spend all your time playing around with Bronco, got it? Also, practice how to drive Cha. As you order, Your Majesty. I built another Bronco since I had no other choice. The bikes are crazy popular, aren't they? But, they require quite the reflexes and technique. They're dangerous, and they need a reasonable amount of maintenance, you know? I told the same to Sword and Benny Boy, but those two apparently tended to their bikes gleefully. What should I do about the color? I love bikes with flashy colors. Given that Sword claimed his personal color to be white, that was a valid choice. But since I colored Benny Boy's to match with that, I'm already out of options in a certain sense, am I not? Because I plan to paint my own one blue-green, that one's a no-go, and because red is Miss Bloody's personal color, that one's out as well. Then again,
If I used their party name as a basis, I'd need to go with a transparent coloring. PFFT, pew pew pew, asterisk. At the end of some fretting over the color, I went with metallic silver. I also added black and vivid red color points. Is it okay like this? Woo, OMG. It looks like they're happy with it. I'm first. No, me. I'm going to ride it. No, I'm first. They were so damn noisy. Don't fight over it. If it becomes a reason for bobbery, I'm going to revoke your rental registration. They calmed down at once. Oh, on another note, you aren't allowed to drive it like that. Ask Benny Boy, and get the necessary outfit ready first. Ask him also about how to ride it. If you're unlucky, it won't just end with some injuries. They became speechless upon my warning. Chapter 79, Standard templates of fantasy stories are beneficial. Anyway, we're off then. At last, Benny Boy and the members of Pale Moon of Dawn departed. Oh, yes. Since I came up with the idea before their departure, I made sure that one of Cha's feelers could be used for releasing warm water as a makeshift shower. After all, I don't want any dirty humans to ride my Cha. Just in case, I added a cleaning function inside Cha and insistently warned Benny Boy to regularly use it, but considering how easygoing Benny Boy is with everything, I'm really worried whether he'll properly follow my instructions. When I passed a partition screen, a drain board, and detergent to the adventurers, accompanied by a stern advice that they had to absolutely wash themselves, they nodded meekly. Asterisk. Now then, I wonder how much we're going to make at the auction. It looks like Benny Boy isn't going to sell the wheat honey at the auction, but in the capital at a price cheaper than honey. He set the price to 50 silver. Apparently he's going with bullish pricing at the beginning, aiming for customers who would buy it for its rarity value. Afterwards, he's going to keep lowering the price. I agreed to all that since I left things in his hands. What's left is at present there are no problems with the restaurant as it seems to be a success. The guildmaster and some of the moderately rich people approached me about the possibility of ordering single items out of the menu course and drinking a bit since the price for the full course was too high for them. After consulting with the master chef, we set up a counter and adjusted the system so that guests could eat just the main course, desserts, or drink liquor with hors d'oeuvres as a side dish. But, we didn't make the liquor free of charge. We gave the counter a moody ambience with the seats being kept dark while focusing the lighting on the bar. The guildmaster visited with his wife, and she was apparently very happy. Also, the guildmaster's wife was young and cute, I heard. Asterisk. Sword and I planned to head out adventuring again after settling a few more things. Last time we ended up returning right before arriving at the capital, and we couldn't get our hands on seafood either. Aren't there any leviathans or some such? I really wanna see some pirate ships. As for the capital, Sword is quite excited about clearing the dungeon over there, so I'm looking forward to it as well. If we're on time, I'd love to watch the auction, but I didn't ask Benny Boy when it'd be held. As for the mansion, although the number of ryokers has increased, so has the workload for everyone, and thus it has been gradually becoming more difficult to keep up. Thus we hired new people with the condition that they could be trusted. We got 6 applicants as live-ins and 10 applicants as commuters. The part-timers at the restaurant became live-ins on the term that they'd work as servants in the mansion outside the restaurant's opening hours. Yep. That makes them perfectly normal servants at this point, doesn't it? The local grannies, who would commute, gave us the biggest reason for applying that the ryokers are cute, so I hired them on the spot without any further questions asked. Even if it's funny, it seems normal for the people of this world to go out earning money after their children have become independent. Since they're locals, there's no doubt about their background either. In the first place, criminals are usually not locals. Also, strangers are apparently beaten down if they infiltrate the mansion without knowing that it's the home of an S-rank adventurer. Now that I think about it, Wise seems to be a decent town. The only flaw would be the slightly strong monsters if you enter the mountains, but the same doesn't apply to the surrounding plains. There's a river and the soil is fertile, allowing for productive farming. Given that some places also have rock salt deposits, there's no lack of salt either. Because the area only hosts the 2 extremes of strong and weak enemies, it seems to be unpopular among adventurers, though. By the way, The enemies I encountered when entering the mountains were the large wolf lookalikes. Back when I broke up with Sword, the cockatrices which had been hiding deep in the mountains out of fear when I searched for them all over the place to scout them, and a slime that I found near the river. This slime was yet another unique species. I kinda wonder isn't my encounter rate for unique species a tad too high or something? It was possible for me to communicate with the slime, but unlike the one in the illustrations of that super famous mangaka, this slime looked more like dough, kinda like soft rubber. It combined blue and yellow as colors. Normally it apparently camouflaged itself to have a color similar to mud, or rather, if it continues to eat something while remaining in one spot, it adopts the color of what it was eating. But then, you have to ask what it ate to become blue and yellow. The person slime itself didn't seem to know either. Apparently, it suddenly had an ego. And then it was discovered by me. And then it suddenly dawned upon me. Up until now, our sewage was amassed in a tank after flowing through the drainage. There the water was separated into air, magic elements, and filth which then got freeze-dried. As might be expected, the tank and drainage would become quite dirty when regularly exposed to filth. Taking that into consideration, we made sure to regularly wash off the filth clinging to the walls with a magical jet water stream, but naturally it'd be impossible to completely get rid of all filth despite all our efforts. At some point, we requested G-rank adventurers to clean the drainage and tank, but as those adventurers had sloppy work attitudes and thus didn't do their job properly, we stopped asking the guild for help, and instead cleaned it ourselves. I wonder, can't I have the slime to do that cleaning for us? When I asked it, won't you come to us? If you're not particular about your food, I'd like you to clean the drainage for us. It readily agreed. I felt terribly guilty about it, but when it told me that anything would serve as nutrients for it except for water and that it'd gladly eat up our filth, I had it live there as a test. It was a huge success. Therefore, we stopped doing it with magic tools, and had the slime do all the cleaning for us. Slime cleaning seems to be very normal for nobles, I heard. The maids knew about this method as well. But, apparently it was tough to handle the slimes. Since everything worked as food for them, they wouldn't limit their efforts to just filth, but instead begin to dissolve the building as well, if you were unlucky. I told the slime to inform Ryoku, if it didn't have enough food, and the Ryoku would get him more, and thus we completely resolved any issues with our filth disposal. It made things a bit easier on the servants. Whenever they spotted the slime slithering about nonchalantly, the servants and maids pampered it by feeding the slime. Once they did, it went back to the tank, even without catching a Ryoku. By the way, I wanted to use a slime for the restaurant as well, and when I asked the slime whether it knew any other slime whom I could scout, it split. I was totally startled. Anyway, I asked it to handle the restaurant's filth disposal, too. It commuted to the restaurant, and it probably waited for further orders after coming back home. Quite the clever slime. I planned to also take the slime along on our journey. Sword flinched away, commenting, you plan to feed a talking slime the stuff we shit out? Isn't it fine as long as it's going to eat it for us? To begin with, camping is totally fine with me. Camping rocks. Rather, the toilet situation in town sucks. Chapter 80, Gossip. State of the Sprinkett House. The relationship between Earl Sprinkett and his butler had hit rock bottom. Although the Earl had returned, he still repeated his usual tomfoolery of just withdrawing money and staying over at his lover's places without even trying to manage his territory. Recently he had completely lost all his restraints, being forced to raise the taxes to maintain that lifestyle. The residents started to leave the earldom in droves and the Earl's reputation went, accordingly, down the drain, resulting in business stalling gradually. It went as far that Earl Sprinkett himself was asked to repay the debts he had made for fooling around on the streets. If Earl Sprinkett had a son, the butler would have educated him, convinced his father to retire and made the son cut all relations with his father. Again and again the butler pressed his master to adopt an excellent child of some relative, but the Earl didn't listen, always claiming that Primrose was more than enough. The butler always retorted that if Lady Indra had been here it would be one thing, but Primrose was beyond any hope. This only earned him a harsh, angry chiming despite the butler being the one supposed to be angry here. Certainly, in the eyes of Earl Springcoat, Primrose might be cuter. After all, she's as much of a useless bum as her father. It was impossible to hope for Primrose to have any capability to manage the territory, and so the butler had no choice but to hope for a suitable marriage partner for her. But seeing how that partner hadn't even been decided yet, it remained unclear whether anyone would actually marry her in the first place. She hadn't learned any manners, and her behavior was so bad that even commoners couldn't hold a candle to her. Not to even mention her noisy eating style, she actually used her hands to stuff the food into her mouth, resulting in her dress always being a dirty mess after a meal. She didn't know the concept of walking quietly, and not only that, she couldn't even greet others properly. In short, refinement was alien to her. Just who would take such a wild beast of a girl as a spouse? At long last, the family had started to talk about enrolling her at the academy in the capital, and she received strict training from the head maid. But Primrose made no progress, as she always cried, whining about being mistreated. As such, the butler performed his official duties while constantly having a headache. Several years left. Where we can keep this up. Earl Springcoat repeatedly made debts without any hopes to ever pay them back. The Earl house's income couldn't even maintain the status quo, and it was becoming harder and harder to pay for the remaining servants and the mansion itself. By now they had sold off most of the furniture in the guest rooms and unused rooms. The antique heirlooms and goods had all been sold off long before that. Suddenly the butler sensed the aroma of black tea. Once he turned round, he found the head maid having poured him some black tea. "Those are not the leaves used by the servants, are they?" "This is my own stash of black tea. When the maids left this place, they handed it to me as a farewell gift," she said, holding out the cup to the butler. "Then I shall gratefully accept your kindness." He breathed in the tea's aroma before taking a sip. "What are you going to do from now on?" the butler asked the head maid all of a sudden. "You came to this place together with the lady of the ducal house, didn't you? Even if it would buy you the resentment of the Earl house, you don't have any obligation to remain here. No one would be troubled even if you quit your job. You wouldn't need to teach Lady Primrose manners while having her scream at you that you are bullying her and that she hates it, all while crying loudly, right?" The head maid smiled bitterly, and then looked out of the window. "This is my punishment," she muttered in what sounded like a monologue. "I should have stopped the madam, Lady Isadora. I knew that he was a man who would never be able to make her happy, on top of it not having been a political marriage either. I should have stopped her, clearly telling her that only his appearance was somewhat good, and that he would use nicely sounding words to flatter her only at the beginning, while at the same time having lovers all over the place, and trying to woo other noble daughters. If this hadn't hindered her, I should have approached her younger brother, who adored his elder sister, to have him stop her. If it had come out of the mouth of her beloved little brother, I'm sure even Lady Isadora would have given up on that man. But I was naive, believing that he would certainly change for the better once he got married. And on top of that, Lady Isadora's desire to monopolize him also. I had not expected even in my wildest dreams that things would end like this. Moreover, I couldn't even prevent that. Hence it's my punishment for the sins towards Lady Indra. The butler stared at her, and then smiled. "Then please allow me to accompany you on serving the Springcoat house towards the nearing end, as it is by now no more than a mud castle which is being dissolved by rain. It won't last another 5 years, and once that is over, so will be our punishment." The head maid turned around to him, and performed a polite curtsy. "I am looking forward to working with you for the remaining time." "So do I." The butler stood up, and returned her curtsy with a bow. Chapter 81. I've become 13 years old. Before I noticed, I turned 13, and the maids threw a grand birthday party for me. From the very start, the servants, and especially the maids for that matter, loved to doll me up. Since they've been insistently telling me to grow out my hair, I've followed their request, and after they dolled me up, the servants, who have been with me since my days at the Springcoat mansion, praised me highly for my beauty. On the other hand, Sword and the new servants watched all of this with slightly strange looks. Sword even went as far as telling me to my face, "Somehow, you know you still look like you're cross-dressing as a woman." "I prefer your usual outfit," to be honest. After the celebratory gifts, I gave a closing remark. Because things have settled down now, I'll return to adventuring again, I announced, using the lucky opportunity of everyone having gathered. Everyone agreed with Sword when he answered while scratching his head. For starters, we'll visit the capital and the sea. I mean, Wise is simply too small for Indra. While being regretful to part with them, I also informed my pets, cows, chickens, and slimes, about it. For those reasons, we started to get ready for traveling. Sword would apparently take Bronco and Cha with him, out of sheer obstinacy. Bronco would be fine since it could be stored away in his Yoku, but Cha is quite big. It has the size of an average minivan. I told Sword to give up on it since it'd be hard to cross the mountains like that, but he claimed that he'd stuff it into a huge magic bag and carry it himself if it became necessary. Well, then it should be alright, I guess. Cha is a mobile home, and it'd definitely be more comfortable to travel in it during rain. Toilet matters can be handled inside as well, as long as I ask the slime Slytherin, simple, to handle the cleaning. So it's perfect. As might be expected, it'd be asking too much to have a function to shrink down a golem with one touch. Should I develop the capsule which would allow cars and airplanes to appear alongside a boom and some smoke, if you pressed a button and tossed it? At first we departed in Cha. I think we'd have been faster if we had ran by ourselves. But, oh well, whatever. It's not like we're in any hurry with our journey. Thus we had leisurely set off with everyone waving us goodbye. On the road, Sword suddenly started to tell me to sing. He even brought my lute with him. I'm not really planning to become a songstress, so I won't take any money for this, but if a girl as beautiful as me sings a song, it'd be very reasonable to demand a wage for it, you know? I added before I started to sing. My songs covered everything from nursery songs to rock. Sword laughed. You always start dancing as soon as you sing, don't you? Is that also normal in that other world of yours? There are times where I sing while remaining still, or rather, my other world self didn't dance. This body tends to start dancing when I sing, for some reason. I also think that it's kind of weird, but my body simply dances on its own accord. Well, since we're inside Cha, I haven't danced that much yet, but if I sang outside, my body would dance wildly, I'm sure. Which reminds me, when I gave the mini live in the dining hall, I also danced, didn't I? Since Sword started to pester me about wanting to ride Bronco a little while later, I offered then, how about we let Cha run on auto, and I ride with you in the back? It'd be a tandem touring. Sword immediately warmed up to that idea. Can the auto control run completely independently? It's possible to make Cha follow Bronco. You can also set the location where Cha will follow. However, you'll need to ride Bronco while considering the road's width for Cha. Okay, it's a function I added, expecting that you might ask to let you ride Bronco. Well, it'd also be possible for me to drive. But I've grown much taller, but I'm still much shorter than Sword. His legs are long too. In other words, I don't know whether I'll be able to reach the pedals. I've made sure that you can adjust the seat as needed, but since it's Sword's exclusive Cha, there are limits to this. I simply didn't take into consideration that I drive Cha myself. Then again, there's also the remote controller as an option. Just driving inside Cha while steering it with a remote controller, that's way too outlandish, seriously. We did a tandem touring with Bronco. It's really been a long time since I last rode a motorbike. Moreover, in a tandem setup. No, it's my first time over here, isn't it? Yep. The wind feels really nice, right? Thank you lots and lots for having made this, seriously. So he likes it that much, huh? All of a sudden, Sword asked, did you ride like this with a man in your previous world too? No, not that I remember. It was limited to the instructor, who taught me how to drive, and friends who liked riding a bike just like me. You get the highest kick out of enjoying something with people who share your preferences. Given that bikes were more of a niche hobby, I didn't have that many friends riding one either. I see. I was startled when he asked me out of the blue. What is it all of a sudden? Nothing in particular. Just thought you remembered something again because your voice became so nostalgic. So that's the reason. Well, rather than nostalgic, it's a first for this body. The bike I rode before had a different shape. The previous one looked more like a locust. Then it's good you didn't build a locust. Thank you very much for using this design. He shouted his thanks at me. A locust shape is cute as well, you know. Asterisk. Our journey proceeded well. The people we passed were surprised by Cha and the Yokas, but once they played the standard greeting, we got them to understand that they're Galame apparently. It seems they could come to terms with the line swords exclusive the most. Come to think of it, Yokas learned the songs I sang, or rather was asked to sing, often. At some point they began to sing together with me. It's proof that music is essential for adventuring. By just singing a song you already feel like you're on an adventure. Well, I suppose that does apply for the song you're singing. They're all cheerful. When I sang Tiny Adventurer while making a random parody out of it in the language of this world, it received raving praise, and Sword started to request it often. Since I sang often, the Yokas became very decent at it as well. When they started to sing on top of Cha after announcing, "I'm going to sing a song from now on," the adventurers around us first got startled, but then soon started to applaud to the Yokas. As such, our journey was going well, but it seemed like Benny Boy had a fair share of trouble on his side. That's super weird. He said that S-rank adventurer held quite a metal title, and moreover he also added the line, "I may look like this, but I'm actually a friend of the S-rank adventurer Mr. Sword." On one occasion he almost had his cargo stolen by governmental officials during a gate inspection, so he contacted us through the wireless communication device. Since I was looking forward to things happening, I exclaimed, "We're going to head over right away. If you like, let them steal the cargo. I'll get there at once, and tear off their skin while they're still alive. Then I'll paste their skin to the walls of their homes. It's okay, as long as I use my own healing potion, they'll heal up. Probably. Since I've never tested it myself, they'll be the perfect specimen for test runs. Also, I wonder how much I should torture them. Oh well, whatever. I'll try out various things once I get there. Make sure to note down their names, though it'd also be great if you could make sure of their looks." Yahoo! This got my blood pumping. My conversation with Benny Boy was audible from the speakers, so when the officials heard what I said, most of them ran away. The guy, who seemed to be the leader of them all, was caught by pale moon of dawn. I hear he apologized with his whole body trembling while in tears. S-rank Sword speaking. "I think you got it after having heard my partner, but she has a screw loose. She believes she can do anything as long as it doesn't kill you in the end. If you don't wanna go through an experience that would make you beg to be killed, you should stop messing around, I think." Mr. Sword, just let me tell you in advance, but they all ran away after having heard Lady Indra's previous comment. Since Benny Boy said so, I snatched the microphone out of Sword's hand. "What about the cargo? Was it stolen?" "It was stolen, right? I'm coming over right away." "What? With my ability we can catch them all in one swoop." "It'll be easier than catching dirty rats. I mean, it should be fine to treat crooks, who steal the belongings of others, worse than dirty rats. After all, dirty rats don't steal others' belongings." "All right, wait for me." "Be right there." "Wait a second. Stop. Stop. You meant this seriously? Were you going to pull off a torturing worse than what you did to the sorcerer Gramps before?" "Don't ask the obvious." "Something much like stabbing needles between nails and the nether region doesn't even count as torture." "Also, didn't I fix him up nicely with a healing potion afterwards?" Lady Indra, I'm terribly sorry to interrupt you while you're having fun, but nothing has been stolen." "Also, the leader guy has been begging us while prostrating to hand him over to the guards." "Also, could I have you stop now since the story just now caused the guys to pop a boner?" I got fervently soothed by the two. With the good safe and the checkpoint's supervisor, quite a big shot, apologizing while prostrating himself, Benny Boy's side could apparently pass without any further issues. I wonder, why do I never experience such thrilling events? Chapter 82, Let's take the B rank exam. First part. In a town on the way, Sword suddenly blurted out, "Oh, look, they're doing the B rank exams. Go and join M." He said it in a way as if talking about taking a look at a festival that's conveniently being held. Does the B rank exam take place in a dungeon again? No, not that I knew of. You gonna defeat a monster. What they throw at you depends on the guild and circumstances. Then again, you'll be fine whatever they throw at you anyway. I don't want to defeat monsters that are scared of me. You know, I'm no fan of pointless slaughter. You'll obviously pass as long as you subdue M perfectly, he told me, but, asterisk. 2 parties other than me took the B rank exam. Looks like adventurers don't challenge this exam unless they're quite confident in themselves. Why? Because they'd die. When I applied for the exam at the guild, the receptionist was at a loss before asking me something obvious after a while. Are you going to take the exam by yourself? You see, this guy is already an S rank, so I must quickly catch up to him. However, it's going to be limited to A rank for now until the next time a dragon attacks the capital, I guess. Sword sighed deeply while the receptionist became speechless. I understand. I shall register you for the exam, and thus it was decided that I'd be able to take part in the exam. Asterisk. Apparently my turn would be last. After emphasizing that they should prepare a fearless, mighty monster for me, I waited. In the middle of it, Sword was called over by people on several occasions. During the last time, it developed into an argument. Special grade costs a platinum coin. "K, you can afford that?" Reached my ears before Sword handed over something akin to a healing potion and received some money in exchange. "Tilda? Is something the matter?" "I sold a special grade potion made by you," he admitted. "I don't particularly mind." "Wait, you didn't give them your exclusive one, did you?" "As if I'd do that." "Neither of us would like to see ourselves in the hands of others, right?" "Indeed. I'd hate the idea as well." "Does that mean someone got injured during the exam?" "Looks like it." "Oh, I see. Then give them these as a bonus." I handed him an ointment, antifebrills, and suppuration blockers. Sword put on a grim expression. "But, why?" "Last time we left before confirming the results of the human experiments. I want to know the effect this time, so tell them that I'll give them these for free if they tell me how they worked." "Roger." Sword left while scratching his head. Seeing how an examiner came to call me, my turn would apparently be up before he came back. Asterisk. I entered a place similar to an arena. It had a dome and lacked the spectator stands. "Are you really fine with doing this yourself?" "Of course. You've prepared a strong enemy for me, right?" "Well, I guess a monster with a strong will do as well." "Prepare a fearless enemy for me." "Okay." "If you don't, I won't kill it." The examiner was astonished. "I mean, it's obvious that monsters become scared if you're together with Thunderclap Whitefang. But whatever, you were chosen as a partner by Thunderclap Whitefang, so show us your true ability." As soon as he told me that, the monster appeared. A manticore, was it? It was a huge monster with a face like that of a frowning ape. It's kinda like an amahage. 1. The tail is usually that of a scorpion, was it? But, it looks more like a hedgehog rather than a scorpion tail, I think, or a dandelion. It was wearing a really thick collar, however. It's quite worked up, so be careful. "Okay." The slave collar's function will be temporarily disabled upon my command. If I think that it's going to become dangerous, I'll have your partner do something about it. "Got it." "I'm ready whenever you are." "Now then." It's really been a while since I last saw a monster. It does look quite fiendish, so I'm thrilled. Let's see how it's going to let me enjoy this. Asterisk. "Begin." The manticore cried alongside the examiner's command. And then I swung my wooden sword with a flash, beating down all the needles it had shot at me from its tail. In the meantime, the manticore came running at me. But, around 10 steps before entering my strike range, it suddenly stopped. And not only that, it actually bent down. What's the deal here? Is it going to launch a new attack? I tilted my head in confusion while remaining cautious for a while. Maybe it's looking for an opening? Shooting needles again is not an option since it has hidden its tail between its thighs. 8. Maybe it's planning to attack me from below. Once I took a step forward, it squeaked cutely. Hey, right after we started you were all eager to have a go, right? Are you afraid or something? I haven't done anything yet, you know. As I approached, it gradually fell back while prostrating itself for dear life. And then, after hitting the wall behind it, it started to whimper cutely while trembling. Hey, Examiner, I told you to bring out a fearless monster, didn't I? I can't kill a monster that's shivering in fright like that, I thundered at the Examiner. He was dumbfounded, babbling incoherently. No, huh? Why? Please bring out a monster that's stronger and more stout-hearted. Monsters are apparently able to tell strong people apart, so I almost never encounter any of them. Every once in a while, some are dumb enough to challenge me, or I find their hiding place, but otherwise, they stay out of my sight. Bring out a monster that's a lot more powerful and reckless than this guy here. I phrased the last part as an order. The Examiner consulted with his colleagues. Meanwhile I soothed the scared monster. There, you really can't be helped, can you? I'll disregard you having shot your needles at me. So, be a good boy and go back into your cage. I won't kill you, so you don't need to tremble so much. I gently pushed it towards the cage while stroking it, and it obediently entered. Yep, it's impossible. I can't kill it like that, can I? Damn it, at this rate I won't be able to pass the B rank exam. If only the examiners could bring out a monster which doesn't fear me. Wait, wouldn't it be fine if they let me beat up humans who can defeat this manticore instead? In that case, the only one currently present is *. Just as I started to entertain such an idea, the Examiner approached me. After also confirming it with Thunderclap Whitefang, we decided to summon a monster that definitely won't be afraid of you. However, this monster is A rank, a demon. The only one capable of defeating it in this place is Thunderclap Whitefang, he told me in a super grave, depressed, and serious tone. If they're fearless, some stupid adventurers might take it on as they can't tell strength apart anyway, but I can handle it. So hurry up and summon that demon or whatever. Soon after, several magician-like people showed up. When they began to cast, a magic crest appeared on the ground. We'll summon the demon with a time limit of 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, it'll disappear. So try to handle it within that time frame. Got it? Still, a good dozen of people were chanting all the time while sweating buckets. Are they actually alright over there? Since it looked like it'd take quite a while, I sat down cross-legged and waited for them to finish. Chapter 83. Let's take the B rank exam. Second part. 1 hour later the magic crest activated. Oh, congratulations. I applauded reflexively while the magicians pulled faces screaming, we did it. Something has come out. My goodness. It has really been a long time since I was summoned, but the circumstances seem rather boring. The desires are lacking. Okay, it's the type capable of conversation. Hello. Oh, you. Since I was told that I only have 5 minutes, I'd be happy if you could allow me to have some greetings and a light questioning session while keeping in mind that I also have to defeat you within that time frame. Would that be alright for you? Sword slapped a hand against his forehead in the background. Meanwhile the others around me were taken aback. But look, if he can talk, you'd want to use that opportunity. No, knowing that I can talk with life forms other than humans in this world, I feel an urge to use such chances. Nice to meet you, young lady. I am a nameless demon. My name is Indra. Where did you come from? Spirit world is the best term to describe it. I would say it is a plane outside the material world. That sounds like there is yet another incredible place to be found in this world. I am sure it must be a place where the concept of time does not matter, right? Oh, nothing less of you who possess such a huge amount of magic elements despite being stuck in a physical form. It is only natural for you to comprehend such things, I suppose. I feel like he said something important just now. Magic elements aren't physical? Oh, so you did not know? I just recently learned about the existence of magic elements. A while ago I lived in a world that did not even have any magic elements. I see. I suspect magic elements were attached to you while in the material world since you did a soul crossing. You are a very interesting young lady, I must say. He broke into a grin. I want to talk a lot more with him. but Sword is gesturing to me to defeat him, so it looks like I won't be able to keep this conversation going for much longer. I'm also very interested, I really am. But by the way, what happens to you if I defeat you? It depends on the way you defeat me, but I think it is impossible for someone of the material world to completely eradicate the existence of us spirit world dwellers. At most you can return us from being material to only exist as spirits again. Okay, I got it. I'd love to continue our conversation for much, much longer, but time is running out. This is the material world, and as such the concept of time works here. I wonder, would you respond to my call if I were to summon you someday? Of course. I shall be looking forward to our next meeting. But, the demon's smile deepened, it is also an option to release you from the shackles of the material world and invite you over to the spirit world. As for me, I would like to recommend that method. His magic elements burst forth. So he's truly not afraid of me. Nice. That's really nice. Hi. Then let me show you my real power as a present for not being afraid of me. I gathered magic elements. Nowadays I've reached a level where Mr. Fluff would immediately rush over as soon as I pulled him to myself just a tiny bit. That's why an incredible amount gathered in no time. Even from the demon. The demon's smile disappeared for an instant, but immediately returned. However, this time it was a smile full of resignation. I give up. It looks like I foolishly made my judgment of you after seeing only a fraction of your real power. Even if I were to be destroyed completely, I would have no room to complain. No, I'd be troubled. I desire knowledge, as much as possible. That's why, let's meet again. For now, go back to the spiritual world. One flash with my wooden sword, and the demon disappeared. Asterisk. I think the exam is over, but I wonder whether I've been able to make my way to B rank. As I wondered about that while waiting, I was called over. You have passed the A rank exam. I see, that's great. I safely passed the A rank exam. Wait, just now you said A rank exam? The monster you defeated moments ago was a being even an A rank party would struggle with. If they didn't have at least one light magic user with them, it'd be out of the question. And just that would naturally be far from enough. The theory states that you bring down an incarnated demon with the strongest light magic while enduring its onslaught. The only one who brought one down by himself so far is Thunderclap Whitefang. So that's how it is to defeat that demon with one blow without even using any magic. Sword came over. Figures. If she and I fought, she'd likely be the last one stand-in. At one time it also looked as if I'd get killed by her. He means the case where he covered for that scummy adventurer? That was your own fault since you covered for such a trashy adventurer. The examiners were dumbfounded. That's yet another brilliant adventurer you found. Brilliant? Are they talking about me? I see. That's a great way to describe me. Just as I got cocky while folding my arms, my head was pinned down with my hair being ruffled up. She's quite ill, though. Despite being kind to monsters, she shows absolutely no mercy to rude humans. Why should I mercilessly slaughter frightened monsters who show no will to fight? And why must I be kind to rude humans who try to kill me? Well, as you can see, that's the kind of girl she is. Sword said to the examiners without answering my question. Anyway, I'm an A rank now. Just one more rank to catch up to him. But S rank might be difficult. I wonder whether a dragon won't visit anytime soon, or should I visit them myself? I'm telling you to stop it. Don't wake any sleeping dogs. No one would complain about raising to A rank. The difference between S rank and A rank can only be found in whether you've participated in the previous battle or not. Really? I see. It's unfortunate, but let's give up on reaching S rank and killing a dragon. Chapter 84, I just wanted to have some normal fun in the capital. Okay. We finally arrived at the capital. It was surrounded by a really tall wall, and a long line had formed in front of the checkpoint. Since it'd very likely cause a stir if we drew close in Ch, Sword put it away and carried it. Asterisk. Now then, going by the templates, this would be the perfect time for some delinquent adventurers to mess with me, but I had Sword with me, and with him being here, no one would pick a fight with me since he worked like a charm against evil. Sword, go and play around with Bronco for a bit. What's it all of a sudden? As far as my knowledge is concerned,
It's a common occurrence for a frail-looking adventurer like me to get messed with by delinquent adventurers when standing in a line like this. But they're staying clear of me because you're here. It's the same reason why most of our journey was as peaceful as taking a stroll through our backyard. It's about time that I'd like to experience some of the adventurer standard templates. Sword narrowed his eyes. Why the hell are you trying to deliberately cause problems? Hey, you're still pissed because you couldn't vent on the folks who messed with Benny the other day, aren't you? And no way. That's not true. No, I just want to enjoy a thrilling situation for a bit. Once I averted my face, he grabbed my head and forced it his way. Girly, aren't you actually the delinquent adventurer here? Do you understand what you're saying? Why you're wrong. Acting all cute only at times like this won't get you anywhere. He used an iron claw on me. Asterisk. In the end, I queued up together with Sword, and as predictable, nothing happened. Boo. I miss out on all the standard events with you. It's not like I'm planning to torture anyone, okay? I just want to enjoy the situation. The situation. Look, aren't those guys over there like the perfect specimen for causing one of the events I desire? I also want to have some fun while you enjoy your bronco. Ouch. He hit my head with his fist. Aren't you completely and utterly looking down on life? You're about the only person in this world who'd get involved with ill-bred folks on purpose. I mean, Sword, even you'd be able to fully enjoy adventuring if you started to have some fun with such situations while blocking your reception of malicious intentions, you know? As if I'd care what kind of malice they embrace when they pick a fight with me. Instead, I want them to come at me. I'll use all of them for my own entertainment. No, I have more than enough of a blast with riding Bronco. What a boring and dull guy he is. He's completely unsuited for being an adventurer. You know, you're perfectly suited to be an inhabitant of the other world. You made a mistake in your birthplace. Really, the world over there was overrun with guys who enjoyed a reserved life like you do. Yeah, I also had an inkling that it might be the case after hearing you talk about that place. They've got vehicles like Bronco Ch. Liquor that's better than the one I'm drinking these days is commonplace, and there's almost no difference between the rich and poor, right? I definitely prefer the world over there. Hero of the lower middle class. Ha. The instant I thought that, he immediately grabbed my mouth. MMMPF. It's damn obvious from your face what you're thinking. Asterisk. At last our turn came, and we showed our adventurer cards. The government official immediately straightened his posture. On top of that, he saluted. Sir Thunderclap Whitefang. Welcome to our fine city. We would have let you through right away if only you had called out to us. So please do so next time. Please call out to us. I was dumbfounded. While I gawped at him with my mouth gaping, Sword looked troubled. The people around us became super noisy, too. Just when I wondered whether they'd start protesting our permission to cut the line, many of them started to say, he said Sir Thunderclap Whitefang. No, I formed a party. This girl here is my partner. Please call us Allrounders from now on. For some reason, the peanut gallery was lost for words. What's the matter? Is Allrounders a bad name? Though I thought that it's a fairly decent name. Is our name so uncool? I asked while tilting my head. Coming to his senses, the official furiously shook his head. And not at all. It might have been better to include the alias of Sir Thunderclap Whitefang in the party name. This time it was my turn to shake my head furiously. I don't want to have anything to do with such an uncool name. In the next moment, I received another iron claw. I also like Allrounders. It's a name that fits us very well. He talked to the official, completely unperturbed by my loud complaints. The official was startled. We passed through the gate while Sword dragged me along with his iron claw. After we left the gate area, he finally let go of me. After stroking my head, I lifted my face, just to become surprised. It's fantasy. A fantastic world out of a margin. Sword laughed. Oh, finally curiosity has kicked in. Yep. This is a site just how I had imagined it to be. The roads were maintained, and even though they were frequented by carriages, there was enough space. The pedestrians weren't filthy either. The buildings were tall. Moreover, instead of being simple,
square houses with holes in them. The buildings were ornamented with wood and stones, and their windows were properly made out of wood or glass. Not an assortment of leftover, wild trees, but plants that had been systematically planted colored the cityscape. The river flowing through the city allowed for a guess that the city also might possess water and sewer services. Yep, it totally looks like a sanitary city. Well, if you compare it to the towns we visited so far, Sword mumbled. Once I looked at him, he smiled bitterly, but, to be blunt, compared to our mansion, it's no different from all the towns we've visited until now. It ain't at a level you'd approve of. I see. Then they should prepare themselves for a substantial price reduction. Chapter 85. As for the skin aging of a blue-collar worker, we wandered past the various street stalls without buying anything. I see. MMH, I see. Found something of interest? I did. There's an abundance of different types of strongly fragrant and tongue-wetting leaves and nuts. I was unable to easily get my hands on different spices in Wise and the Earldom. I was told by Benny Boy that he'd get some for me, but I felt like buying them here to give them a try first. Excuse me, pretty lady, I'd like a little bit of all these kinds. How much does it cost? Sword was taken aback. Oh my, you silly thing. Despite looking so young, you're quite the experienced smooth talker, aren't you? So you want all types? Yep. I love cooking, and you see, I had a strong feeling that I'd be able to make great food if I used these. 1. Having an extended talk with a sturdy-built stall owner who was in her 40s, I got her to tell me what taste the different spices had and for which dishes they were suited the most before buying samples of all types. Sword paid for it, but only then the stall lady noticed his existence. Sir Thunderclap Whitefang. I'm Sword of the party Allrounders. This one here is my partner. He may look like this, but he's an amazing cook who can whip up dishes that'd make the royal family's cooks scurry to the winds. We might regularly come to buy at your place, so please take care of us then. K? Oh, of course. I'd be more than delighted to do so. The stall lady immediately became scared stiff. Miss, there's no need to be so tense around us. Sword is a good guy, despite his rougher outward appearance, so you'll be fine talking with him normally as long as you don't send any malicious intents his way, okay? It seems like he's done some great things, but that was long ago, even before I was born. An iron claw descended upon me once again. I'm sorry to tell you, Kay, but it wasn't that long ago. You know, you just didn't hear about it since you were cooped up indoors all the time. Eh? So it was a story that took place at a time I had already been born. He grabbed the scruff of my neck. It's alright for you to be normal round us, just as he says. We're simple customers. This fellow has a honey mouth, but he's extremely rude and tends to blurt out stuff that pisses off folk to no end. So please try to look past his shenanigans as much as possible. He's got no evil intent. Probably. While the stall lady was repeatedly bowing, I said, "See you again, miss." I casually waved my hand, but while being dragged away by the scruff of my neck. Hey, how old do you think I am? Sword roared at me after the stall wasn't in sight anymore. It's hard to tell the age of life forms in this world. Going by the standards of the other world, you'd long past your 30s. Yep, I'd guess you're something around 40. Sword froze. No, it's better to call it petrified. Oops, it looks like I went a little too high with my estimate. Anti-aging technologies are quite advanced in the other world, you see. I'd estimate the young man over there to be around 30. I pointed at a youth walking in front of us. So it's not like your judgment labels me as old. Sword's petrification was lifted. By the way, how old are you? Silence followed my timid question. After a painfully long spell of quietness, he whispered, 25. Okay, I got it. I'll create some beauty products. I forgot that being an adventurer is a job where you're often exposed to the sun. Sunlight consists of several light rays. Some of them are also harmful to the human body. If you keep exposing your skin to them, it gets burned by those rays and ultimately hurts. The skin tries to resist those sun rays, resulting in an accelerated aging. Since some of the sun rays are also necessary for your body, it'd be bad to avoid all sunlight. But as with everything else, keeping it moderate matters. Alright, I'll do my best to normalize your skin again, okay? I rattled down in a hurry. Sword seemed to be on the verge of crying. Sorry, I didn't expect you to be so young. You gave me a dad-like impression. Until now, that is. That's why I thought that various things might have withered away, though I've been regularly drinking healing potions, you know? He appealed with a tear-choked voice. I'm sorry to tell you, but skin aging is a normal cell reaction. For this reason, healing potions won't help with beautiful skin. It's alright. I've asked the pharmacist to teach me various things for this very occasion. And now is the perfect time to test the results of all my studying. It's fine. We're in the capital, a place that's overflowing with all kinds of resources, items, and products. Having said that, it's impossible to obtain vitamin C derivatives and W377 in this world, and as might be expected, I don't know how to make them either. Resveratrol seem to be good as well, but I've heard that you can only get grapes from the big farming nation. So it's only ceramides, huh? Well, it's still better than not tending to your skin at all, I suppose. Then again, it'd be scary if he suddenly had weirdly beautiful skin. Chapter 86. Checking out the stalls for a bit longer and then going to the guild. I grabbed Sword's hand and pulled the ball of depression along, walking around for a bit longer. And on the way I justified my line of thinking. Look, you're relatively calm for your age, aren't you? In the other world, men at your age get seduced by any women they come across, even if they know that those women are honey traps. You didn't feel perturbed when seeing me naked either. That's why I thought you had reached an age where you're used to such things. Once men pass their 30s, they grow accustomed to female bodies, and they stop getting jumpy when they see them, you know? No, well, I doubt anyone would show a reaction to your body, though. What? How terrible of him. And here I was trying to console him. I'm not quite sure about this world, but I'm sure you'll be able to find people with a fetish for lily bodies over here as well. There were some among the leg fetishists, and the small breasts faction. After grunting something akin to an approval, Sword scratched his head. You're right. You're a woman, and you probably bathed together with me because you thought I was close in age to your father. I suppose your belief of us having a big age difference led to the comment about you not considering me a guy, huh? No. That was unrelated to our difference in age. It's because you don't look at me with horny eyes. I think that would apply to most guys, though. Shut it. Anyway, I've understood that anti-aging is important. I thought that the number of guys using such products was low, but maybe surprisingly many guys applied them in secrecy in the other world. I'll use medical creams and also adjust my diet suitably. I can't afford to become careless either. You? Isn't that way too early? What are you saying? Just starting with anti-aging early is already going to have an effect. I haven't used medical creams or some such to take care of my skin, but I've been shutting out opening bracket UV closing bracket. You know, I have absorbed the harmful sun rays with magic elements and scattered them with magic, which is the reason for my pretty, white skin, you see. Sword stared at me with his mouth agape. Yui had already wondered why you didn't get any sunburns and thought that it might have to do with you having been a noble, and yet you've been doing something like that? You're saying something that's similar to denying nobles being humans. Even nobles get sunburns. They're humans just like you. After all, what matters the most is how often you're exposed to sunlight, and right after, what measures of prevention and skincare you use. Let me do it as well, please. He clung to me. We looked around the other stalls and did some shopping over the next few hours. There was also a liquor stall. It was a novel sight for me, but okay. I got a dreadful feeling from what was being sold there. This has a somewhat dangerous smell. Is that stuff really safe? Once I looked back at Sword. He smiled wryly. This is normal. If you're unlucky, you can also run into booze that's undrinkable thanks to its bitterness and sourness. Then it just has turned into something else after having fermented too much, I'd say. But, certainly, fermented food might be great for the body. But just as some germs are good for the body, others are bad. If it's full of only bad germs, it'll naturally upset your stomach. After touring the stalls, we went to the Adventurer Guild. Somehow we got welcomed there in an exuberant friendly way. They were so humble that I thought I stepped into the wrong place. The receptionist called the guildmaster, and we were shown into the most luxurious room to date. When Sword was shown the deferred requests, he flew into a rage, snarling with the voice of a mafia gang member, "This ain't anything I got to do." "This one neither." "Rather. Did you make a mistake in the piles of documents?" "Isn't this pile here full of weird shit?" Hearing him complaining like that, I also took a peek. It was all stuff like attend the birthday party of Erlex or escort Marquis X to his marches. Yep, figures. Sword would get pissed at that. Asterisk. I can take care of those if it's okay for me to torture and slaughter them if they take an attitude with me, you know? Both men froze. "Ha ha ha, saying some funny things, young boy." The guildmaster answered in a manner of seemingly laughing. "But then again, not for real." "You think she's kidding around? You've seen her rank, right? She's already A rank at this age. Much faster than me, you know." The guildmaster's strained, artificial laughter disappeared. "She's someone who walks round while wearing arrogance like a dress. She never got injured or lost either." "You believe a brat, who's completely looking down on life, would bow her eyes to the likes of mere nobles?" "It's plain as day that they'd look down on her as luggage carrier with a condescending attitude." "I don't really want to watch how this girl here peels off their skin in response." "Okay, we're definitely turning down all requests for escorts and party attendances. You just don't need to watch." "It's okay. No matter what I do to them, I'll patch them back up, no problem." "The folks who used my healing potions and medicines have been sending me letters of thanks and responses to my questionnaires," I informed him with a cheerful smile while throwing out my chest and hitting it with a hand. "Just leave everything to me. I'll make sure to train the super cheeky guys to a level where they'll happily lick the soles of my shoes, to the extent that they wouldn't even imagine in their wildest dreams to send malicious intent your way." Jaya. Another iron claw. "Hey, you still wanna pass these requests to me? Then I'll bring about the results desired by you together with this girl, K?" The guildmaster withdrew the documents in a hurry. Asterisk. How boring. Certainly it's very likely that I'd have been treated horribly at a noble's party or while working as a guard, but that's also exciting in itself. After all, it'd totally match what you'd call a template development. But it looks like I become too talkative once I become excited. I readily blabbed about things I should have kept to myself. As a result, it proceeded into the template development of nothing happening, except for me suffering from Sword's iron claw. Even though I always promise myself to keep my trap shut. When I swung my legs around on the chair while booing, I got kicked by Sword. Note: luggage carrier is an occupation. Their task is to follow adventurers around while carrying their baggage. It's a common occurrence for debt slaves to be used for that sort of work. Usually the guild takes care of organizing carriers for adventurers above average. The adventurers have to guarantee the lives of the luggage carriers. If they let them die, the adventurers will be forced to pay a penalty and shoulder the debts. If the carriers used to be debt slaves. It's not like there exist absolutely no freelance luggage carriers though. Adventurers with strong legs and loins, who can't fight for one reason or another, do it, and it often happens that veteran adventurers make rookies carry their stuff if they take them along. For all these reasons, the job of a luggage carrier is regarded as a lowly job. Chapter 87. We joined up with Benny Boy. Sword resolutely declined an invitation to what would have become similar to a lavish reception, and we headed over to Benny Boy's location. Benny Boy had apparently rented out a house for us in the outskirts of the city. When we arrived at our destination, Benny Boy was standing in front of what appeared to be a mansion. "Oh, I've been waiting for you." He waved his hand energetically. "Yo, everything's alright on your end?" "Thanks to you, somehow, is the feeling I get." "Anyway, we were under attack throughout almost all of our journey." "Man, it was really tough, but luckily we had Cha with us." "Thanks to him, it was no problem to repel all attackers." "I see. It sure sounds like you had lots of fun." It makes me totally jelly." "I also want to try to repel attackers with Cha." As I thought that, Benny Boy cast a cold glare at me, and said, "Lady Indra, you might be a genius, but you've got way too many screws loose in your head." Or something like that. "Oh, yes. The theft prevention for Bronco is awesome." I leapt to my feet in the middle of the night. "Yep, spikes are prone to get stolen. My otherworld self had hers stolen as well. That's why I added a theft prevention function to the Broncos. If a person, who's not registered for rental, tries to touch the handle and move the bike, an alarm will ring with a loud roar, and the thief will be stunned by electricity magic through the handle. That's no offensive magic, okay? It's prim and proper crime prevention magic. It sounds like Benny Boy managed to catch several thieves with this function. Still, I wonder, why do I never experience such interesting fun events? Well, partly it might be because the Yokers have been patrolling and guarding our vicinity, I suppose. Asterisk. Before entering the mansion, cleaning came first. Holy smokes! Ben cried out in surprise, but I just cast magic to sterilize, clean, and dry, as well as a spell to blow out all the dust. That was all. Benny Boy was dumbstruck. The hell was that just now? That's why I told you to not underestimate Indra's obsession with cleanliness. She's someone who'll start blabbing about camping out in the wild being much better than staying at an inn. Just now she used her standard cleaning magic for when we live in rented houses or in rooms. The rooms become so shiny that it'd even shock nobles. Sword explained with a worn-out tone. I'm perfectly fine with camping out. But, Sword can't settle down in the wild. It seems. To be honest, I think it's a waste of money to pay for rooms, but I sighed deeply. Benny Boy lined himself up next to me, declaring to Sword, only this time I'm on Lady Indra's side. Sword looked at Benny Boy full of surprise. To be frank, I've been staying over at inns for appearances' sake. Those guys have spent their nights in Ch, always telling me that they want to save on the inn fees or some other plausible stories. For this reason, they've bought magic stones or gone out to hunt monsters for magic stones. I confronted them about it being cheaper to stay in an inn in such a case, but only got to hear that they had become unable to stay at cheap inns once they experienced the comfort of Ch. Makes sense. I mean, since it's no car, there's no worry about using up the battery by spending the night in the car, and I have set up the sofas inside with a bed function by pushing down the backrest. There's something similar to urethane foam among monster materials. I've used that for the seats, so it should be quite nice to sleep on them since it's a relatively soft material. If they squeeze together, sleeping inside with four should be possible, I think. Well, you've got a point there. Booty got a keep face as well. An S-rank adventurer always camping out will be seen as being stingy on the inn expenses, right? So that's the reason, huh? That's why he's going for inns with excessively high prices. Asterisk. After going inside, Benny Boy gave us a report on the auction. Really, you'll be totally shocked if you hear this. Rather, I was astonished myself as well. First, the auction items were appraised. It looks like the standard template of any fantasy story. Appraisal actually exists in this world as well. Seriously, that totally screams fantasy. I wanna learn it as well. Anyway, as soon as they knew that the item was not fake, thanks to the appraisal, the item received an authentication certificate. They drew up a gorgeous certificate parchment with a few keywords, a stamp, and a sales pitch provided by Benny Boy. At that time, they figured out from my name Indra and my attribute former noble that I used to be the daughter of Earl Springcoat. After also investigating the gossip, actually the truth, I spread back in a distant past, my liquor was introduced as product of the tragic genius daughter of an earl. Even that alone was already plenty to bait lots of people. But once I was further introduced as a successful partner of the S-rank adventurer Thunderclap Whitefang, the auction hall went abuzz. One bottle of wine went for 60 gold, one bottle of whiskey for 80 gold, and one bottle of brandy for 90 gold. A bundle of 5 liquors, which also included ale and cider, was sold on the last auction day and went for 320 gold per set. All of the bottles were handed over in cooling boxes with handwritten cards from me, titled Yo's Fantastic Way of Drinking. And then one of the buyers started a sampling event. Apparently they took money for the participation, and popularity of my liquor went through the roof. Benny Boy immediately became a star merchant, and all kinds of people swooped down on him in droves, requesting to do business with him. And yet he's standing so nonchalantly in front of this house. Asterisk. The wheat honey was immediately sold out. The liquor inquiries were incredible, but after I explained that it required careful storing, time, and awesome, advanced magic to reach its taste, I got people to give up on it. Nobles, who had heard of the liquor, tried to get information out of Benny Boy in all kinds of ways, claiming that it should be attempted with their breweries and wineries, but it's not like Benny Boy knows how to make my liquor. I boasted, I've only heard that storing the liquor is super difficult, and that the means of transportation is very simple and prompto, and Lady Indra is an amazing magician, and a great sorceress. So the liquor can't be made by anyone but her, saying things that wouldn't even count as an answer. He brushed them off. I see. It must have been tough on you. I'm sure you're exhausted from all this. I guess we should have a celebration party today then. Yahoo! Benny Boy was obviously all in favor. Business as usual with you, I'd say. In a certain sense, you're truly a fine, young man. Is it okay for me to invite those guys over as well? Of course. There's some dishes I'd like you guys to sample, so I look forward to your impressions. Sword smiled wryly, but didn't say anything. Yep, I've finally gotten Sword to understand that testers are indispensable for human experiments. Chapter 88. We joined up with Pale Moon of Dawn. In the evening Pale Moon of Dawn arrived in Cha. Sword and Benny Boy went to take a bath, and then drank some ale ahead of the party. That's fine with me. But well, nice to see you again after such a long time, Your Grace Indra. Pale Moon of Dawn immediately came to me for greetings. Hey, you guys are truly quickly to completely change your allegiance, aren't you? Greeting Indra before me, and then even go all honorary on her? Said Sword with a sulky voice. Well, I mean right, everyone. We're indebted to His Grace for so many things, and it's going to continue from now on as well. The feast and liquor will be all provided by His Grace, so courtesy is a given. I wanna rent out Bronco a bit more. I'm His Grace's slave. Sword rolled his eyes. Now, don't be so hard on them. They must have worked hard to guard Benny Boy. That's why we have this celebration party. But first, enter the bath, okay? You geese stink. It looks like I hurt their feelings. But why? It's not like I voiced it out, or did I? Alright. There's something I'd like the women to try out. Eh? What is it? I made lotions and oils. Lowering my voice, I whispered to the two. As a matter of fact, adventurers are often exposed to sunlight, and the skin easily dries out from that. Right? A while ago offended Sword a bit by making a careless remark. You see? So I made these beauty products here. The two audibly swallowed. It's not like they're going to show their effect right away, but it's still better than nothing, so I made them with the idea that it'd be nice to have some skin care. Could I have you two test them for me? It's a human experiment. No, I guess that's a misleading way to phrase it. You'll be testers. Please apply these on your skin and tell me about the progress of your skin. However, if you feel like your skin is getting worse, stop it at once, and inform me. I'll give you a remedy I prepared just in case. Huh? They seemed to draw back a bit, but in the end their curiosity won out, and they agreed to test the beauty products for me. Asterisk. Immediately after they left the bath, I could hear noisy footsteps, and then found myself being embraced. Indra, sell them to me. I'll buy them at your asking price. I'm being hugged here by the two while they're only wearing their underwear. Also, the two were small, but the parts supposed to stick out were properly bulging. Remembering my own two breasts cast a distant look into my eyes. The guys, not Sword, however, are staring our way with their eyes wide open. How did it go? Going by your actions, it already had an effect, I guess. Yep. It's incredible. My skin is all springy. The pores disappeared, and the skin has become whiter. I see. I'm glad to hear that. Sword didn't tell me anything. Is it because of their youth? Does the restorative effect of the products work better the younger the user? Bah, you're thinking something rude again, aren't you? At once I got yelled at by Sword. Is this guy an esper or something? Asterisk. We toasted with everyone. And then, a bit later, Benny Boy told me, somehow a really appetizing smell is hanging in the air, isn't it? True. As you'd expect of the capital, it's got a bounty of spices. It's a menu using those spices. There are several dishes,
but the main dish is the opening bracket curry closing bracket over here. Let's see. You can call it spicy stew. Please eat it while putting it on this flatbread. All the members of Pale Moon of Dawn looked my way when I said that. It's just a guess, but has all of this possibly been cooked by you, Your Grace? No need to guess. You know, even the fish you ate earlier was something made by Lady Indra, but I didn't tell you. Did I? They all violently shook their heads. I was sure His Grace ordered some cooks to make it and then brought it here by using his incredible magic. Why, Your Grace, you have been a noble, haven't you? Asked the leader with a trembling voice. Why can you cook? No, I'm a commoner right now. Besides, I told you that I made the liquor. Didn't I? In addition, I also made the Yokas, Chas, and Broncos. I simply love creating things. Well, since I used to be a noble, I'm also good at sewing and embroidery, I guess. Once I gave some of my creations to the maids. They cried tears of joy and promised to keep them as family heirlooms. It's because of the specs of this body, but I was able to finish beautiful, precise embroideries much faster than any machine could. Since I also possess magic, I already feel like I can make anything I want as long as I know about it. Asterisk. The women looked at me with shock dyeing their faces. Looking at them, Benny Boy teased the two. Shine, Taylor, wouldn't it be better for you to follow Lady Indra's example? Your cooking and sewing sucks. Without even being able to finish, he got punched by the two. Rest in peace, Benny Boy. Isn't it fine to just make the dishes you like? When it comes to cooking, our cooks are all guys, you know. The maids have also learned how to cook, but not to the extent of being able to make a living from it. They seem to prefer sewing and embroidery. I also do it solely because I like it. Rather, if you can do all that only because of such a reason, is there anything you hate? Asked one of the guys. I'd say it's listening to others, forgiveness, and going easy on someone. Everyone pretended to not have heard anything when I answered like that. Come on, let's toast. Cheers. Chapter 89. We had a celebration party. Curry was one of the dishes universally loved by all people in the other world. My other world self often ate traditional curry when eating out, but the ones she made at home were all weird versions full of various mixed spices. That probably stemmed from her having liked things resembling the compounding of medicines. She also liked investigating the efficacy of a drug. So, using that knowledge from my otherworld self, I mixed the spices together while relying on my nose. I dub it orc curry cooked in fermented tomatoes and oranges. It looks really amazing, just not edible. By the way, I used orc meat for sword's sake. The meat near the skin. Yep, it's collagen. Orcs possess a skin similar to that of humans, and on top of that, their skin is quite beautiful. So I used it for the dish under the impression that it might contain a bounty of collagen and ceramide. I also made skincare oil with it. Obtaining a beautiful skin from in and outside is the goal here. In addition, I served the standard garnishes of yogurt and chopped pickles, fried beans budded with spices, tandoori cockatrice, and many more. I also made a lassi-like drink for myself since everyone else was all liquor. Yes, even the women wanted liquor. But even so, all of them wolfed down the food while delighted by its taste. Asterisk. If only I could marry Indra, I'd be set for a rosy life. Said one of the two women. She was called Taylor or some such, with an entranced look. The room froze. No, I'm going to stay single for the rest of my life. I don't plan to marry anyone, be it man or woman, I answered, causing the guys to feel relieved for some reason. Are they possibly all aiming for Taylor? Ugh, damn it. It's her tits, right? It's because she's got nice tits, I'm sure. Indra, you also consider guys an option? Asked their leader Shine. I told you moments ago that neither men nor women are an option. Didn't I? What is she asking? Indra is originally a woman, you see? Benny Boy, you said something outrageous there. You know what's with the originally? I'm still a woman. That's why the maids at the mansion call her Lady Indra, and every once in a while she also cross-dresses as woman. Benny Boy, do you possibly want me to kill you? At once he violently shook his head. Sword guffawed, drawing the looks of everyone to himself. After stifling his laughter, he smiled wryly. Well, She is a woman. It's just easy to forget. A tragic noble's daughter, right? Ah, that's the source. Huh? Well, I did spread it at a party in the past. Though I believe that story had already been long forgotten. That Hair Tailor pointed a trembling finger at my head. Oh, this is, you see, a story perfectly fitting for a tragic noble's daughter, I suppose. In the past, when I was still nobility, I was shunned by the guy who marched into my home after my mother died. I couldn't get him to even fork over a single copper. Of course my hair didn't care about that and grew out. Usually my status would have allowed me to call over a professional hairdresser to cut it for me, but naturally that guy didn't call anyone like that for me, and I didn't have any money to call one myself either. Therefore I asked the girl, who had arrived together with that guy, to cut it for me. For the sake of not making it obvious that it had been messily cut by the hands of a child, I had her cut it short. The room froze, except for Sword, who commented, "When we met, you claimed that it was for an easier washing of your hair though." "Yep, that's another point." I nodded. "Heck, you've really had a tough time there, Lady Indra." "Out of your mouth, Benny boy, it doesn't sound like a tough time at all." Asterisk. Everyone ate up all the dishes, spelling the end of the party. Using magic, I immediately washed all the tableware. And while at it, I also cleaned the room. The leader, a mage, gawped at that. "Somehow I feel like I've just seen something impossible." "Don't worry. No need to lose heart. I can't do it either." "Neither can Bloody Witch. That's her original magic." "Oh, I see," said Shin after getting consoled by Sword. "Yep. In exchange, I can't use some of the magic you guys use. That's why we're even." When I consoled her as well, she blinked her eyes in surprise, and then laughed. Asterisk. Everyone stayed the night. We had enough rooms for them, though the members of Pale Moon of Dawn commented, "A hard bed for the first time in a while, huh?" Sword and I laid out a memory foam mattress and slept underneath a duvet. However, I mean, it'd be uncomfortably hard otherwise, right? Chapter 90, Let's try taking a request in the capital. On the next day, Benny Boy brought the money from the auction sellout. Usually we go with a rate of 6 to 4 or 7 to 3, but this time you covered most of the expenses, so we'll go with a rate of 8 to 2. Thus, our stock of gold coins grew once again. But, since this money is the crystallization of the brewing team's hard work, I'll note it down in the account book and then use it for future financing. The environment is definitely essential for good liquor, but good raw materials are at its root. So this money is going to be used for obtaining those materials, and also to pay back Sword who has funded the production so far. I'll head back to Wise while stocking up, but what are you guys planning to do? I exchanged a look with Sword. Well, we've got a dungeon trip ahead of us, I'd say. It sounds like I'll be able to enjoy myself quite a bit. Benny Boy looked surprised. The dungeon in the capital? You mean the one which no one has fully explored thus far, right? I nodded. We've stocked around 1 year worth of provisions. We've also stocked water just in case, but then again, I can create water anyway. Water produced through magic isn't drinkable, is it? Naturally, since it's 100% pure water. But, if you put stones and ash into it in advance, it becomes drinkable over time. Sword shook his head. You're right. The water made with magic we use isn't drinkable. But, you can drink the water created by her magic. When we ran out of water during our travels and no river was nearby, I drank the water created by her. In the first place, do you understand why it's raining? When I tried to explain the mechanism behind it. No, but it's okay, as long as I understand that you can do godlike things, Lady Indra, it's plenty for me. I got interrupted. But yep. He doesn't get it at all. Does he? I'm no goddess, okay? It follows an underlying principle, you know? Asterisk. Please take care of the spices and grain, okay? I know. I also got an idea about the grain you were desiring, Lady Indra. Oh, for real? I want rice, and thus I requested him to look for something similar to it. I also told him that I'd buy up any other unusual grains he might find. But it looks like he got a lead on my first and foremost desire, rice. I'm looking forward to it. Asterisk. After bidding farewell to Benny Boy and Pale Moon of Dawn,
we headed to the Adventurer Guild. We planned to clean up some of the pending requests. It ain't urgent, but this one here can only be done by me, I guess. The rest is also doable by B ranks, Sword said after choosing Wyvern. Wyvern, so you finally grasped what adventuring is about, eh? I shouted, just to get laughed at by Sword. The Guildmaster blinked his eyes in surprise. Yeah, sounds interesting enough, right? Of course. Wyverns are a standard monster. Theories about its meat tasting good or bad are split, though, which applies here. It's delicious. Its scales are tough, but well, your skin is harder, I guess, said Sword, making it sound like my skin was made out of metal. Just what are you saying about such beautiful skin? It's a superbly hard stone skin, so you won't suffer a single scratch, is what I'm saying, I got retorted by Sword. 1. Once this request is over, we'll dive into the dungeon. You can already register us without a time limit. The Guildmaster widened his eyes. Are you possibly? Yeah, together with this girl here, I'll be able to go all the way, I think. Let me tell you in advance, but we won't save anyone on the way, okay? We're not going in to rescue folks but to travel the dungeon, after all. I know that. Please leave it to me. I'll announce it ahead of time. The Guildmaster was terribly gung-ho about this. Aren't you quite into it? As I expected, a dungeon exploration is a fairly thrilling event for adventurers. Huh? Sword and the Guildmaster looked at each other when I asked, and broke out into laughter. You've got quite the guts. That's the partner of Thunderclap Whitefang for you. I've taken a liking to you. Eh? Why, is that so? I'm not all that excited about dungeons, though. However, it might be different when it comes to the Demon King's castle. This caused the Guildmaster to become dumbfounded. Sword roughly stroked my head. According to this girl here, dungeons are attractions created by the dungeon cause, or something like that, right? Anyway, since I've got no proof to reject it, I'll go along with that story and enjoy the capital's dungeon. She also mentioned that if we ask the Demon King to let us play and tell him that we're not planning to kill him, he might humor us. After flapping his mouth like a fish on dry land while looking dumbstruck, the Guildmaster burst into laughter. That's really amazing. For some reason it has made me all excited, too. Right? I believe that adventurer is an occupation where you get a thrill out of exploring the unknown. Sword thinks too much like a petty bourgeois despite being an adventurer himself, so I'm quite troubled since he doesn't enjoy hymns. My head got ground from both sides by his fists. Sorry for being a petty bourgeois. And yet, I'm still a hero, just so you know. Calling yourself a hero, PFFT haha. My temples got ground once again. Meanwhile the Guildmaster was guffawing. Don't laugh, stop. Sword instead. Chapter 91, It's etiquette to take down a wyvern while riding a broom. If you're with me, my image goes down the drain. Sword thundered at me. In the first place, it's plain weird to worry about your image ever since you clung to me and apologized while bawling like a little kid. Aren't people treating you super casually anyway in places like Wise? That place houses many acquaintances who know me since my beginner days. Many of them haven't quite realized that I've become an S-rank adventurer, and thus they haven't changed their ways, treating me like normal. But I've got quite an image to uphold in other towns and cities like the capital. Really? Oh well, whatever. Take me for an example. I don't pretend to be anyone other than myself, so I'll keep things like that. No, you should pretend a bit more, you know? But sometimes you actually do. I mean, what the hell was up with that acting towards the spice sell-in lady the other day? Also, sometimes you shower the guild's receptionists with compliments. Isn't that no different from a womanizing swindler? I act in such a way when I'm looking to get a freebie from the other party. I also do it with men, but it's not as effective as it is with women. Wouldn't it be awful to have a beautiful girl call out to you with a smile and then having something shady done to you by her? Been called handsome lad by a brat ain't anything but shady. Did he say something? Asterisk. A wyvern subjugation. It gets my blood pumping, but not to the extent of a dragon. Have you ever subjugated a wyvern? Just once. Well, I got lucky. Those things can fly, so they immediately scoot if they're at a disadvantage. Because I had a spear with me by chance, I was able to take it down with a throw. A long throw, huh? Then again, the Dragon Knight of a certain RPG performs such a jump that it makes even wyverns pale, and skewers them with his spear. Suddenly recalling that, a question popped up in my mind. You're good at lightning magic, aren't you? Wouldn't it be easy to take out wyverns with a bolt or two? In response, he thrust his hand in front of my face. First, wyverns are one of the few monsters that are immune to lightning spells. I didn't know. Second, your lightning magic and regular lightning magic are like day and night. Sword raised a third finger. Third and lastly, you're able to strike down lightning from the sky, but you see, usually no one can use lightning magic like that. I see. Can you use any ranged, large-scale magic? I got lost in deep thought when he asked me. Yep. Well, I won't know unless I try it out, but I've got options. The simplest one would be opening bracket nuclear power closing bracket. You can call it explosion magic, but if I use this, the whole area and its surroundings will become contaminated. It'll have a lasting effect for a super long time, and in case you get polluted, you'll have a condition where I can't say whether an antidote would help you fix it. By the way, this is the big taboo spell I often mention. Okay, that one's sealed. I thought he'd say so. Then I've got a spell to create a vacuum. This works against living beings who need to breathe, but it won't have an effect on monsters that don't require any air, like ghouls or skeletons. And, the magic that can kill those mobs as well would be wave magic, I'd say. If I shower them with several harmful waves, most monsters will fall prey to it, though I'm not quite sure about mud and sand monsters. It's kinda like light magic that doesn't shine. The one you used back in the dungeon, right? I nodded. Then this light magic of yours would be the safest approach. I folded my arms. Well, we won't be able to loot any materials then. After all, the wyvern's body would be in a worse state than getting burned by fire. It'd get vaporized, carbonized, and its intestines would even spill out of its skin. Gotcha. Asking you will be the final measure, answered Sword. Asterisk. Now then, how are we going to take that thing down? If it comes to fighting airborne enemies. Yep, in the end, as a romanticist, you'd go with the theory of a beautiful girl straddling a broom to fly up there. If you can fly while straddling a broom, you can also fly without broom, right? That's indeed true. But where's the dream in that? Since it wouldn't be fun otherwise, I made a broom out of a random, nearby tree, all the while with Sword coldly staring at me as if watching the antics of a retard. Asterisk. When I started to sing a magical girl song I recalled, Sword burst into laughter. You're really happy-go-lucky through and through, aren't you? I'm 100% sure no one but you would head out to defeat a wyvern in such a cheerful mood. Don't just admire me, and become cheerful yourself as well. Asterisk. And, just as I warbled my song, the wyvern appeared. It immediately shot a fireball at us. Quite the hot-blooded one, isn't it? But, it was still a good distance away. It was circling high up in the sky, obviously wary of us. Sword shaded his eyes, looking up to the wyvern. Fair way up there. What are we gonna do about this? Of course, fly up. I straddled my broom. Come on, toss me towards the wyvern. Like throwing a spear. Hurry, hurry. Sword opened his mouth, but then gave up, apparently having switched his thinking. Oh well, whatever. You won't die from it anyway. He lifted the broom and me up with a jerk and shouldered us. "'Kay, here we go. Go and take it down. And you make sure to not miss." Where I flew off in a straight line with a whoosh, like a bullet. Asterisk. I'm flying on a broom. No, that's a lie. Even without a broom I'd fly. But it's quite the event anyway. It's that super popular fairy tale about wizards where they fly around on brooms. This feeling of speed, the thrill. I'm a seeker. Asterisk. As I thought all that, I immediately arrived underneath the wyvern. The wyvern got extremely startled, freezing with its mouth agape. "Sorry, but I'll take you down in a whiff. The theory for flying magicians is to defeat enemies with magic, but with this momentum, it's much faster to wrap it up with a neck chop." In passing, I quickly drew my wooden sword and delivered a single flash of a slash. Once again I had to cut down something boring. After muttering that standard line, I swung my sword, causing a gust of wind and breaking my ascent. So, currently I was crashing down together with the wyvern. But, on the way, I used gravity magic to slow the fall before landing safely. Sword came over while guffawing. You're the best. It's been a long time since I've laughed this much. Oh, so you enjoyed it. Next time you try it as well. Okay, sure, I'll do so when a wyvern crops up next time. For a change, Sword was positively interested in going along with it. Asterisk. Given that the blood of wyvern seemed to be valuable, I bottled it up as I drained its blood. Afterwards, I washed the remains, and tossed them into my cooled bag just like that. Once we entered the guild, we were warmly welcomed again. The guild master said, "Looks like a wyvern is going to appear on the market for the first time in a while. Its materials are definitely going to sell for a hefty sum." I see. I cut off its head and drained its blood. But since Sword told me that the blood can be sold as well, I've stored it away separately. We want to eat the meat as well, so keep some of it back for us. Make it all parts that can be eaten, please, I requested, just for the entire guild to freeze. MMH? Did I say something weird? The guild master pointed at me, and timidly asked, "Has that boy defeated the wyvern?" "But, who does he mean with boy?" "Yeah, that's right," answered Sword and laughed again, as he obviously recalled the whole scene once more. "She got on a broom and told me, throw me towards the wyvern." While wondering whether I should chastise her a bit or something, I threw her up there with all my strength. While flying, she chopped off its head, and after showing off like some weirdo, she fell together with the wyvern. You see? Thinking she's a lost cause of an idiot who cannot be saved anymore, I let go of all my worries and decided to simply enjoy myself. "What's with you? Flying while riding a broom is etiquette, for you at least." "Yeah, but, well, it does look fun, I suppose." "Of course it is. I full-heartedly enjoy every situation. That's what adventuring is about." When I threw my hands in the air, the entire guild broke out in laughter. Chapter 92, Start of the Dungeon Attack. After safely wrapping up the wyvern hunt, the dungeon was next on the agenda. Sword said he cleared it all the way to the 50th floor by himself. In this case, I suspect it's got around 100 floors. Going by cliché, an ancient dragon would be the final boss, I said, resulting in Sword becoming dumbstruck. "For real?" "Of course." "An ancient dragon, huh? Doesn't it get you all excited?" "I'm 100% sure it can talk, so I must speak with it at all costs." "If it's been locked after the dungeon was completed, it probably wouldn't know about the situation outside ever since then." "Oh well, I'll get it to tell me about the Genesis then." "You still desire more despite already possessing so much knowledge?" Sword asked while rolling his eyes. "I do possess knowledge of the other world, but my knowledge about this world is lacking. Besides, there's lot of things I want to know." "Let me tell you just in case, but that's what adventuring is about. At least supposedly. Scholars debate the information provided by adventurers in their chambers. Adventurers go out into the world on a quest to find out what they want to know while encountering the unknown. Occasionally they'll hunt, collect, explore, or talk. Do you understand? I energetically thrust a finger at him. "Don't worry, I got it." "So, that means you also enjoy the times when hunting, collecting, and talking?" "Yeah." Sword laughed at me while stroking my head. "Ah, now he finally looks a bit like you'd expect of his age." As expected, the effect of the beauty products is also showing on him. Asterisk. On the way towards the dungeon, we were being treated super friendly for some reason. Question mark. When I tilted my head, Sword caressed me with a fed-up expression. "Sure, I told them we'd explore the dungeon, but this wasn't part of it." "Are they trying to pressure us or something?" "It just means everyone is excited about the dungeon exploration, doesn't it?" "Wouldn't it be better to greet them then?" "We should share the joy of being thrilled with everyone." I nimbly climbed atop my Ryoku, and shouted with the assistance of an amplification spell, "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being so excited about the dungeon exploration together with us. Sword and I are going to go to the lowest floor of the dungeon, talk with the boss there, and take it down. If there's any story worthy of being told about our adventure down there, I'll tell you later, so look forward to it." They all cheered, and for some reason, some even laughed. "Sword,
You get up here as well. You have to make the same oath. Sword slapped his forehead, but after sighing, he apparently made up his resolve and climbed on Ryoku. I'm the adventurer Sword. I've formed the party Allrounders with Indra who's standing next to me. From now on, this girl here, the golems, and I are going to dive into the dungeon. We'll definitely make it all the way to the lowest floor. This time we got engulfed by a cacophony of loud cheering without anyone laughing. Why did people laugh at me? When I tilted my head in confusion, Sword laughed. It's cause your feeling of thrill is kinda silly, and told me something awful. Asterisk. Things were quite heated even in front of the dungeon. Kinda like when players enter a stadium under the loud applause of their fans. Is it a custom that you can't enter without giving everyone a high five? As if. What kind of festival would that supposed to be? Okay, figures. If anything, I'd like them to do this when we've safely cleared the dungeon. Sword considered it for a moment, and then muttered, that might be somewhat exciting, apparently having just imagined it. Asterisk. Sword asked me in a way of making sure I know the answer, but I'll ask just in case. I explored all the way to the 50th floor and I possess a magic tool allowing to use a shortcut to the 50th floor. Wanna use it? I furiously shook my head. That's what I thought. A map is unnecessary, right? The map's created by the Ryokus and you are much more accurate anyway. Are you going to be bored about passing through a route you already passed once before? I asked him in reverse. If you're not interested, you just need to go ahead to the 50th floor and wait there for me, okay? It's my first run, so I want to go through things in order. I'll go with you. We've decided that we'd have fun, haven't we? He finally feels up to it. Very well. Since the upper levels are going to be easy anyway, I'd like to add the rule of passing through them non-stop. You can use the rule of doubtlessly following my footsteps. Sword's smile froze. Ain't the difficulty a tad too high like that? It's going to be alright. Someone like you will be able to easily pull it off. Hold back a bit, okay? I'm an ordinary human, you know? Don't lump me together with a superwoman like you. What are you talking about, oh hero? Ftaha. The instant I thought that, my mouth was seized again. MMPF. That face of yours pisses me off. How irrational. Asterisk. I handed him an SF-like wristband, looking like a smartwatch. This is a magic tool for long-distance communication. It'll allow us to stay in contact, but it's easier to talk and listen when you bring your arm close to your head. Also, if you tap the display or give it a voice command, it'll show you the map created by the Ryokus. Mine is blue-green while Swords has a white coloring. Every once in a while you really produce some awesome stuff. Does it have any other functions besides showing the map? I guess you can count the display of your body's state as one. It'll tell you your own health status. It also works as a clock. That pocket watch I got from you is nice as a retro item, but this one here is much better for adventurers. It moves through magic elements, but please press a magic stone against it for a while, depending on the remaining amount of magic elements. I can also opening bracket install closing bracket other opening bracket functions. You know? Don't be shy and tell me if you have any requests. Roger. He answered happily. It's pretty obvious that Sword loves gadgets. I think he's the type who would get totally hooked on SF anime, if he were to live in the other world. Asterisk. Now then, we began with calisthenics. I smiled at the meaninglessness of the Ryokus doing it as well. It's so cute. When it was our turn to enter the dungeon, Sword yelled out to boost his spirit. Alright, let's go. And then we rushed inside. Chapter 93, No Time to Admire Monsters. There's a boss room every 10 floors, and we should expect waiting lines on the upper floors. Sword immediately made use of his wireless communication device. I suppose that's commonplace. No choice. Let's make a stop at the 10th floor then, I answered while dashing across walls and ceilings in order to avoid other people. I didn't plan on killing any monsters. They'd probably try escaping anyway. Asterisk. I arrived at the 10th floor in the blink of an eye. Was it around 5 minutes? It'd be great if we could have skipped a bit more. Well, yeah. These floors are no problem after all. No waiting line awaited us, but the door didn't open as there apparently were people inside. If we keep going at this rate, it looks like we're going to clear this dungeon by today, but starting with the 50th floor,
It's going to be uncharted territory for you, so let's go at a slower pace then. Sure. I think we'll be able to keep up this pace down to the 30th floor, but if I remember correctly, the floors in the 30s were jungles infested by insects, so I don't feel like it'll be that easy to get through you know? The floors in the 40s were overrun by undead. Anyway, they stank and I got attacked by swarms of so they were a major pain in the ass. I went further down into the 50s as a test, but the floors there seem to be endless plains that thwart any mapping attempt. Moreover, the site is bad down the course of the high grasses. All of this made it really inefficient as a solo adventurer, so I pulled back. Oh, interesting. That does sound fun. Come to think of it, is there anything we should hunt or gather in the dungeon? The basics of any hunting game dictate that there's loot you can only obtain at certain places. Parties other than ours usually reach the floors in the 30s, so I think we don't need to bother until then. The fort is quite unpopular. Folks capable of using light magic are rare, and they run quickly out of mana thanks to the sheer number of monsters. Besides, the demand for loot from undead is very limited. It sounds like it'd be better to simply cut across those floors. So, we're going to play the hunting game, starting with the 50s, huh? The standard for plains would be frogs and locusts, I suspect. Frogs, huh? If I'm not wrong, those can be eaten, can't they? I don't want to eat locusts, however. Even if I'm told they're a delicacy or some such, it's impossible for me. Now then. Oh, it's open. When we went inside the room a bear, it roared something like that at us. What's this? It's kinda cute. But, just as I thought that, Sword quickly killed it. "K, let's move on." He quickly opened the treasure chest and then urged me on. "You call me cold-hearted or some such, don't you? But I mean, even you killed that lovely bear with its adorable poses," it roared with one blow, showing no hesitation whatsoever. "It's because I wouldn't consider a monster as lovely." "Come on, go." We run in. Why not, even though it was so damn adorable. Asterisk. We advanced down to the 30th floor at a good pace. The waiting time in front of the boss room took us longer than getting there. Many parties headed back up after that boss. Quite a lot of people don't go any further, huh? Or to be more precise, it's all parties who turn back. But, why? Things like compatibility with insects depend on preferences. I'm sure you'll love them, though. That's not really true, you know. It's just that the things I've built look like insects by coincidence. Chapter 94, I love honey. We arrived at the insect area, a jungle. Insects in a jungle isn't that way too cheap? For now, let's head for the boss room. In response, Sword scratched his head. Sure, why not? Is there anything of interest for you in this area? I follow the doctrine of not eating cooked locusts. Earned me a knuckle on my head. Listen, even I don't eat nothing like that. That ain't what I was asking. Military bees appear on these floors. Bees with a camouflage pattern? I mean, I like a military look, so I have some interest, but going this far, the loot item they drop is honey. Alright, let's hunt them down to the last. Bees are living beings, hence, a large-scale vacuum spell will work against them. I'm going to annihilate them quickly. When I immediately stated my opinion, Sword became flabbergasted. You're totally gung-ho about this, aren't you? But, you can produce honey out of wheat. No, wheat honey and normal honey are completely different. Honey, you see, can be used for making liquor. High-quality honey becomes high-quality liquor. Gotcha. Leave it to me. Though it's not reaching your level, I can use wide area spells as well. The Yokas also made their fighting spirit known by dancing. All of us were roaring to go. Asterisk. Rushing through the locust, caterpillar, moth, praying mantis, and spider floors, we headed straight for the honey floor. They're gonna start appearing after 2 more floors. They're strong and attack in groups, but that doesn't concern us, right? We'll pass the first floor where they appear since we'll be hindered by other folks. In other words, we'll gather, no, hunt honey right before the boss floor. Phew, ha ha ha. You may call me Pooh-san. Or Siren-san would work as well. I go hunting while being super excited. You shits, become liquor for me. Sword's inner voice, his soul scream, echoed throughout the jungle. We hunted them down to the extent of not a single bee respawning anymore. Okay, it's noon, so time for lunch, I'd say, I announced after a look at my watch. You're right. While at it, please prepare some liquor for me too, responded Sword. Since it was a special occasion, I made the food and drinks while using the honey we obtained. I grilled some spicy honeyed grilled chicken, styled, then roasted it together with some veggies, and finally used it as a filling for bread. I also gave Sword a honey lemon highball as a freebie. I drank the same, but without whiskey. Ah, how very kind of you. Don't say it as though I'm usually an unkind woman. The mansion's servants and Benny Boy keep telling me that I'm pampering you way too much. Sword went for the highball first. Ah, this rocks, really. It's sweet, but it makes the whiskey's flavor taste even better. This one here tastes much better than the usual highball, when it comes to a light drink as aperitif. The flavor and fragrance of high-quality honey seems to go well with whiskey. The lemon's sourness and aroma further enhances both. After Sword downed the drink in one go, he looked at me. It ain't like you're drinking liquor yourself, so how come you know how to make such an incredible liquor? Being very seriously stared at, I answered in kind. That's probably because you drink and eat everything while repeatedly calling it delicious. Huh? Sword was dumbstruck. The dishes made by me aren't the one and only my food. Depending on individual preferences, those eating it should have some parts they like and some parts they hate. In the first place, there's a bunch of people that are picky about ingredients, right? Even our restaurant uses that principle as foundation, and we have guests, who book a reservation, tell us about their preferences in order to make a menu catering towards their taste. You don't say anything like that. You empty your plate while obviously enjoying the food. You also tell me that it's great. For a cook, you see, that's the highest praise they can get. The cooks and I always say that we prefer being told that something tastes good over being buried with money. As a matter of fact, when I finally told the cook that his food was good, he cried. Even though I always ate up everything he made. After taking a long, hard look at me, Sword smiled. I see. So, does that mean I'm the perfect partner for you? After all, he started prattling something outrageous. When I averted my face in a huff, he hugged me. Ain't that the moment where you'd usually answer, don't state the obvious, idiot? As if I care. What's with you? Are you shy? You consider me the perfect partner, don't you? No clue what you're talking about. Don't ask me something so obvious, idiot. Since the bees didn't respawn even after we wasted time with such a conversation, we gave up on waiting and headed to the boss room. The boss was a queen bee. She's really huge. Amazing. Moreover, she's got all this fluffy, gorgeous fur. Ah, I think I know what we'll find inside the treasure chest of this boss. Huh? What is it? A single flash of my wooden sword later, its opening bracket royal jelly closing bracket. The heck's that? How is it called over here? I guess you can call it the meal of the queen military bee. It should be something the bees spat out together with their saliva after having eaten pollen and nectar beforehand. Listening to that explanation, I don't feel like he ate an anymore. Why? The nutritional value is supposed to be quite high. Eating this or not should also decide whether a military bee is regarded as keen, but the one over here is summoned by the dungeon core. When I opened the chest while explaining, it was inside, just as suspected. Yep, no surprise. Can you use this for something? I placed a hand on my chin, brooding. It's definitely good for your health, but mostly for its high nutritional value. It's unnecessary for us young ones. Sword blinked. Then he laughed. Until now you've totally treated me like an old man. So what's this about? I simply didn't know your true age. For you to have been such a fledgling. Isn't that an age where you've barely become half a man? This time he looked at me full of surprise. Men at my age were treated like that in the world where you lived before? Yeah. At your age they'd be in the 3rd year of their first workplace. It's an age where guys are often pushed around by their bosses as the newcomer underlings they are. This gave Sword a shock. This healthy food can wait. Let's see, I think at an age past 40 it'd make sense. To begin with,
I've created an opening bracket anti-oxidation closing bracket medicine. You remember? That's an elixir of perennial youth. It's much more effective than this one, too. Guess we sell it then. Let's also add your explanation to it, decided Sword, and tossed the jelly into his magic bag. Chapter 95. Any zombie game needs guns. Now then, on to the next floor. But, going into a haunted house with this lineup, it'll probably turn into a haunted house with zero scare. Though it's a cave this time. Just gotta get quickly through this, right? Right, is what I thought, but, asterisk. Whoa. This has a pretty nifty design, doesn't it? I was startled when we entered the next floor. It's totally got the atmosphere of a cemetery. Although this place is inside a cave, it's set up so that you have to enter the basement of a mansion to go down to the next floor. The dungeon core is really pulling all stops, isn't it? Sword commented indifferently. It's a rare chance, so let's honor its efforts by playing around a bit. We'll go with a game for you who's so apathetic about it. I took something out of my magic bag. Immediately following, Sword's eyes flew wide open, sparkling. Good grief, he really loves this kind of stuff, doesn't he? I've got several types, but each of them has its own quirks and limitations. Make sure to remember them, okay? Asterisk. I created several types of guns powered by magic elements, using a famous shooting game as reference. The shotgun fires a single volley of 6 shots at a time with a cooldown of 2 seconds. Once you shoot it, you must reload well. Act as if you're reloading it. The submachine gun can consecutively shoot 10 bullets, but you need to wait for 5 seconds once those 10 shots finish. This also requires you to reload after the 10 shots. The laser gun perforates, but it has a time limit on its usage. Once it exceeds 1 minute, it needs to cool down for 1 minute. If you let it rest for 10 seconds after using it for 10 seconds, you can use it again for its longest period of 1 minute. The Gatling gun can shoot forever on end, but it requires low-quality magic stones to run, so it'll stop working once it runs out. And lastly, the grenades. I pass him 5. If you throw them, everything within a range of 100 a fairly huge circle around their center is going to definitely die. Throw one at the enemies from a good distance to not get hit yourself. You're a fanatic. Do you know that? I mean, you're really pooling all your efforts into having fun. Obviously, I laboriously prepared everything for the sake of this day. I don't want to do something as boring as dispassionately proceeding through a haunted house. But, if you have these, it's going to be fun. Definitely. I totally dig shooting games. Moreover, preparing a set of rules guarantees that you'll have fun. Ah, by the way, be careful where you use these since everything is going to die, be it monsters or people. It's a sorcery ball that emits the harmful light waves I mentioned a while ago. Wow, I thought he'd bicker about it, but it looks like I was wrong. Far from it. He gleefully checked out each of the guns. Asterisk. I'm happy to see that you're keen to go along with it. MMH. What follows next is the way of usage in the other world. Of course, including the yokers as well, are going to compete for points until the boss room while freely using these guns. Since I don't know what's going to appear, the points will be added depending on the number of kills and the gun's efficiency. Killing with a shotgun gives you the most points, but then again, its power is the weakest, too. We're both able to use magic, but kills with magic don't count at all. You can check your rank and the total number of points on your wristwatch. You just need to order the wristband to show them, okay? Since you might be getting more handicapped the less enemies that can be seen with the naked eyes are around, I've set the program to use a factor of 1.5 on your points. No need. I'm cool with playing under the same conditions as you, he refused bluntly. Oh, Sword is quite eager about this, isn't he? Alright, I'll readjust the program to count the points normally then. I smiled at Sword as I fixed the code. Have I made a mistake in how I'm enjoying my life? Do you think it's weird for me to turn this life-threatening situation into a game where you vie for points? After blinking in surprise for a moment, Sword laughed. Yeah, you're totally nuts. You're a mad girly for sure. But, if we're doing it my way, we might as well enjoy it for at least this much. We're going to have some fun with a life-threatening gamble. The chip will be our lives. But that's just fine with me. Sword yelled and then laughed madly. Ha ha. For there to be someone who's more broken than I am, life has finally become fun. I never even considered the meaning of dungeons. I see. So they exist for the sake of enjoy in M like this, huh? In that case, I'll have a blast with them. No. If cute, frightened girls were with us right now, that in itself would be fun, you know? When I retorted like that, he faced me with a cold look. That only applies to an extreme sadist like you. No. Asterisk. Check the map. Though it'd also be bad if you got tripped up while looking on the map all the time. I know. I ain't no S rank just for show, K. Rather, I'm a gamer, you know. For him to aim at higher rankings in a game he's never played before without any handicap, well, the upper ranks will probably be taken by the Ryokas anyway. They have no rules tying them down. In short, they can use superior guns without reserve. You could have told me earlier. I met Sword's eyes and we both smiled. Let's go then. We scattered in all directions. Yahoo! I'm going for it. That was Sword's personal Yoku. And at once, he unleashed his rocket launcher, becoming first at once. My Yoku jumped undauntedly and fired bursts of its Gatling gun. Damn it! I used my frustration to throw a grenade into a pack of zombies in the distance. Sword eyes are. He's shooting his shotgun. Asterisk. 3 hours later. At last, everyone had arrived in front of the boss room. Did you set it to stop showing the rankings in the middle of the game? Yep. When I arrived by myself on the floor of the boss room, I made sure that the rankings wouldn't be shown any longer. It's no fun otherwise, is it? Going ahead without considering the respawn or arriving after annihilating all of the respawn would be both fine. Just in case. I had also included the speed of arrival at the destination into the total ranking. It can be checked within the ranking information. Now then, Yoku, please tell us the ranks. After voicing out something similar to a drum roll, Yoku projected a hologram on the boss room's door. Yay, I did it. No. Sword was first, and I was last. Why? I'm the person who built those guns, am I not? I'm the one who set up the rules, am I not? So why am I in last place? As I was mortified, hitting my fists on the ground, the other three consoled me. By the way, the Ryokas had the same points. Asterisk. Why has a complete and utter beginner at this secured the first rank, even though I've been doing it over and over again in the other world? That's obviously because of the difference in experience between us. You might have done it in that other world of yours, but it's your first time in here, right? I've cleared this area by myself in the past. The information from back then has imprinted itself in my head. What was that? Asterisk. After feeling bitter about my loss while sobbing profusely, the boss room was next up on the agenda. It was a lot less exciting than the game of clearing up to here. The first rank is to clear the room as a reward. Stop being so sulky. Given that king skeletons were unable of normal conversation, it dampened my motivation even further, and thus I had Sword defeated. When my cheeks puffed up, Sword caressed me in consolation. Don't pout. It was fun. You know, I could fully enjoy myself as well. So, thanks for that, K. As he got me with a surprise attack, my peevish mood was blown away in one go. I guess it's okay then. I had a blast as well. We competed. I could laugh loudly after win against you while you were mortified over loss against me, all while we enjoyed it together. MMH. If he had so much fun, I suppose it had merit that I made the guns and played together with him. But, either way, it still sucks that I lost. Sword guffawed in response to my yelling. Chapter 96, Campfire. We arrived in the 60s. A grassy plain as far as the eye can see. Huh? Does it remind you of something? I do remember having seen something like this before. Yep, a marshland zone. The safety zone-like plain right after we descended the stairs has no swamps, but it's pretty likely that we'll run into a swampland if we proceed further through the grassy plain. And, it'd only follow the typical pattern for there to also be poisonous swamps. Going by theory, this floor is a marshland, and although it won't apply to the entire floor, we can expect poisonous swamps, too. I have no idea about the poisons of this world,
but you should become poisoned if you enter any such poisonous swamp. Yeah, no. Gotcha. Sword scratched his head. I looked upwards. But although it was a cave, it didn't seem to have a ceiling. Taking the easy way out would be flying in Cha while almost grazing the ceiling. However, assuming it follows the cliché, we can assume the floor to be inhabited by monsters who catch their prey by extending their tongues. It'd be typical for the ceiling to still be within their attack range. Now then, what should we do? I said as I folded my arms. In response, Sword clapped his hands together. Well, let's take our time thinking it through after setting up our camp, since it's about time for that anyway. "'Kay? I'm pooped from before and this place is a safe area, which means drinking some booze won't be any problem either." "That's fine with me, but still." Sword made me shower with him without losing any of his high spirits, and then he grandly rejoiced when I provided him with some grilled meat skewers after starting a campfire, stabbing the meat on twigs, and roasting them over the flames. Aren't ordinary adventurers doing stuff like that? Just as I wondered about that, Sword brought the loot over, holding it out to me. "Please play something." "Certainly, that's the standard when sitting around a campfire." "But, why do you know about such a cliché?" I asked while taking the loot. "Somehow, it just felt right." "Probably," he answered. "Oh shit, this guy's ability to deal with things flexibly cannot be underestimated." Since it'd be a problem if he got too excited, I played the standard song for classic guitars, Ch interdits. Afterwards I sang several common campfire songs while suitably adapting their lyrics to the language of this world, but they were more popular than I had expected. "You know, you could totally become a songstress. You might even fill the Capitol's theater, you see?" Sword told me, seemingly drunk. "A songstress requires a patron. At least according to my knowledge. They're allowed to sing their songs while giving their body to someone as collateral. I've got absolutely no intention to do anything like that." "So that's how it works for musicians?" "Probably. But in the first place, do songstresses actually exist in this world anyway?" "Play a cheerful song at the end," demanded Sword. "Okay. But you sing as well since the lyrics are pretty simple." Sword stared at me blankly. "Huh? Don't act like a fool. That's what music is about. It'll be fine even if you hum or just use la 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 or la la, so match my singing. Come on, swing this." That's how it's usually done. Since I had no spring onion, I plucked some grass and passed the bundle to him. "Alright, let's start." "Even polka too," I sang while thrumming the lute. Once my singing started to repeat itself since I only knew a part of the song, Sword also joined in. Even the Yokas had apparently learned it once it started to repeat it. Eventually even the monsters memorized it. It seems a jovial polka song could be heard from all over the place. Now then, the morning sun hasn't risen, but it's morning anyway. "I guess we'll fly in Cha," I said after deciding. "It'll only apply to this floor, but I've come up with an effective method. While flying high up, we'll think of a new countermeasure for the next floor." "Okay, and what kind of method is it?" "Opening bracket singing in a canon closing bracket." Sword didn't show any reaction to that. "Memorize the song we're going to sing from now on." Sword became flabbergasted. "What's that? The song you just sang?" Sword became even more flabbergasted when I finished singing. "How should I answer that anyway?" "Rather than that, did you memorize it?" "Well, it's easy enough, but we'll opening brackets sing this in a canon closing bracket with everyone on this floor." "Now listen, did you realize that the words you said just now make absolutely no sense?" "It's just that I haven't found any proper words in this world's languages to describe it. I suppose you could call it a trailing song?" "First the Yokas and I'll have a go at it." "Yokas, once I say yes, sing the song I sang one after the other." Sir." "Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit, rib, yes." "Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit, rib, yes." "Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit, rib." As the three of us sang, Sword also started as he had apparently understood the principle. "Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit, rib." As we were now singing with the four of us, the monsters had apparently understood as well, seeing how they started to sing, too. "Ribbit, ribbit, ribbit, rib." Sword appeared to have understood the situation even without me explaining, and after I matched my eyes with his, both of us got into Cha while singing. Then we flew off while letting the cannon blare through Cha's megaphone. We didn't get attacked at all. Yep, we didn't get attacked, but the chorus was terrifying. We passed through this floor while accompanied by a thundering cannon. If they had attacked us, I'd have killed them without hesitation, but I couldn't bring myself to indifferently slaughter comrades who sang together with us yesterday evening. It's great that we could wrap this up without killing any of them. Sword smiled wryly. Monsters who like singing, huh? Are they sirens or what? Oh, sirens exist. I've heard it's best to sing together with sirens while being out of tune to avoid being bewitched by them, you know? Sword burst into laughter. Deliberately singing out of tune? Sounds like a high-level technique to me. About that you don't know, since the people of this world don't sing, but there's lots of people who are basically tone deaf. Okay, rather, the number of people unfamiliar with music might be much more predominant. Sword's body shook with a start. What about me? Your music was proper, wasn't it? No need to worry. Hearing that, Sword appeared to be relieved from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 97. I tried to create a mana potion. The following flaws were the problem. Sword and I probably wouldn't be harmed by poison, but I didn't know how much the Ryoku's shell could take. Normal poison wouldn't work on it. But the poisons in this world most likely aren't normal. That's why you have to cure them with an antidote. The magic elements of this world are quite troublesome. Even if you call it poison, there exist many kinds, and yet it's all bundled up into one word with poisonous swamp. Don't you think that it makes no sense that entering there will become your end, as you'll be poisoned no matter what equipment you might wear? Sword shrugged his shoulders. Well, you're about the only one pondering about the meaning behind it. No matter the poison, the antidote is going to cure it. Also, it's not like poison is going to work on you, right? What are we going to do about the Ryokus? I retorted. He rolled his eyes at me. Hey, you don't even worry about me, but you do worry about Golem's heir. The Ryokus? Poison doesn't work on you either, right? But it might work on the Ryokus. Rather, it definitely won't work on the Ryokus, damn it. Look, I'm a normal human. Got it? What is he talking about? A normal human would never rank above me in a shooting game. I guess we can proceed normally if it doesn't work on the Ryokus. No wait, it does work on me. Normal poison is something I can handle somewhat, but I'll die from deadly poison. I can't hear anything. Ignoring him earned me a grinding of my temples. Ouch, ouch. Ooh you ouch. It'll be okay. Sword, you're a hero and an S rank, right? Isn't it often said that heroes don't die? I've never heard of that. After grinding my temples, he sighed and then started to chant something under his breath. Ryokus, deploy the magic element barrier. It looks like it won't work on you guys, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Yes sir. They deployed the barrier after saluting. As for I'll think about it when I get poisoned. Asterisk. We ran through the grass fields. Certain death. Ninja-style running. Yep. I mean the one where you wonder whether they're able to move across water if they tap the foot off the surface before sinking. Well, in reality it's impossible to run across water in such a way. But I'm running while using my reaction speed and gravity control. I also cast a floating spell on the Ryokus. Sword seems to somehow cope with magic as well. At the same time, insects flew at us, like bullets. I flicked them away with my wooden sword. The Ryokus repelled them with their magic element barriers, and Sword cut them down or simply dodged them altogether. Sword has started to chant something. Just as I wondered, he apparently used a wide area spell, giving off a loud cracking. The grasses were scorched, and the bugs died as they dried up with crunch. So fucking annoying. Looks like they pissed him off. Asterisk. Even afterwards, we continued to run in such a manner, arriving at the 60th floor in no time. We didn't get poisoned either. Rather, I feel like strong acidic swamps, chlorine swamps, or very alkaline swamps would have been much more of a danger to us, if they had been around. Anyway, nothing extraordinary happened, so I guess we'll charge into the boss room just like that. Or so I thought. But Sword raised a hand in front of the boss room. Sorry, but I'm bummed out. I'd like to take a break. Yup, he looks kind of unwell. I see, you do look pale. Okay, let's camp out here for today. As soon as he nodded, He flopped down. He was completely exhausted. How about sleeping inside Cha? I'll get everything ready. Thanks, I'll take you up on that. Once I took out Cha, he crawled inside. Is he suffering from some kind of abnormal condition? A sword and I the same, and yet slightly different? Or am I different? I wonder why he can't really believe that it's connected to my parents and family lineage, though oh well, whatever. I don't have any interest in the lineage of this body. Asterisk. Since I'd be troubled if he died on me, I went to check his condition. Are you still alive? Barely. What's wrong with him? Up until now, he never felt sick. Was there a poisonous swamp on the way? I didn't notice any. No, ain't poison. Used a bit too much mana. Mana? I drank mana potions, but wasn't enough. Mana potions? Is there no other way to recover your mana? It'll regenerate naturally over time. What should I do? Mana is magic power, and you recover it with mana potions, or over time. Oh, I got it. 1. I understand. It's fuel, huh? Wait a moment. I'm going to make it. Don't mind me and let me sleep, I was told. But I'm going to make it anyway. I wanna make it. Once I finished and brought it over, Sword was already asleep. Since I felt bad about waking him up, I pulled a blanket over him, placed the energy drink down next to him alongside a note from me, and went outside again. Asterisk. Since I was bored after preparing the camp, I had Sword's personal yoku watch over his master, and went out hunting again. The bullet insects seem to drop carapaces. They're kinda hard. I'll use them as reference for Yoku and Cha's shell. If I change the server program for the next update, their shells might become tougher during their next shedding. I also found some frogs. They dropped poison sacs, but I have no use for those. The frog meat looks like it's edible, kinda. But dungeon monsters disappear when they die, don't they? And then they seem to be revived again. Asterisk. Once I returned to our camp, Sword was back on his feet. Ugh, you're awake. Are you alright? Did you drink my energy drink? Rather, what's that? It worked a lot faster than a mana potion. His complexion had visibly improved. Really? I mixed milk liquor and apple vinegar, and added liquefied magic elements to it. He. I got it totally right. In short, you were in the same state as the Yokas when they're out of fuel. Sword became speechless, for some reason. It worked, didn't it? The nutritional value of milk liquor is high, and apple vinegar removes one's exhaustion. It's perfect against physical weariness. Well, it'd also have been fine to let you drink Yoku's fuel just like that, but then it'd have tasted dully, you know. Sword stared at me while still remaining speechless. Sword, is something wrong? Tell me, is it really alright to drink that stuff? I tilted my head. Why wouldn't it be? In the first place, magic stones can be retrieved from monsters, you, and me. In other words, their internal organs, right? They should be made out of something consisting of body parts and magic elements. If you heat them up, they'll liquefy. It might be possible to extract the magic elements if you let them soak in alcohol, but I never did that. Please use that method next time. Even though the liquefied version has proven to work, it's nothing you dislike, though. It's the same as eating monster meat, you know. Sword clapped his hands together. I see. You might be right. No, I'll just consider it to be like that. I don't quite get it, but he seems to have come to terms with it, despite apparently disliking it. Asterisk. Just like that, we had a meal which simultaneously counted as lunch and dinner. For today's menu I went with a tender stew with high digestive and nutritional value for Sword's sake. The bread was a soft, steamed bun this time, too. Magic stones, you see, are basically nothing you'd eat normally, so I feel somewhat avert to doing it. They've been used as fuel for blacksmiths or as power source for magic tools. Well, you're right that you can probably eat hem if you think of eaten magic stones as eaten meat. No, I suppose that's only natural. Yep, it's natural. Of course, even I wouldn't eat hair since there's no good way to make it taste good, but if it comes to bones, they can be used to make great soup if you cook them thoroughly, right? Sometimes they'll also reinforce your own bones if you drink bone powder. Still, you draw the power for your spells from the magic elements in your body. Huh? That's incredible. You're the incredible one for being able to use magic without using mana. You never run out of mana cause you don't use mana for your magic in the first place, do you? I mean, I've learned all my magic through self-study. Even the books didn't mention anything like you'll need to use your own magic elements. Okay? Sword sighed, and then requested, please prepare 10 potions for me. The mana potions I have on me have a bad efficiency and on top of that, they taste like shit. I wonder, how are those made anyway? I tried sampling a liquefied magic stone, but it didn't really taste like anything. Then I'll make them while adding your beloved distilled liquor. Adding alcohol will also make them last longer. Yahoo! He cheered up at once. Asterisk. Afterwards I received an explanation by Sword. Healing and mana potions apparently came out of dungeon treasure chests. However, great wizards could create low-grade healing potions. High and special-grade healing potions are impossible to make for M. Or so he said. Putting special-grade healing potions aside, low-grade healing potions frequently appear in dungeons. We also got one in your first dungeon, remember? High-grade healing potions can drop in any dungeon as well, but with a lower probability. Mana potions only have one type, and they drop at the same rate as high-grade healing potions. But since demand for M is low and because of their nasty taste and low efficiency, they've been treated as misses and sold off for cheap. Sword explained in detail. Chapter 98. Speaking of monsters living in a volcanic area. The bosses were a huge locust and frog. Killing them swiftly, we advanced to the next floor. When we entered the first floor, I was astonished. Oh, it was a magma floor. Hey, what are we going to do about this? The simple solution would be to bore Cha, as it'll be no problem whatsoever if we cool the surroundings with magic, but that would be boring, wouldn't it? Is the question whether it's boring really the issue here? It is. We came here to have fun, so it's an absolute no-go to cheat our way through the dungeon. Okay, I understand. I'd be troubled if you ran out of mana again, so I'll cast the magic. I cast a freezing spell. It immediately became less stuff. I see. This is just like the volcanic area of that hunting game, isn't it? It totally looks like those wiggly things, which I utterly hated for jumping out at any moment, are going to be around as well. Let's assume that we'll also suffer locational damage. I mean, if you step into magma it's going to hurt. Girl, you really regard having fun your purpose in life, don't you? Even though you've got the power to invalidate the effects of this floor, you're deliberately going as far as taking damage for the sake of fun? Of course, I am. What kind of enemies do you expect to show up? Fish, or rather, dragons who can swim through lava. I think it'd be funny if they peeked out of cracks or came attacking by leaping at us. Gotcha. If we keep avoiding any predicaments by casting offensive magic while maintaining defense magic, we should be able to cope somehow, I suppose, said Sword and took a sword out of his magic bag. This one is probably going to work. It's also got a cold touch. I quickly stretched my neck, taking a look at it. An ice sword, huh? Yep. You don't seem to have much interest in swords, or rather, you're wrapping up everything with that wooden sword of yours anyway, so I didn't mention anything since it ain't like you need to gather expensive swords by buying or having them made for you like me and other folks. But, just like this ice sword here, I've got a collection of swords with different attributes to match any potential enemy. Of course I know about it. Even in the other world it was customary to handle it like that. But, it's also true that you can cover all of it if you got one sword that delivers extremely high damage. When I started to sing the soundtrack of that hunting game, Sword laughed out loud. You can actually sing in such a situation. For the time being, avoid stepping into magma. It'd hurt you enough to make you cry out that it's crazy hot. Also, watch out to not get hit by spraying magma, okay? Yep. Normally anyone would croak from that. No, that might be the case. But in the hunting game it doesn't go as far as dying. I'm sure swarms of large monsters are also how nice that would be. I have no clue what they could drop, but I'm looking forward to it. Let's go then. Sure thing. We rushed onwards. Asterisk. Come to think of it, I forgot the template for zones like this one. Just as I thought so, I saw a monster appearing. And here I was just thinking of fire spirits. Salamander. Spotting a blazing lizard, my tension leapt. Oh, I completely forgot about your existence. I thought you were talking about these guys, muttered Sword and unleashed a flash. The lizard turned into particles. No, the lizard. The cute lizard. Girl, stop admiring monsters. They gonna pop up in swarms anyway. He's got a point, but still. Asterisk. No choice. Since they appeared in numbers that made it hard to admire them, I triggered huge hail to fall over a wide area. Whoa, your ice magic is friggin' awesome. I blankly stared at Sword. No, that just now wasn't ice magic. Don't you have those days when thick clouds suddenly gather on a hot day, just to be followed by a hail of ice over here in this world? That's gotcha. It's alright. I fully understand that you're a very smart genius. He didn't even let me finish all I wanted to say. Boo. Asterisk. The salamanders were kind of like small fry. Salamander, huh? Wasn't there a song with such a title? When I started to sing it while hunting, Sword rolled his eyes at me. Asterisk. As expected, they've become more ferocious the further down we go. The floors were quite huge as well, so it took us quite some time to work our way through. In addition, enemies as big as floor bosses also started to appear. I mean wisps, or maybe it'd be better to call them bombs. They're definitely going to explode, I'm 100% sure. Believing that, I erased them with my vacuum spell the instant they appeared. That now was vacuum magic, wasn't it? Why did those monsters disappear despite not being living beings? Fire can't burn without air. Sword became dumbfounded. So you use vacuum magic and not water or ice magic against fire magic? Water can cause unexpected collateral damage, you know? The temperature of the water after getting heated up by the fire and turning into steam goes beyond 100 degrees Celsius. In short, it's a temperature hot enough to easily cause burns, and since it's a gas, it'll burn not only your skin, but also your lungs. As a result of that, you'd die. As for ice, if you throw a solid, incombustible object at fire, you can consider it to act like a stone or rock, but the fire itself won't vanish unless you hit its core. You know, the rules of magic in this world might be different, but if you want to extinguish a fire as quickly as possible, using a vacuum is the fastest method. But anyway, no matter how you do it, the crucial part in extinguishing fire lies in isolating the air, the element essential for allowing fire to burn. Sword stared at me, completely stunned. Just as I thought. You're really incredible. You can make such great booze. The wisdom mentioned by the cooks is about this stuff, huh? He suddenly blurted out. Chapter 99, were these made on a playful whim or something? While taking some breaks along the way, we arrived in front of the boss room. This time it took us quite a while. Even monsters like huge, double-headed iguana showed up, and the monsters were generally much stronger than those on the upper floors. As might be expected, even my stamina was drained by all this. Should we just camp out in Ch for today? It's a camping car to begin with. I mean, even I wouldn't be able to calmly enjoy dinner and a good night's rest amidst this bloodthirsty, brutal scenery. Sword shrugged his shoulders. That's great to hear. Well, then again, I'd planned to sleep inside Ch anyway, even if you'd persisted on sleeping outside. How awful. Asterisk. Inside Ch I set the cooling magic and an alarm from the unlikely event of us getting attacked. Well, this place seems to be inside a safe zone, so I don't think that magma is suddenly going to spew out of the ground. Anyway, the Yokas were patrolling outside in shifts, even though I haven't even asked them to. What praiseworthy children. Sword had completely changed his attitude. He totally made himself at home on the sofa, as if having completely forgotten about us being inside a dungeon's volcanic zone right now. Meanwhile, I sorted our loot. At last some magic stones dropped after we came all the way down here. As I had been using them as fuel, I wanted some to drop along the way, but they didn't want to drop at all, as if avoiding us. Thanks to the salamanders and double-headed iguana dropping them for us, I was finally able to get them at the source. Well, yeah, but I've still got quite a bunch myself, so don't worry. Or rather, We haven't been using them up at all. So far Sword has been providing the magic stones. Since I usually don't encounter monsters, I've got no choice but to buy them. But after telling me that I don't need to buy any since he's got a huge stock himself, Sword has used his magic stones to cover my needs. It looks like he's also left quite a lot at the mansion, though he's also given the maids some money, telling them to put up a request at the guild if they run out of magic stones. Don't you have them because you need them yourself? I do need them, yay. But since I've been told that they're needed for making swords and armor and in magic tools, I've kept them on me without pawning them off. Even scrap magic stones sell for quite a bit at the capital since the city got its fair share of magic tools, so I brought them with me, but I totally forgot about selling them. Or rather, nowadays I've stopped choosing most of my magic tools anyway. If I ask you, you can make much better ones, right? So I was going to sell them off. Wait a second. Show them to me before you do that. I didn't even know that you've got so many on you. Even though you should know that I'm interested in magic tools. Ain't like I got that many. Look, this is a magic lamp. But the one on your head is much better, right? This here is a magic tool that emits water. However, the released water vanishes after a few minutes, so it's impossible to drink it. He took out one magic tool after the other. I see. This is what was it again? Ah, a magic tool for igniting fire. This also vanishes after a few minutes, so it's meaningless. This a negative alarm timer. You made one like this as well. Moreover, yours isn't such a huge chunk either. They kept coming out of his magic bag like a flood. But yeah, now I understand what he means. These things are all trash, aren't they? Were these made on a playful whim or something? The creators would break down in tears if they'd heard your line just now, retorted Sword. After taking them all out, he thrust them into another bag. Still, you're carrying around quite a bunch of things, aren't you? He's got magic stones, money, and magic tools. On top of that, he's also carrying liquor and char with him. I've got a magic bag, so yeah, even when it became somewhat heavy, I didn't care, and soon forgot about it after getting used to the weight. But now's the perfect chance. I'm gonna pawn these off after we leave the dungeon. Guess they'll be recycled in that way. Asterisk. It looked like Sword completely had his cleaning switch flipped. He took out all kinds of stuff, just to put it away again or sort it into another bag. If it's junk, you could burn it by throwing it into the magma, you know? It'd be an efficient way of disposal through incineration. Oh, that's a great idea. Apparently having finished his sorting, he went outside, heading straight for the magma. Chapter 100, Discard, Reduce, and Put Back. Sword's point of view. Sword. I went outside after Indra cast a cooling spell on me. She told me it was for the sake of me not dying even when hit by magma while I clean up my stuff. But what's up with that? That girl is clearly more powerful than I am. Wouldn't she actually be able to clear this dungeon by herself? While sulking as I was plagued by those doubts, I headed over to the magma, and dumped the whole lot inside my bag into the hot, gooey mass. Why did I keep all this stuff anyway? A cheap sword matching with those of my friends back when I started out as adventurer, or a bracelet I got from my lover in a party I thought I'd be able to finally settle down with, even though I was sure I'd thrown that stuff way long ago. All these things were swallowed by the magma and disappeared for eternity. Vacantly watching it happen, I felt, ain't hot at all. Even though I was standing almost inside the lava, I didn't feel any heat whatsoever. That girl is really too much of a worry, what, isn't she? She's taking life lightly and deliberately does all kinds of dangerous stuff, and yet she makes sure for no one to die. In spite of saying weird stuff about me being invincible and so on, she cast magic, worrying that the lava might hurt me in some way. It was the same when I ran out of mana and was recovering gradually by sleeping. She suddenly started to worry and made some weird drink. I wonder whether she's aware how much of a devoted, jealous meddler she is. Anyway, she's much stronger than me, and yet I don't know whether she realizes that she's not been properly evaluated for her skills, and simply gets treated as my hanger just because she's partying with me. Then again, she wouldn't say nothing even if she noticed it. No, she'd be happy, prattling about having some material for torturing. That girl's definitely a huge sadist. Or maybe it's better to say that she's ill. Seriously, I sighed. Even though she's such a gentle person in reality, it was that environment of hers where she wouldn't have pulled through if she didn't break and give up on everything. I guess the same applies to me as well, though. That's why she's with me. Mr. Sword, let's go back anytime soon, otherwise Mother is going to worry. Sure. Sorry, I was just spacing out a bit. Being told so by Ryoku, I turned around. The bag had become completely empty. I dumped all the junk I collected up until now. From now on I'm going to cram this bag with new stuff. It's probably going to be toys made by her and loot I obtained after getting that feeling of thrill she always talks about. Alright, it's just been emptied out, but I suppose I'll immediately fill it up with those opening bracket gun closing bracket toys we used earlier. Let's have a competition over who can hold more. Okay. Oh. Sure, sounds fun. This guy's a golem, isn't he? Somehow he's talking very casually, though. Oh well, whatever. Since he's been created by her, it's Nathan goes Naiway, isn't it? I'm pretty sure he's a living bin by now either way. Chapter 101, Speaking of the volcano carrier's boss. On the next day, we got up after a peaceful night and headed over to the boss. As far as I predict, the boss is going to be a huge version of a salamander or a flame dragon, or possibly a cantor. Going by the pattern so far, it's going to be a huge salamander, though. Still, the enemies have been clearly becoming stronger, and thus the magma floors have been coming at us for real. Even Sword said that they'd be tough to solo for him and that it'd be impossible without him returning to the surface once to resupply before charging onto those floors. I wonder how it'd be for me. Well, I guess I'd cope one way or another, but it'd be no fun, definitely. Since I'd undoubtedly run out of magic stones, it'd probably result in me rushing through these floors on Ryoku's back. Ugh, that sounds so boring. Where's the point in entering the dungeon if you do stuff like that? Sup? Well, I was just speculating whether it'd be a huge salamander or a flame dragon next. Sword stared at me. So you think a dragon is going to come out after all? I nodded. If it does, next will be an ice and snow zone with an ice dragon as boss. And below that should be the final floor of the dungeon, I think. If it's a huge salamander, I feel like the dungeon is going to continue for a long time to come. Sword scratched his head. So neither would be a welcome outcome. Huh? I looked up to him. Well, it might continue all the way to 1,000 floors, or it might be soon over after a dragon comes out. We'll very soon know which of both applies. If we get tired of it, we can also hop into Cha and just race through the whole lot. After casting a sidelong glance at me, Sword ruffled my hair. I'm counting on you, partner. I feel like he said something weird. You'd be able to finish off a dragon yourself, wouldn't you? I mean, even without me here, you'd actually be able to clear this place, and yet. You're saying something like that? Sword laughed. Why are you acting all bashful? In reality you're able to clear a dungeon yourself as well. No? Isn't that so boring? I definitely lack magic stones to do it myself, and climbing on Ryoku and running through all of it. What kind of penalty game is that supposed to be? This time Sword broke out in loud, bright laughter. Whoa. Sure sounds boring. It'd be a dungeon clearing without a sliver of thrill. That's why, I also, no, forget it. I was grabbed by his iron claw. Why? Don't stop mid-sentence. And that's the reason for you using an iron claw on me? Isn't that way too irrational? I just thought that it was great that you called out to me back then. He let go of my head. Alright, well said. He praised me and then caressed my head. Wouldn't anyone consider him to be at the age of a dad if he does stuff like that? It kinda smells like an old man, doesn't it? He's really lacking youthfulness. He used his iron claw on me, once again. You just thought some weird shit again, didn't you? This guy is 100% an Esper. Asterisk. We charged into the boss room. So it's gonna be the last floor very soon, muttered Sword. Pretty clearly the boss was no salamander, but a huge lizard with magnificent scales. Apparently a flame dragon. Since it looked like it'd roar any second, I cast my soundproof spell. And just as predicted, it roared nicely. But I got to admit, It was an incredible roar I could hear even through my soundproof tears. Did you do something? I cast a soundproofing spell. But even so, its roar was still amazing. Even high-class earplugs wouldn't be able to block this. The hell are those? Are you gonna create another magic tool gain? Sword asked loudly while rolling his eyes. They're necessary for you. After grinning at him, I faced the dragon. For starters, I went with a flash of my sword as a preliminary test. Ugh, it was repelled with a clang. This means I need to get serious. Did you see, Sword? This guy seems to be strong. Whoa, I really respect you for rejoicing over that, answered Sword while running up to the dragon as well, and unleashing a flash of his sword. Ah! Sword hurt it. The dragon thrashed around while screaming in agony. Sword breathed out. Looks like it'll work one way or another. Alright, I got to do my best as well. Just when I psyched myself up and tried to attack after gathering Mr. Fluff, the dragon did a certain motion. Ah! This is Indra. It's gonna breathe fire. Watch out. The instant Sword finished shouting kaboo, Sword felt dumbfounded by the unexpected explosion. Okay. It seems like this is going to fly. The dragon's head had become a bloody mess. What did you do? It's just an educated guess, but a dragon's fire breath can't be blocked by vacuum magic. It's effective for extinguishing fire that continues to burn. But since a dragon also spits out fuel alongside its flames, a vacuum has no effect on it. That's why I gathered air at its head while creating a vacuum around it so that the air would catch fire and blow up right before the dragon spit out its breath. Sword appeared to be dumbstruck with his mouth being agape, but he immediately pulled himself together. Well, I suppose it's fine as long as you've got a countermeasure. Means we don't need to pay any attention to its breath any longer. Carelessness is your greatest enemy, you know. Asterisk. Unable to breathe its fire, the dragon went berserk, apparently having become quite angry. It tried to trample us underfoot and slap us with its tail, but it was simply too slow. Should I say that famous line of if it doesn't hit and so on here? No. Since it looks like I'd die if I got hit by any of those attacks in the first place, I think it's better to leave it unsaid. Sword laboriously added small cut on small cut while I chose to look for openings to land big techniques. Eat this, dragon cutter. I managed to cut off its tail. I'm stripping it off its raw materials. Phew, ha ha ha. Dragon cutter. Cut through the battlefield and turn everything to ash. I laughed loudly while admiring my wooden sword. No. Look, that thing's a wooden sword. K? Sword gave me a retort even at a time like this. And then the tail turned into particles. Oh, the tail became particles and vanished, so it wasn't possible to obtain it as material. Getting really pissed after having its tail cut off, the flame dragon increased its rampage and roared all over the place. This thing greater than being like a Cantor, it's more like a Tiger Rex. In the end, Sword found an opening and neck chopped it. The dragon turned into particles and disappeared. Now then, I wonder whether we'll get a reward for destroying a part. There existed a high score rule for cutting the tail that had been used to me. You know? Sword ground my temples even though it was obviously a joke. We opened the treasure chest and peeked in together. Ugh, that's amazing. It was stuffed with so much stuff that it earned Sword's admiration. I was dumbfounded. Gems cut gemstones were in there, but how does that work? Just a second. I'd still understand if it contained gem ores, but for the gems to have already been cut and polished, what's going on here? Someone tell me who processed these? Sword rolled his eyes at me. You know, whenever you get upset, you start talking like some ill-bred woman. That's what he told me, but I am a woman. Now, isn't it just fine? Sir Dungeon Core splurged for us, right? These are worth quite a lot of money, Humphrey. But, Sword and I aren't short for money, so it's nothing that auspicious, is it? It's worth quite a bit of money, but that alone shows how rare it is. On top of that, the chest also contains loads of dragon materials, and those can be used for all kinds of stuff, right? I see. I might be able to use them for new magic tools and materials for the Yokas and Chas. Sword looked at me and laughed. And then he stroked my head.
Hello More Clan. We hope that each and every one of you is enjoying the collection of audiobooks available here. If you just want to support me or have a particular novel in mind that you'd like to request, please kindly click on the provided links below. Once again, thank you More Clan.